best way to build your brand is to find a visual that drives the idea in. Can't do it with words. Got to do it with a visual. Coca-Cola in the contour bottle. Marlboro in the cowboy. Contour bottle, what does that say? It helped make Coca-Cola the world's most valuable brand in the world. For 18 years in a row, it was the world's most valuable brand. The only problem they face is the problem of the category. People worried about sugar and artificial sweeteners. Is not the brand. They love the brand. It's the world's, one of the world's most powerful brands. How about Marlboro? They had the cowboy. That's all they've ever had in any ad for the brand, a cowboy. The spirit of independence, right? Made Marlboro the world's best-selling cigarette. The position was a masculine cigarette, but how did they get that idea in the mind? They used to represent masculinity. Ahead of Winston and Mild 7 from Asia. Now remember, a trademark is not a visual hammer. It's not the beautiful script of the Coca-Cola bottle. Because every brand has a trademark, but every brand does not. Very few have a visual hammer. That hammer contour bottle, and what does it do? Bam. It drives in the authenticity, right? They created the category. The real thing is what Coke is. It nails that word in the mind. How are you going to nail that word in the mind? What visual can you find to drive it in? And then once you find that visual, you got to put it on everything. That's what Coke has done so incredibly well around the world. No one drinks it. Few people drink it out of bottles, but they put it on the cups. They put it on the cans. They use it in the advertising. It's all over the place, right? From Delhi to Mumbai, to China to South America, that bottle is everywhere. Give me the next one. Largest global restaurant chain in the world. It's one you probably know, McDonald's. They've got a visual hammer, right? Golden arches last year, $22 billion in sales, 23% net profit. And when you talk about, stores and fast food and retail, visibility. And think about, where would McDonald's be without the golden arches? Right? Where would it be? Look at the difference between arches and no arches. That makes a difference. Where's your arches? Getting lost? Or are you driving an idea in the mind? Do you have street visibility? Because Burger King is attractive in their logo, but it's easy to miss. Don't be easy to miss. Make it hard to miss your brand, right? Give it a visual. How about Corona? Corona is a beer from Mexico. Made them a leading global brand, one of the top 100 in the world. A lime. They stick a lime in the top of the bottle. That's a visual hammer. That communicates the authenticity of the brand. That it's a Mexican beer. Limes are from Mexico, lemons from the US. Communicated the authenticity. All their marketing focuses on the lime, the sandbar, right? Corona is not just big in North America, it's a global success. That's what works in the 21st century, right? Don't just stay there, make it global. Who would think people would want Mexican beer everywhere? You got such good Indian beer, right? Yet here, Corona, here's Al and I in Guangzhou, China. And what's crap? Come on, people. You blew my whole thing. Can you please go back? Okay, please go back one more. Global success. There it is on the menu. My big joke there. Pretend you didn't see. Make me feel bad. Now, Corona's feeling a little worried now, right? Maybe you heard of this coronavirus? If I was Corona in marketing management, I don't know if I'd be I'd have a mask on too, like these bottles. You know what's worse though? You know what Corona is launching in March 2020? Corona Hard Seltzer. A, they're line extending into hard seltzer with the Corona name. B, they're doing it when there's a worldwide coronavirus. Dumb and dumber. I wrote a book about visual hammers if you're interested, because I think it's so important for brands today, called Visual Hammer. Now, before I finish there, talk about, India is a terrific country as well as a tourism place around the world. And cities are brands too. Countries are brands, cities are brands, and they require visual hammers too. And it's interesting to see how the most successful cities around the world have these visual hammers. You know, the Statue of Liberty in New York City. There's lots to see in New York, but they focus on that one visual that defines it. You see this around the world. The Ginza in Tokyo. The Opera House in Sydney. The Colosseum in Rome. I mean, Italy's one of the most successful tourism. Many of these cities each have a visual hammer, from the gondolas in Venice to the Leaning Tower of Pisa, the Acropolis in Athens, the Eiffel Tower of Paris, the pyramids of Egypt, right? You've got to see the pyramids of Egypt, the Christ, the Redeemer in Rio, Red Square in Moscow, the Great Wall, you guys, the Great Wall of China, and of course, the Taj Mahal of India. Okay. The way to be the 8th wonder of the world is to have a visual hammer. Of course, you've already got one of the top 7 right here at the Taj Mahal of India, right? Not these types of advantages. Not many brands have a visual hammer. So by finding one for your brand, for your city, for your country, goes a long way. So just to recap the 5 positioning principles you need to remember when you go out there and conquer India and then the world is, remember, it's not just building a national brand, but a global brand. You got to be not just focused on your customer, but on your competitor and being different, right? Not being better. Narrow, not broad. You build a brand by being narrow. Multiple brands, not single brands, is the way to grow your company. And of course, last but not least, having a visual hammer to help drive that idea in the mind. Thank you so much.
So, true epitome of beauty and brains, ladies and gentlemen, that was Laura Rees for you. Thank you so, so much. And it is said that content is the king, but engagement is the queen. And the lady always rules the house. Am I right, gentlemen? I hear only a few yeses. How about the other people? So I think a big hand for all the ladies here, especially Professor Rupa Manjari Ghosh, our chairperson, WMS India 2020, Sadia Kibriya, Chief Executive Officer, Kotler Impact INC, and Laura Rees. And unfortunately, Professor Rupa Manjari Ghosh has to leave because she has some prior commitment. Ma'am, we would really love to have you for the entire event. But nonetheless, thank you so much for embracing the occasion with your warm presence.
Just want to tell you, teacher, so I'll scream because I don't need a mic, this is not working. So it has been so fascinating that it's my loss that I will be moving out. I did not want to boast too much, but we have become an institution of eminence by the Indian government, and there is a visit and a report pending, and I have to go back 1.5 hours drive, and people are sort of waiting. So thank you for having me. It has been just tremendous, this, thank you.
Can I request Ms. Sadia Kibria, Chief Executive Officer, Kotler Impact Inc., to felicitate Professor Rupa Manjari Ghosh, our Chairperson, WMS India 2020. Come on, everyone, can we have a big hand? Ms. Sadia, we'd like you to stay back for a while. So we also have diplomats from different countries here with us to embrace this occasion. And I'd like to call them on stage, and we'd also like that Sadia Kibria should felicitate all of them. So can I please call upon K.L. Ganju, Consul General Honorary, Union of the Comoros.
I am the founder chairman of Allard Group of Institute, which is running 8 institutions: engineering, pharmacy, management, degree colleges, schools, and we are also working for the poor students of the rural area, and we are developing 6 schools in the villages, start from Lucknow to east part of small district of Uttar Pradesh, because I want to give back whatever God has given me, an achievement, money and knowledge, back to my hometown by creating a good academic institutions with a low cost fee. Sir, there was a big talk on the marketing. I don't understand marketing much, but I am a person of sentiments, and what I feel is I am also running a marketing. I am doing a marketing for my education, but I feel that education does not need any marketing. But as you know, the market is such. Now the lady who explained about the market strategy and the marketing, it shows that unless and otherwise any good product which is more visible to the market, to the people, it will not get success. So what I want to say about it is...
Oh no! Are you enjoying? आवाज नहीं आई भाई. Are you enjoying? Fantastic. So in the green room, Laura was telling me कि ललित, हम जब अभी पाकिस्तान गए, लाहौर, the public was, so energetic, so excited. इधर में लोग हिल क्यों रहे हैं? मैंने कहा मैडम, हमारी कंट्री के ग्रो करने का यही तो एक रीजन है कि ये हिलते रहते हैं, right? So yes. Yes, yeah. See the energy of the Mark. Oh, thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark. So, friends, we are enjoying. आज का दिन हम सबकी लाइफ में बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. हम खुद नहीं जानते किस ट्रेनर का कौन सा एक सेंटेंस हमारे पूरे बिजनेस को बदल के रख देगा, हमारे पूरे करियर को बदल के रख देगा. हम खुद नहीं जानते. सो प्लीज बी अटेंटिव. थोड़ा सा कोशिश करिए अपने आप को कंट्रोल करने की. मैं जानता हूं घूमने फिरने के हम बहुत शौकीन हैं, बट प्लीज बी हेयर, जस्ट रिलैक्स. आपके सारे इंतजाम हो चुके हैं और मैं बहुत देर से मैं लगा हुआ था, एक्चुअली आप ही की सेवा में लगा हुआ था, इसलिए जो डाइस था वो स्वाति के हाथ में था. बट फ्रेंड्स, बिलीव मी, हम आपके लिए वो करना चाहते हैं जो आपके करियर को पूरे तरीके से बदल देगा. सो आर यू विद मी? आर यू विद मी? ओनली फ्यू पीपल आर विद मी. बाकी के बोलते क्या यार, बोर हो गए. आर यू विद मी? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And please, next session.
ललित, आई थिंक के आने से थोड़ा एनर्जी लेवल ज़्यादा बढ़ गया है यहाँ पे, एंड आपकी फीमेल फैन फॉलोइंग बहुत ज़्यादा है. बिकॉज आई कुड हियर जैसे ही ललित आए तो फीमेल्स मेड अ लॉट ऑफ नॉइज. सो फीमेल्स, कैन वी cheer up for Lalit Arora once? And I just saw that My faculty, my professor is also here, so I owe a lot to him. Sir, can you please stand up? I have been a theatre student. Professor is here. Mr. Ajay Manchanda, I can see him around. Sir, if you're here, can we please stand up? Okay, I think maybe he's gone out to the washroom or somewhere. All right, no worries. So now, moving ahead, the basic concepts of 4 Ps, 7 Ps, segmentation, targeting, positioning, which we use in our daily lives cognitively, are all gifts to us, to our generation, by Dr. Philip Kotler. Can we once make some noise for Dr. Philip Kotler? I think because we all owe to him in a lot of ways and many more. Yes? Do we all agree? Yes, of course, right? So, since Dr. Philip Kotler couldn't come here and he's not present here right now with us due to indispensable reasons, but we are really missing his presence here. And he's specially sent an amazing video presentation for all you people here. So, let's have a look.
More companies will be facing disruption, and many will be out of existence. They will die. How to save the company, how to find the seeds, how to plant the seeds in time. How, you know, we make a statement often that if you're going to be disrupted, you should know that, and you should know who's going to do it. And you should become your own disruptor. I mean, why wait? Well, the story of Fujifilm is fascinating. It's going to be basically a classic in the history of corporations that were facing a devastating blow to their lives and then recovered just like a phoenix rising from the dead, being reborn, reinvented, and so on. So I'm so excited about the Fujifilm story. Remember that Kodak and Fuji were fighting each other. Kodak was the leader. Fuji was just trying to aspire to have a share of the market. By the year 2000 itself, they were almost equivalent. In fact, in 2001, Fuji, for the first time, sold 37%, and Kodak only 36%. So, but the industry would look very wonderful to both firms. Then the digital revolution, not the need for film anymore to make good pictures. At the time, people were saying, well, they would never make pictures as good as pictures on film. So that led sales to continue for a while, but by the year 2007, I think demand had fallen 80% for both companies for actual film. So what should be done to save Fujifilm? Kamari-san, their leader, said there's so many technologies involved in producing film that could be useful in other areas. And in fact, it was said that even making color film takes 20 different layers and operations before it's ready to take a picture in color. And he wanted his people to think of what are the technologies that are very proprietary and very special that can be transferred to such areas as healthcare, equipment to measure medical things, imaging, the X-ray, which Fuji was very good in, and maybe even things for lifestyle, cosmetics or something like that. So he knew that there would be other possible markets. Question is, how does he talk to his people who are so concerned about their jobs, about how to be patient and believe that they can not only survive, but become a bigger company than they were. And he convinced them that if they turned to innovation, in fact, it wasn't said at the time, never stop innovation. That was picked up later as the branding idea. But if they turn to innovation, if they turn to societal concerns, making the world a better place, if they turn to humane management, humane marketing, humane innovation, the company can make it. It may have been 75,000 people whose lives were affected by this. He wanted to be sure that they would have work and jobs. He did know that he had to contract the work being done on making physical film because there's not a customer anymore, but that he would find other jobs. Remember, he brought in the idea of open innovation, that if you watch not only your own technologies, but you watch what's happening in innovative companies around the world, and you work with other experts, not in the employment of Fuji, but who could be approached. And by the way, he had this realization that in going into a new market, he would have much of what's needed in the technology already in the company, but he wouldn't have everything. He would need some skill sets that were missing. And then he went on a career of mergers and acquisitions. There have been many in the company to make up for missing ingredients in the innovation process. The fact is, there's so many things that can be done with the skill set that they inherited from working with film. They're very good at nanotechnology, working with very miniature things. They can move molecules around. Maybe there may be 20 markets they could go into, but they made the smart decision that healthcare is not only a stable industry, it's a growing industry. People around the world are aging. In Japan particularly, it hits you in the face that people are living longer and have health problems that go along with that life. So the question is, what kinds of equipment would help us help people who see doctors and have problems? Well, we're very good at imaging equipment. That's the very nature of Fujifilm. Fuji, in fact, realizes that this problem of, let's say, breast cancer, all women should be checked regularly on this. And it's a painful process. Imaging, if you can do better imaging, and Fuji is doing that, it makes it a much more comfortable process, and it's a contribution. In fact, Fuji's been looking at the United Nations global goals for health and other things to see what the main valuable solutions would be for the world. And actually, instead of just looking at the whole health field, looking at very specific things that are problematic and need solution. And I've been saying recently that all firms should not only be making good products and profits and so on, they should be asked once a year to report in what ways they have made a contribution to society. It should be like another page in their annual report. Fujifilm would have no problem with that. In fact, their whole raison d'etre, reason for being, is to contribute to society. And therefore, it attracts people in the company who are very outer directed. They think about others and not just about themselves, which is the essence of being humanity and humane. So there's a wonderful set of things that are foundations for the success of the company. The question is, when you make good products and make good money, what do you do with the money? Do you declare it as dividends to the shareholders? Is it your purpose in a company to increase the wealth of the shareholders? By the way, that was the philosophy taught in the United States and in the West for all these years, ever since Professor Milton Friedman, who was my professor at the University of Chicago, argued in his books that the purpose of a company is just to make money for the owners, the shareholders, and not to get distracted by social causes or other things. Let the owners who get a lot of the return decide what they want to do to help the world if they want to. So that philosophy was called shareholder philosophy. I'm happy to report that a business roundtable, which is where all the top CEOs belong, IBM belongs, General Electric, had bought into that philosophy all these years. A few days ago, the report came out. They've changed the mission of a business. The mission of a business is to make the world a better place. The mission is to show caring for the issues of poverty, issues of climate. Let's make a better world. And once that happens, companies will change. Well, it's already happened to Fujifilm. They didn't need the round table because Fujifilm's very commitment is to help the world become a better place for more people. For any company to be successful, it must have good management, good marketing, good innovation. And when Peter Drucker, the famous management expert, was asked, what does a company need to be successful? He said two things: innovation and marketing. If they only had innovation but poor marketing, they would not be successful. If they had clever marketing but nothing new to sell, they wouldn't be successful. So that formula, innovation and marketing, actually brought Komari-san and myself together in what has been fused, a fusion called the Kotler-Komari methodology. Komari representing the innovation intensity and myself representing the marketing intensity. Put together, I think that goes a long way, those two, to explaining the success of the company, which is outstanding. I am so excited about it because as a marketer who knows a lot about branding and defining a company as special and unique and different, we need something to say that makes it different. And what that message says, never stop, is that innovation in a world which is full of problems and changing all the time, you can't stand still. A company that stands still will disappear. A company that is following the changes, seeing opportunities in change. In fact, how do you look at change? Is change a threat or is it an opportunity? To Fujifilm, it's an opportunity. And so are all these problems. Give me problems, I want to work on them. So never stop means that until the world is a perfect place, we should never stop. The idea is very, very compelling. The sense of it is there's so much to do, and we'll never stop until there's no more problems to solve.
Never stop. Fujifilm, value from innovation.
So are we all walking with Professor Philip Kotler on the path of making a better world? Yes? I can't hear a yes. I'm hard of hearing. Yes or no? Yes. Superb. So once again, can we have a big hand for Professor? And we really miss his presence here today. And now, in a very fast-paced life, we need to be even faster to stay in the place. And next up is a very distinguished speaker. He is the Professor of Marketing, UCLA, and Anderson School of Management, Los Angeles, US. Associate Dean of UCLA, Executive Director of Marketing Science Institute in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Consulted companies across a range: Google, Disney, British Telecom, Hewlett-Packard, Microsoft, Wells Fargo, etc. Please allow me to welcome Mr. Dominic Hansons. And can I please request Mr. Ankur Narang, the organizing committee member of WMS India, to felicitate Dominic, sir.
Thank you.
Come on, everyone, a big hand.
All right, thank you. That's great. All right, thanks. I will put this here. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Can I start my... there it is. Okay. It's a pleasure to be here, and I especially appreciate the positioning of my material right after Philip Kotler's wise words, because as you know, he talked a lot about innovation, and that innovation and marketing taken together are really the drivers of growth in our companies. But the second reason why I'm glad to be here in Delhi is, as you know, I'm from California, and we have done very well in California with innovation the last 20, 30 years. Google and Apple and Twitter and all these companies that we talk a lot about, Tesla, they're all in California. But honestly, none of these companies would be successful if it wasn't for the contributions of people from your country. It is the first time that I walked into one of the buildings at Google, and I look around and I felt like, oh my gosh, I'm the only non-Indian person here. It is amazing how much your people, and especially your young people, are contributing to that innovation all over the world. And so I'm honored to be here and to share these few words with you. Well, look, so my talk is about rewards of innovation, and with particular reference to that new digital age that we're into that's already been talked about. So here's a couple of points I want to raise to make it in 3 bullets. If we talk about innovation, I would say generally from a consumer perspective, that's pretty positive. It's kind of a nice word in the sense that it exudes a lot of enthusiasm, making things better. But if you talk to senior executives in companies, innovation is not so obvious. And there's 2 very basic reasons for that. Number 1, it's risky. Depending on the sector, and this is an American statistic, up to 80% of new products fail. The failure rate is very high. And that makes executives, of course, very reluctant to engage in innovation for obvious reasons. And then the second is, it's expensive. It usually comes with R&D budgets and launch budgets on the marketing side and so forth, market research. So it tends to be expensive. And therefore, we raise the question, well, innovation is a very positive construct, But from a managerial perspective, it raises a bunch of questions about investments in innovation. So what do we know about the net benefit, the net financial results of innovative firms, and most of all, under what conditions does innovation tend to be successful or less successful? And so I hope with that overview, which will be very much based on the extensive research on this topic that has been done, I hope to give you a few pointers about managing innovation in a way that is more successful than has been in the past. In other words, we can't afford that 80% failure rate anymore, not in the 21st century. So in doing that, can I have a slide here? Oh, here we go. Let's take a quick look at the past at some famous statements by then famous people about innovation. Go back to, what, 1899? Where the commissioner of the US Patents Office, this is somebody who should know something about innovation. He says, well, okay, everything that has been invented has already been, and everything that can be invented has already been invented. We're done. Okay, not quite. Move the clock to 1943, where the president of IBM, Mr. Watson, says, oh, I think there's a world market, maybe for 5 computers. Okay, slightly wrong. Okay. Now you may say, well, that's 1940, it's a long time ago. But let's go into the 21st century, where a very well-known entrepreneur in the US, very successful entrepreneur, basically says that buying YouTube, which is what Google did, is nonsensical. That's never going to work. Okay. And so the point being is that we keep on getting it wrong, and even very, very knowledgeable people get it wrong about which innovations can be successful and which ones cannot. So therefore, it is difficult, it is risky to engage in innovative strategies. So what I want to do here is say, but wait a minute, there are patterns of success in innovation. There are things that we can predict in such a way that we can reduce the risk and not launch so many failed products. And when I say products, by the way, I always mean product or service. Okay? So in order to do that, first let's take a look at the typical sales cycle that we see for an innovative product. Okay? Yeah. It's called the product life cycle. You probably are familiar with it. It just basically says that successful new products move through an S shape. Okay? Now, and we heard from Philip Kotler earlier a very good example of the latter part, the decline part, which was the film industry when the digital technology came up. Okay? But now moving to the front part, see, there's a problem there. The problem is that the introduction phase can take a long time. It can take 2, 3, 4, 5 years, and you're probably losing money if you're there. But somewhere along the line, that growth is right behind you, and you have to have the patience to stick it out until the growth materializes, and then, of course, you have the profitability that comes with it. So can we say something about that pattern when it applies to our products or our services that we launch? Well, fortunately, okay, one forward. All right. What do we know about innovations that diffuse rapidly? Okay. I'm basing this on quite a bit of research that's been done. You see a reference there. And at least in English, we call it the Accord principle. It's not the Honda Accord. It's ACCORD. And memorize that. This is important. Okay. The first is A. Okay. Your new product, obviously, has to offer some competitive advantage. There has to be a reason for consumers to want to change their habits and buy your product, not some old product. Okay? That's measurable. Okay? That competitive advantage has to be serious. It can't be just a little bit better. It has to be tangibly better. Okay? Offering new values or new services to the customers that you're aiming for. Okay? But a lot of people in the innovation business think that that's enough. Oh, if I have a better product, obviously it'll be successful because it's better. Well, interestingly enough, that's actually not true. There are 5 other factors that play a role. Let me briefly review those, okay? The second condition for successful new products or innovative products is not being complex. Not being, in other words, you don't want to be complex, you want to be not complex. Now that's a challenge. You know, I'm an academic, and academics love complexity, okay? We like to solve difficult problems, and we talk to each other, say, look what I can do, and you can't do it, okay? That's not the way to go in successful innovation. Because the engineers, or the academics, or the scientists, they may like complexity, but the consumer doesn't. The consumer wants things to be simple, or as Einstein would say, make things as simple as possible, but not any simpler. Okay? So, complexity depresses innovation. So whatever you can do with a new product to make it easier to understand, easier to use, is going to help with faster diffusion. That's number 2. Number 3, extremely important, compatible with past behavior. Okay? So that goes something like this. If you drive a car, and you have been driving several cars over the years, you know exactly how that goes. You drive the car, you look at your gasoline meter. When it goes down, you say, okay, time to go to a service station and fill it up. And once a year you get, or twice a year, you get the tires checked and you get the oil replaced. And we've all learned how to do that. Now comes the electric car. Laura has already talked about that. Now comes Tesla, or one of the competitors. What's the difference between driving a Tesla and driving a gasoline automobile? Basically, there's no difference. The driving is just the same. It's got maybe better acceleration, but that's about it. Oh, and it's silent, okay? The problem is when the range is getting low, when you only have 20 miles to go, because you can't just stop and fill it up in 5 minutes. It takes many hours, depending on the charger, to fill up a car. Or reduce it. So therefore, you're asking your consumer to actually now start planning. Start saying, okay, I'm going to drive from here to here, that's 100 miles. Okay, then I have maybe 100 miles left on my range, so I need to find a place to juice it up over there, and so on and so forth. There is this planning that needs to happen when you drive an electric car that you didn't have to do when you have a gasoline car. Okay? That depresses innovation. Just the fact that it's not compatible with the way we used to do things. So therefore, anything you can do with your product, with your new product, to make it as compatible as possible with the previous generation will help in diffusion. That's why, by the way, software manufacturers, when they launch a new version of a software, they always make sure that you can still use the old version. Okay? Because if they don't do that, you're asking major behavioral change in your consumers' habits. Okay? 4th one, can you show that your new product has benefits that are observable? Because you're asking your consumer to change behavior, and the consumer says, okay, what's in it for me? In some cases, the results are instant, are very observable. You know, for example, there's a company in California that, this is now in financial services, that in the mortgage business, in the typical mortgage business, when you buy a house, you need to qualify for a loan. You present all of your data to the bank. The bank takes 2 weeks to check everything, and then they call you and they say, your loan is approved or your loan is not approved. That's sort of the way things happen now. There's a few banks now that have, and especially one, that have made that process totally digitally enabled. Which means you go in, you submit your data, very simple data because they're networked with all data sources anyway, and in about 2 hours, you get the result that says you're approved or you're not approved. Okay? That is an immediately observable benefit of the innovation. Because now you can go to your seller and say, I want to buy your house, and here is proof that I can pay for it. Okay? That changes things. That causes rapid diffusion. And then finally, the obvious one, innovations that are less risky and that are diversifiable are going to do better. So in the case of cars, I have an electric car, but I didn't buy it because I don't know if that battery will still be good in 5 or 6 years. No, I leased it. So after 3 years, it's not my problem anymore. It's out the door. And somebody else can deal with the fact that maybe the battery is still good, maybe not, because I don't know. Okay? So the fact that there's a leasing opportunity reduces my risk of buying, in this case, an electric car, and that helps diffusion. Okay? So these are 5 or 6 major factors, and time and again, we see innovations that succeed or that fail because they score high or low on these factors. Okay? So that's my first overall point. Second point, how new should your innovation be? It can be a little bit new, or it can be totally different. There's a very interesting result. I showed the academic reference there, that the extremes actually do the best. Okay? So if your innovation is a little bit new, it's not risky, people understand it, that does well financially. In other words, 1 year later, you have a higher rate of consumer acceptance. And if it's totally new, that attracts people too, under the conditions that I talked about. The stuff in the middle, not so great. Okay? So working in the innovation field at these two extremes has been proven to be a very, very successful strategy. So those are the principles I wanted to share with you on the consumer side. But that's only half the story. Because as those of you who work on new product development or innovation, or entrepreneurs here in the audience, as you will know, one of the critical things is, where am I going to get the money that finances my innovation? Innovation is easy to talk about, but it is not easy to put in practice. Okay? So therefore, we need to learn something about innovation from an investor perspective. Now, that's difficult because that world, the world of investing, tends to be secretive. You know, you invested something, let's say a company makes a certain investment, that's not necessarily widely known, an investment in innovation. But fortunately, we have some very good databases that have allowed us to study the investor perspective. And so what I'm going to do here is basically cover the following. Number one, does the investment community reward you for innovation? Number two, how about doing other things with your resources? Like, for example, why don't you skip the innovation, just offer rebates? Wouldn't that be better? Because it's cheap and it drives demand. Okay, so I'll make that comparison. And then the third and last point will be, do I have to wait a long time before my investors get rewarded? Is it a long patience job, or can it be achieved more quickly? So those are the 3 points I'd like to raise there. First point, do investors reward innovation? Well, we only know the answer from publicly listed firms, but that's the start, and there's lots of them. You see there we have data, and I'm listing the references there, 22,000 consumer innovations and about 400 automotive innovations. That's a pretty large sample, okay? And if you take a look at these innovations as launched by publicly available companies, you can take a look at their stock price. That is ultimately the measure of how the investor community rewards the innovation. And especially in the US market, where all you hear in that domain is that investors are short-run oriented. All they care about is this quarter's profits or this quarter's earnings. Okay? So if that's the mentality, then why should you invest in innovation? Okay? So when we actually study this carefully, it takes a fair amount of statistical work and big data, lots of databases, in order to study this, you actually find a much, much more uplifting story. You find, first of all, that the long-term effect of innovation on firm value is positive, even though it is risky and it is costly, but there's a positive effect. And secondly, it's more positive for radical innovations than for little ones. Okay? That's really good news. Okay? The fact that the investor community tends to reward innovative companies, which then, of course, prompt those companies to invest even more in is innovation. Here's an example in the automotive sector, some work that I did some time ago. These numbers are just basically measures of strength. You know, for those of you with economics background, they're elasticities. But if you don't have that background, it's fine. Just the higher numbers suggest a stronger effect. So what happens when companies innovate in this sector is basically all positive. Top line revenue goes up, short-term, long-term. Profits go up, short-term, long-term. And firm value goes up, especially in the long term. Okay, all right. Now, let's contrast that with rebating. Car companies do that all the time. They say, this month, $2,000 off my car, okay? You see it everywhere, and not just in automotive. You see it in lots of sectors. Well, what happens to revenue? It's actually good news. Short-term goes up, long-term goes up. You say, well, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that is that you cut your margins, okay? So short-term, on the profitability side, there's still some positive effect. Long-term profitability goes down. And this relates to the branding that Laura Rees talked about, because as you're discounting your products, you lose brand value. And if you discount too frequently, people actually don't want to pay the regular price anymore. They say, I'll just wait till the next promotion, and then I'll buy. But then when everybody does that, your profit margins get squeezed. Okay? So promotions, rebates are fine if they're done once in a while, but not a long-run strategy. Okay? Now then the question is, well, do investors know that? Okay, well, actually they do. Because you see there that negative long-term profit effect in the second row is mirrored by a negative long-run firm value effect. So it's a very interesting phenomenon going on in the market, in the investor marketplace, okay? So firms that innovate get rewarded by the stock market, both short and long term, and firms that do more rebates, they may get a little bit of short-term lift, yes, but long-term, their value goes down. Okay? So the investor market's actually pretty clever. They see through the fact that you're raising your revenue by constantly offering better deals, and that's not a good long-run strategy. Okay? So I have just an example here for SUVs. I have a half a dozen brands there, some Japanese brands and some American brands, and they all behave the same way. When they offer $1,000 more in rebate, their market value goes down. And when they offer a new product introduction, their market value goes up. Okay. So on the investor side, the message is quite clear that even though we think that markets are so short-term oriented, they're really not. They really do look at innovation as a positive contributor, and that is wonderful news for anybody needing funds in order to conduct innovation. That's really great news. There is not much evidence of myopia in the markets. Here's an example. You may recognize this car. This is a minivan this is a Honda minivan. And so here's what happened in the 90s. Every time they sold one before 99, the company made, about $1,200 or $1,300 profit. And then something happened in 99, and suddenly they make $3,500 profits on each car sold. But it's the same car. It's just like you see it there. Maybe slightly different headlights or something, but it's basically the same car, except for one thing. If anyone here has a minivan, you will appreciate this. If you have a minivan, there's 2 people in the front, 3 people in the middle, and then 3 people in the back, right? So 8 people can sit there, wonderful. But there's a problem. There is no more room for luggage. Because that third row allows maybe this much room for luggage. That's the problem, okay? And you say, well, there's a solution for that. That third row, you take it out, and you put it in the garage. And now you can only carry 5 people, but you have a big trunk. Okay? The problem is, you have to take that thing out, put it in the garage. Hopefully you have a garage, okay? So this is really a hassle. What the engineers at Honda did, they figured out a way to take that third row and sink it into the platform of the car. That's the innovation, okay? Just take it up and sink it into the platform, and as you probably know, since then others have imitated that, okay? Now what does that innovation do? It triples the profitability of the car sold. The sales also went up quite a bit, but it's that profitability that interests me here the most, because that's going to drive the value, of course, of the firm, and also, as you see, it's very, very sustained. It stays at a high level. Okay. All right. I have one last conclusion before, or one last point before getting to my overall conclusions, and that is the question that I promised I would answer. Do you have to wait a long time before you see the results and your investors get rewarded? Again, there's good news here. I showed you earlier the product life cycle, that S-shape. From the start till the peak, in cars, for example, it's typically about 5 or 6 years. Okay, so it takes a long time before you reach that peak potential. But what if you have an innovation? How long does it take the investor community to figure out that that's a winner? Okay. Well, we know that at least in the US market, because there is a market research firm there, and this gets me to the big data point, that registers most of the car sales in the country. They have a network of dealers, it's about 70% of the country, where when you buy your car, as you do the transaction, all the data gets shipped to that market research firm, and they just add it all up. And every Friday, they organize a telephone call. And you have to pay to listen to the call. What do they do on the call? It's very boring. They just go through all the car models and they say, this week they sold so many, and importantly, they sold at, let's say, 95% of full price or 72% of full price, which gives you an idea of how much bargaining there is. And therefore, that attracts profitability. Okay. Now, the people listening on the call on Friday, of course, are, first of all, the automotive executives. They want to know how their cars are doing. But the other people listening are the stock analysts, okay, that are influencing the investor community. And they're listening, and then they do buy or sell orders in function of these numbers. And so what happens as a result of that information spreading quickly, the stock market, at least in my example here, makes up its mind about the value of the innovation in, about 6 to 7 weeks. Okay. So if you're an investor, even though on the consumer side, the fruit of your innovation won't be seen till maybe 3, 4, 5 years later, the rewards in terms of firm value kick in, as you see there, 6, 7, 8 weeks. But only if there's transparency. Okay. So in other words, there's some data available, which makes me raise an important issue about this whole field into the 21st century. The more transparency we have about which innovations are doing well, leave it up to the investors to make the long-run inferences. They can do that. So that in a matter of weeks, you could give your investor community the rewards that they look for taking a risk. And that, again, is very good news for product innovation, because with short-term rewards, of course, comes a higher willingness to make the investment. Okay. So I'm ready to conclude, and my conclusion goes as follows. You know, innovation is a positive thing, but it's risky, and it often leads to failure. So those are problems. However, we've learned about patterns of adoption, and we can apply these patterns to every new innovation and make a reasonable prediction as to whether the innovation will be successful, or if it's not going to be successful, teach management what to change to make it successful. So that's sort of point one, okay? Point two, innovation is not only about better products. There are 5 other criteria, and I've reviewed them, having a lot to do with what are you expecting your consumers to do, how much of their behavior has to change, because that impacts their willingness to adopt the innovation. Point 3, don't worry about these statements that the stock market only looks at short term. It looks like it's true, but it's not true. They are very much long run invented, and you get rewarded for innovative policies in the financial markets. And number 4, the reaction is much faster on the investor market than it is on the consumer market. And that's also good news in the sense that you can reap the benefits, the financial benefits of your innovation more quickly than the consumer benefits will materialize over time. So I'll stop here. I very much appreciate this opportunity, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Dominic, for sharing your views on innovation in marketing. Now, Lalit, I think energy levels are really dropping, yeah? I see people falling, and I think they're waiting for lunch. तो कुछ तो कराएं इन्हें.
भाई जब लंच का वेट हो रहा है तो लंच ही कराना चाहिए या कुछ और? क्या कहते हैं आप लोग? Hello?
Are you listening?
Okay, so let's do one exercise. Can you please switch it? Okay, can you please stand up? Can you please stand up for a moment?
Please stand up.
Please stand up for a moment. Yeah, बहुत देर हो गई बैठे बैठे.
तो एक बार let's just
Oh,
stretch.
come on.
थोड़ा सा left right थोड़ा stretch कर लेते हैं.
Now थोड़ा सा stretch करते हैं. Can we stretch a little bit? Yes, come on, with a nice music. Wonderful. This is the country of yoga. This is the country of health-aware people. Please. Yes, yes. Come on, शर्माओ मत यार. सुबह करते हैं, नहीं करते हो अभी कर दो. Let's on. Yeah. Please. Music, loud music. मजा नहीं आ रहा music. भंगड़ा लगा दो.
अच्छा ललित अब थोड़ा सा ना ice breaker करा
Now,
देते हैं.
let's play one game. Let's play one game. Okay, yeah, Swati.
Because we here in India now, we celebrate almost all the joyous and prestigious occasions with some kind of dancing. Lalit, आप अभी करते हैं?
Exactly.
So क्या करेंगे ना? You all have to just follow us. Don't do anything, just follow us. Lalit आपको एक step देंगे and we all have to follow him. Okay?
Okay.
And with the music.
So for next 5 minutes, I am your health coach. Okay? Oh my God. Oh yes. Sir, lunch is exactly ready. But yes, we have a small session after this. और उसके बाद जबरदस्त पराठे बन रहे पता नहीं. I don't know. Sorry. Okay. So we will. Okay. So we'll do one exercise. Yeah. क्या exercise थी? Yeah.
So what you have to do is very simple. Snap, snap and clap. एक बार ललित आप करके दिखाओ. Snap, snap, clap. Together. एक बार practice करेंगे and then with the music. Snap, snap, clap.
Snap, snap, clap. Yeah, खुल के. Snap, snap, clap. Yeah, Manan ji. Yes, come on. Let's exercise. Let's move your body. Yeah, come on. With energy, with more energy. Yeah, snap, snap, clap. Yeah, let's clap for India. Let's clap for India. Let's clap for WMS. Let's clap for World Marketing Summit. Are you with us? Amazing, guys. Thank you very much. Please be seated. And now, a fantastic session, जिनका हमें इंतजार था बहुत देर से. Honestly speaking, मैं बहुत देर से इनका इंतजार कर रहा था और इससे पहले मैं सिर्फ 2 लोगों को स्टेज पे बुलाना चाहूँगा. इंडिया ऑस्ट्रेलिया स्ट्रेटेजिक अलायंस के डायरेक्टर हमारे बीच में हैं, डॉक्टर जगविंदर सिंह विर्क. डॉक्टर साहब का मैं स्वागत करता हूं स्टेज पर और डॉक्टर साहब को वेलकम करने के लिए डॉक्टर साहब प्लीज कम ऑन द स्टेज.
Can we have a big hand?
Yeah. And I would like to request Anshul Joshi ji, please welcome him. And our next guest is a very renowned name, Investors Clinic. बहुत सारे घर बेचे हैं इन्होंने. And I would like to invite Devinder Sahani. He is Assistant Director of Investors Clinic. Sir, please come on the stage. We would like to welcome you. And I will request Anshul Joshi, please felicitate them. Yes, they are fantastic people. दोस्तों मजा आ रहा है या नहीं आ रहा है? भाई इस कोने में बड़ा मजा आ रहा है. शायद वहाँ आवाज ज़्यादा अच्छी आती है. Okay, okay. So now,
So can we all clap once for all of us present here? And जो सबसे ज़्यादा clap करेगा उससे मिलेगा 3 BHK flat in Delhi or Gurgaon that you will choose. ललित जी
yeah,
आपको
from
3
Investors
BHK.
Clinic. सर बहुत ऐड कर दी आपकी, बाद में मिल लेना मेरे को. Thank you sir, thank you so much, Okay. So now, thank you sir, please move fast.
Next up, we have Anshul Joshi, the Cluster Lead, Retail, E-commerce and Education, Google Marketing Platforms. And about Anshul Joshi.
Yeah, Anshul Joshi is experienced sales consultant in the media, advertising and communication domain with a demonstrated history of working in the internet industry. A strong sales professional with an MBA in marketing and strategy from Indian School of Business. So friends, there is a guy with us who is from Google. So, एक बार जोरदार तालियां तो बनती है. And I would like to request Dr. Pradeep Mehra, CEO Atal Incubation Center, to felicitate Anshul Joshi ji. I would like to request Dr. Pradeep Mehra, please come on the stage.
Anshul sir, I'd just like to say something about your smile. I think it has brightened the entire room. You've got such a lovely smile. And Lalit, I think मैंने सिर्फ 2 beautiful smiles देखी अपनी पूरी life में आज तक, and I'm not lying. एक माधुरी दीक्षित की and एक अंशुल जोशी की.
Oh, wonderful. What about me? मुझे भूल गए. Sir, please.
Thank you so much. It's very kind of you to say, and I think it takes an equally bright and gorgeous person to actually be kind enough to give such a compliment. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Can I have the slides up, please? I'm actually just going to use this mic. It's working great. Thank you. Yeah. Should be on. Awesome. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It is indeed a pleasure. I'm deeply humbled and privileged to be sharing the stage with such eminent speakers today. It's going to be a really tough act to follow. And of course, it doesn't help that I'm also one of the sessions standing between you and lunch. But I'm going to try and make it worth your time. Over the next 20 to 30 minutes, I'm going to be speaking about how technology is enabling advertisers to move into the predictive era of marketing. It is no longer enough for businesses to just rely on analytics, which is getting a historical perspective of what's already happened. It is becoming more and more fundamental to be looking ahead and actually entering the digital, predictive era of digital marketing. It's working, sorry. While we get that fixed. Yes. Oh, wait, skipped a few slides. Great, so marketers in India today are operating in a fundamentally different world to what it was even just a decade ago. Of the $13.6 billion in advertising expenditure projected in 2020, $4 billion, or close to 30%, is going to be on digital. And digital growth, in fact, is going to outpace the growth of total advertising expenditure by 2x. In about 5 years, digital is projected to become the most dominant advertising medium, even commanding more share of wallet than television. So what does this really mean? Essentially, marketers are working. Essentially, marketers have access to more campaign data and customer information than ever at their disposal. Also, the ads ecosystem is becoming extremely cluttered, and for marketers to get their message to the right user at the right time, in the right context, is becoming harder and harder. So unless they embrace technology, they're not going to be able to manage to stay relevant in the marketing domain for very long. Okay. And what is at the center of this growth is a wave of shifting consumer behavior. We no longer actually go online. We, in fact, live online. By a quick show of hands, how many of you, before waking up in the morning, the first thing you did was use your phone to either check messages or emails or just generally browse? Just a quick show of hands. Yep. And how many of you, actually browse your devices right before going to bed? Yeah, so it's pretty evident, right? There is no such thing as an online session anymore, right? We are always online, constantly. Every single day, billions of people actually, browse around to fulfill their various needs, whether it's just finding the right information, whether it's watching a how-to video on YouTube, or whether it's finding the right product that you've been looking for the longest time. So, mobile is no longer just a tech device that we hold in our hands. It is indeed human and consumer behavior. And it's this change in behavior that's leading to higher consumer expectations from marketers as well. Now, customers, of course, we all know, have always been at the center of marketing, right? But capturing their attention has been increasingly difficult over the last few years. Now, as the lines between online and offline are blurring, customers expect their interactions with brands to be ever more meaningful. They respond to marketing messages which are timely, tailored, and targeted to their needs. So those being connections which are well sequenced over time, they're consistent over different devices, and they expect content and messaging to be personalized to their own different contexts and needs. And there is a very strong imperative even for brands to actually respond to these rising consumer expectations. But how do brands actually do that? How do they respond to these consumer expectations, in the right manner? So, Google commissioned global research with BCG just last year, with a view to understanding that. This research was a part of a broader global study, which covered around 200 odd brands, 30 of which were from India, Southeast Asia, and Hong Kong. It was a combination of detailed surveys followed by in-depth interviews. And the main purpose of the study was to find out what are the best practices in digital marketing, what is the value brands seeing from adopting these digital marketing best practices, and how do they actually go about doing so, right? As an outcome of this research, BCG classified the brands into 4 distinct buckets of digital marketing maturity, starting from nascent for the brands who had just started to take their first steps in digital marketing, all the way to multi-moment for the most advanced brands. In India, majority of the brands, around 50% plus, in the second bucket, in the emerging stage. So most of them had actually done some sort of a start towards digital marketing maturity. And only about 6% odd actually fell in the multi-moment stage. And only around 10% were in the nascent, while around approximately 30% were in the connected stage as well. So interestingly, this trend was consistent not just in India, but across the globe. So even if you look at numbers which were from APAC or the Americas, these numbers are largely the same. And BCG identified that there were around 6 technical and 6 organizational factors that differentiate the success for these brands. For example, if you talk about the technical aspect of this, connected data, or effectively collecting the right kind of consumer signals from the various touch points that a brand has on their online properties, whether it's their website, their app, or any other property, is the first one. Automated media buying as well as content production. So the use of technology to actually help you do that was the second one. The third one was having a measurement infrastructure which actually allows you to optimize your marketing spends while keeping your business objectives as the main KPIs in mind. There were also 3 organizational factors that support and surround these technical factors. So for example, strategic partnerships with agencies as well as third parties to supplement the skill sets that advertisers already have in-house. Having specialist skills in-house, whether it's channel specialists or measurement experts or data scientists, and finally cross-functional teams operating with agile principles and being sponsored by the C-suite. So unless your very top management is actually invested in making sure that digital marketing works for you, it's very improbable that you'll actually see the benefits of data-driven marketing. So why should brands even actually care about being good at this? Why should brands even care about digital marketing maturity? And that was the second finding of this research by BCG, which said that the brands that actually manage to do data-driven marketing right, they actually manage to create these consumer experiences in a consistent manner, they see on an average 11% incremental revenues as well as 17% cost efficiencies as a result of doing so. So, technological and organizational maturity has tangible benefits for advertisers in today's digital age. So, if we already know what's working for brands and how do you go about actually being good at sort of creating these consumer connections, what's basically stopping brands from doing that? So the first factor is around unifying your data across all organizational touch points. Today what we see is that a lot of brands work with what we call as point solutions or different vendors for different needs. For example, there could be a different provider for your website and app analytics, a different provider for your media buying services, for ad serving, and the works, right? And the problem with this is that these technologies don't talk to each other in the seamless manner that you'd expect. Most of these technologies utilize a fairly archaic piece of technology called as the cookie. Has anyone here heard of a web cookie? A browser cookie? Yep. So just for the benefit of those who haven't, a cookie is a very small piece of technology that basically allows these technology service providers to be able to understand consumers and follow them around on the internet to show them relevant marketing messages, right? And each technology vendor uses their own technology ecosystem and fundamentally cannot read each other's technology cookie, right? So what this means is that marketers are unable to get a unified view of a consumer across their different touch points. That's one big sort of pitfall. And the second one is that it prevents timely activation of a brand's customer information for different digital marketing purposes. And this, although is not the only thing that actually makes this difficult to create these seamless consumer experiences, the industry has also been shifting gradually to meet the higher consumer expectations over time. So first one is around privacy, for example. Like there are multiple regulatory changes that are actually changing the way brands are allowed to sort of use customer information and share it with various technology providers to enable services like digital marketing or personalization on their websites and the works. You might have already heard of the European Union regulation called as GDPR, or General Data Protection Regulation. It's fundamentally changed the way in which brands need to actually get permission from consumers to be able to use their marketing data for multiple use cases. Similarly, there are implications around control. Browsers have evolved over time to be able to limit what kind of use cases are possible through the use of these cookies, right? And the last one being choice. Consumers should be able to opt out of being tracked in the online ecosystem if they so choose. And technology and browsers and companies are basically evolving to ensure that they are respecting these consumer choices and being more thoughtful and respectful of consumers' wishes to be able to stay relevant. At this point, it's pertinent to reflect how far along we've actually come. So in the initial days, marketing was characterized by what was called as the broadcast era, right? We are all pretty much familiar with this. Traditional media channels like print or radio fell in that category, right? You would try and identify a certain environment which would attract audiences, which were in your target group, and to be able to sort of speak to them in a meaningful fashion. For example, if you wanted to reach out to people from the business community, you know that if, you could probably advertise in the Economic Times and you'd be able to reach out to users who are largely relevant, right? But then, with the advent of technology, we moved into what is known as the precision era of marketing. This was characterized by advances in search advertising, programmatic advertising, and essentially allowed brands to use a little bit more customer information to be able to create their messages and reach out to audiences who were relevant for their brand. It did not matter if a user who was in a finance mindset, for example, was browsing around a website such as moneycontrol.com or simply sort of looking at an entertainment blog on Yahoo. This technology essentially allowed you to reach out to these consumers no matter where they were, as long as these were the right consumers for your brand. Today, in the predictive era, we try and deliver the best of both the worlds while ensuring that we respect consumer privacy. How do we help you, brands or marketers, to actually deliver both the reach to existing and new consumers in the most targeted, personalized manner while respecting consumer opt-in? Later in the discussion, I will walk you through a couple of case studies which illustrate the point around what is the difference between precision marketing and predictive marketing. But in this new predictive era, it's largely characterized by three broad trends. One is that while the amount of data that's available to marketers is huge, the use cases for which this data can be used are becoming more and more limited. We are operating in a world of much greater complexity in both finding the relevant consumers in the digital ecosystem, as well as engaging with them in a meaningful fashion. And finally, consumer privacy considerations are increasingly more relevant. They require brands to become more thoughtful and more sensitive to consumers' preferences, as well as more responsible in the way they handle consumer data. So, what do marketers need to do to actually respond to these kind of changes? They need to invest in this privacy-first and user-centric future today, because the marketing goals haven't changed, but the stakes have definitely increased. Marketers still want to be able to reach out to their consumers and measure the audiences efficiently. They need to sort of do that in a privacy-first approach, and by investing in longer-term strategies which are built on solutions which actually respect user choice and transparency. We appreciate that some of these best practices are not necessarily new, but they become especially important, especially when you think about future-proofing your marketing strategies going forward. Predictive capabilities are actually ushering businesses in the new era of marketing. So Google Marketing Platform, along with Google Cloud, can actually make businesses work a lot more efficiently there. using the existing capabilities of your marketing technology stack, combined with your customer data, you don't actually have to reinvent the wheel by having to add new point players anymore. So Google Cloud has an ability to actually ingest consumer information from multiple touch points, whether it's your CRM systems, whether it's your web analytics, whether it's your media buying, and actually allow you to get a single view or a seamless view of the consumers. And this does not just include point-in-time data. This includes, big data as well, which is kind of, always flowing and constantly sort of evolving, and very, very large treasure troves of data. When you combine this with Google Marketing Platform, which allows you to engage with your users on different media buying properties, you are actually able to, use technology to the fullest to ensure that, your marketing objectives are met. And all of this is actually being made possible by advances in machine learning and automation, which is fundamentally changing the way Google and other companies are actually doing things these days. They are creating relevant ad experiences. They are enabling reliable measurement for marketers, and we've actually doubled down on machine learning and automation to actually help marketers reach the desired audiences and effectively measure how their investments are doing. So without sort of boring you with any more theory, I'll walk you through a quick example of what this looks like in practice, starting with what precision advertising is. A couple of years ago, Mondelez in India wanted to drive brand salience for several brands under their umbrella, Dairy Milk, Gems, Oreos, etc., by associating with cricket as a property, right? Cricket in India, we all know, is nothing short of a religion, right? And all the brands actually want to do it. But the challenge was they were not really sponsoring any IPL teams or properties, and they wanted to do this in a cost-effective manner. And this is where they actually leveraged technology in a very smart fashion. Does everyone know what ClickBuzz is? Yep. So ClickBuzz provided Mondelez with something called as a live sports feed, which essentially gave them live scores of the teams as the match was on. Using this information and Google technology, Mondelez was able to change the message that users actually saw on digital as the match was live. For example, if Rajasthan Royals was batting and the player happened to hit a 6, all the users on their mobiles and desktop who were actually in Mondelez's TG would see an ad for Dairy Milk with the first communication on the top left-hand side. Or as an example, if the team that was actually bowling was Mumbai Indians and there was actually a wicket, in real time, the messaging would actually change to Oreos, how's that people, we are Oreo people. This sort of personalization of messaging based on what was happening outside, in the outside environment, actually allowed Mondelez to get 3x better engagement than they would have with a standard campaign. And this is an excellent example of what precision marketing looks like. Rather than showing the same ad to all the users all the time, Mondelez as a brand brought together multiple sort of brands under its umbrella and customized the messaging that consumers saw in a very privacy safe and respectful manner. And this allowed them to get a really good marketing outcome, right? So the two things to keep in mind here is, number one, they used information which was largely historic, right? The match or the event or the cricketing moment had already happened. The other thing was that they focused on media or marketing KPI, which was click-through rates in this case, to optimize the campaign. And this was possible even 2 years back. More recently, ICICI Prudential Life actually came to us with a business challenge of driving digital marketing efficiencies across the marketing funnel. That is, they wanted to generate more qualified leads at a lower cost and convert more at a higher value. In order to do that, ICICI Pru Life actually deployed an integrated marketing technology stack and leveraged machine learning and automation to actually use all information that was possible available to them to classify the leads into high or low propensity, right? Basis how likely was this consumer who's actually left their information on the website to actually convert if they actually reached out to them on paid media or through their call center. Through technology integrations, they could give this information to the call center in real time, but also use the media buying platform to change their advertising messages in real time. What this allowed them to do was get higher sales, better session quality, higher leads, and much higher return on ad spend. What fundamentally changed was, rather than relying on historic information, ICICI Prudential Life was able to predict which customer was likely to convert basis the information that, that they had available, and prioritize their consumer engagement in that manner. So, as you can see, the two big differences from the previous example of precision marketing to the current example of predictive marketing is that you're not just using historic information, you're actually using predictive information to engage with your consumers and figuring out which your priority segments should be. And you're not optimizing on media objectives like click-through rate. You're actually optimizing to deliver on real business results. Future of digital marketing is definitely being transformed by technology. Big data, automation, immersive technologies, and smart technologies are changing the way that brands are analyzing their consumer data and interacting with their audiences, who in turn are actually getting more and more savvy and expect a truly personalized experience. And so again, this is not the future, this is happening today, and it's a time to get started. Successful business performance today relies on brands and their ability to be able to predict what their consumers will do and respond to them with the relevant information and timely messaging, and basically drive much greater salience and better business results. That's because with machine learning technologies, KPIs no longer have to be analytic outputs, but rather data inputs that help train algorithms to anticipate opportunities for growth. Thank you everyone for your time and being an attentive audience. It's a pleasure.
Thank you so much, Anshul Joshi, and we'd like you to stay back to felicitate our guest of honor, Dr. Ajay Kumar, Director, GL Bajaj Institute of Management and Research, Greater Noida. Can we have you on stage, sir? If you show a bit more energy, I promise we'll proceed towards the lunch very, very fast. Thank you, Anshul. And now we have reached the moment, the most awaited moment of this entire day, that is before lunch. We have reached the Kotler Awards. Can we make some noise, please? All right, so does anybody know about the Kotler Awards? Anybody here knows about the Kotler Awards? No one? I'm sure a lot of us know about the Kotler Awards. It is in the honor of Professor Philip Kotler, who's the marketing guru, the modern marketing guru. And this is basically to felicitate people and different individuals and agencies who have contributed significantly and remarkably shown great practices in the industry. So, Kotler Awards happens in different parts of the country, and last year, the Presidential Award, the Presidential Kotler Award was given to PM Narendra Modi. Can we make some noise? And for the first time, it is happening in India this year. So 2020 is definitely one milestone for us. Yes? Yes. Only few people are making some noise there. All right, so we will proceed with the award ceremony. And can I please request Laura Rees to give away the awards to the awardees? I think we are already flawed with your beauty, ma'am, and already a lot of us are crushing over you. Yes, gentlemen? Yes. Okay, to start with, the first name in the award category is for the Industry Achiever Excellence Award, Innovation in Power Supply Systems, Concurrent Control Systems, Madhu Group. And the name of the nominee is Bharat Goyal, Concurrent Control Systems, who's the CEO of the company. Talking about their company, it was established in the year 1986, and they are national award winners and one of the most respected ones in the industry. A big hand for all of them. Awardee, Concurrent Control Systems, Madhu Group. Once again, can we have a big round of applause for them? The second awardee, Iconic Achiever, Social Entrepreneur of the Year, SJ Security Systems, Sanjay Jindal, CEO of the company. You know, we should have some victory music for them. Next up is the Indian Achiever Excellence Award, Business Coach and Mentor, Gulraj S. Shahapuri. I'd request all the awardees to come dancing up on the stage and go dancing back. How about that? A small dance move from you before you leave the stage. Next up is the Iconic Achiever Promising Young Talent of the Year, Tressa Systems Private Limited, and the name of the awardee is Shravan Kokru. Of Marketing and Communications. Congratulations. Next up is the Iconic Achievers Young Entrepreneur of the Year, Nizamia Education Group, Mr. Maqsood Ahmad. Excellence Award, Business Development Education, Mr. Sagar Bahadur. Can we all acknowledge the awardees, please? Industrial Achiever, Health and Wellness, Award Healthcare. And the award goes to Ashok Nair, MD and GM. Winners never quit and quitters never win. Next up is the Excellence in Healthcare category RX. Name of the company, Apollo Hospital Enterprise Limited. And the award goes to Sanjeev Kumar Gaur.
Hello. Hello, hello. 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 Hello.
Congratulations. Industry Achiever, Power and Energy Safety. Name of the company, BSCS Rajdhani Power Limited. And the awardee is Sanjay Garg. Next up, Excellence Award. Next up, Excellence Award, Influential Online Trainer, Stock Trade. Mr. Vishal B. Malkan. Can we have you on stage? So you have to come dancing up. In the institutional categories, Excellence Award, Best in Global Orientation, ASM Group of Institute, and the award goes to Sandeep Pachpande. Excellent performance in healthcare. Apollo Hospital Enterprise Limited, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Gaur. Iconic achiever, real estate industry. Name of the company, Gitanjali Homestay Private Limited. And the award goes to Sunil Sisodia. Strategic Marketing Management Excellence Award, Best in Business Analytics. Wisman's Solutions Private Limited. And the award goes to Sachin Manan. Let's have some music. Iconic Achiever, Marketer of the Year, Award Healthcare, and the award goes to Yashpal Bhandari. Iconic Achiever Award, Applied Technology for Education, Redefining Technology India LLP. And the award goes to Sanjeev Jetli. Thank you so much, Laura, for awarding the first set of awardees. Thank you so much. So our guest of honor is here, Dr. Ajay Kumar, Director, GL Bajaj Institute of Management and Research, Greater Noida. Can I please request Mr. Anshul Joshi to felicitate him? Can we all make some noise? Can I have some music?
Can you ask Laura ma'am also to join?
Can I also request Ms. Laura Rees to felicitate sir? Can I now request Ms. Sadia Kibria to award the next set of awardees? Iconic Achiever, E-commerce and Social Media, First Page Consultants, and the award goes to Hitesh Aswani. Excellence Award, New Service Introduction, Eco-Friendly Landscaping and Garden Designing, Saraswati Enterprises, and the award goes to Manisha. Manisha, are you around? Iconic Achievers Young Entrepreneur of the Year, Nizamia Education Group. And the award goes to Maqsood Ahmad. Iconic Achiever CEO of the Year, Healthcare, Abbott Healthcare. And the award goes to Ashok Nair. Strategic Management Excellence Award. Strategic Management Excellence Award. Oh my God, and look who's here. Someone who has defied beauty. Someone who has created a history. Someone we all have been looking up to since ever and forever. The gorgeous, the most amazing person in the beauty industry, none other than, can we make some noise for Shehnaz Hussain? The biggest name in the beauty industry, a name that needs no introduction at all. वो खुद ही जानते हैं बुलंदी आसमानों की, वो खुद ही जानते हैं बुलंदी आसमानों की, तालीम नहीं दी जाती परिंदों को उड़ानों की. A pioneer who has given a new definition to beauty in this era. Can I please invite on stage Miss Shehnaz Hussain. Icon of the Year, Beauty Industry. The award goes to none other than Shehnaz Hussain. Can I request the entire WMS team to accompany her, and also Miss Laura Rees. The entire WMS team to accompany Miss Shehnaz Hussain. Can I invite the entire WMS India team to accompany Ms. Shehnaz Hussain?
जिसका हमें इंतजार था वो घड़ी आ गई। और दोस्तों बिलीव मी, जब हम मैम को इनवाइट करने गए थे, हम लोगों ने 2 घंटे बिताए मैम के साथ और उन्होंने यही बोला था, ललित कमिटमेंट नहीं करूंगी पर कोशिश करूंगी। और मैंने सिर्फ एक ही बात कही थी कि मैम मैं जानता हूं हमारा प्यार आपको खींच के लाएगा, और आज वो हमारे बीच में है। एक बार जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए। शहनाज हुसैन, अ लिविंग लेजेंड, एक ऐसी पर्सनालिटी, एक ऐसी शख्सियत जिसने भारत का नाम पूरी दुनिया में रोशन किया, जिसने बताया कि यस, आयुर्वेदा और हर्बल के साथ मिलकर हजारों करोड़ का एम्पायर कैसे खड़ा किया जा सकता है। वो आज हमारे बीच में है, जिन पर हार्वर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी ने पूरे रिसर्च लिखी है। दुनिया की ऐसी कोई यूनिवर्सिटी नहीं है जहां पर शहनाज हुसैन की रिसर्च ना हो, और दुनिया में ऐसा कोई अवार्ड नहीं है जो शायद इनसे वंचित हो। मेरे ख्याल से जब मैं इनके घर गया तो मैं तो देख भी नहीं पाया, जो बहुत कुछ मैम, वाकई मजा आ गया। लेकिन इससे बड़ी बात, हमने अपनी जिंदगी में बहुत सारे सक्सेसफुल लोगों को देखा है, बट हमने ऐसे बहुत कम लोगों को देखा है जिन्होंने आसमान को छुआ लेकिन पांव फिर भी जमीन पर थे। ऐसे लोग बहुत कम देखे हैं, जिनमें शहनाज मैम है। सो वी आर रियली 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 ऑब्लाइज्ड कि आपने अपने कीमती समय में से समय निकाला। और मैं जानता हूं भी मैम के 2 प्रोग्राम और हैं और इनको कॉल्स पे कॉल्स आ रहे हैं, लेकिन ये बस हमारा प्यार है जो हमारे बीच में आए हैं। और मैं चाहूंगा मैम 2 शब्द, कुछ ऐसे कि आज इन सब लोगों की जिंदगी बदल जाए, मैं 2 शब्द आपसे जरूर चाहूंगा।
It's very hard to say thank you to all this love, concern, and admiration. I don't think I deserve it. But my work is a little different to what you think. With cosmetic empires pumping billions of dollars into a hysterically mad cosmetic industry, selling youth in dreams in bottle jars. There, I stood up alone and sold India's 3,000-year-old civilization in a jar. It was not easy. As far as I am concerned, I don't believe in destiny. We make our own destiny. We will be what we will ourselves to be. The reason why I started this journey is also a little unusual. I was very small. I was engaged at 14, married at 15. At 16, my daughter was 1 year old. I started my studies, and when I used to go to school, there was a girl in class. She used to leave a very beautiful model outside and come inside. And I said, why did you bring her inside? She's so lovely. Oh, she's my mother. She's blind. I said, why? What happened? She said, oh, she was a model for an eye makeup company. And gradually she started seeing blur. And then she finally became blind. So I thought that if a woman can go blind with the use of an eyeliner, there's something wrong with the beauty business. And that is where the story of Ayurveda started. I am not educated in business at all. I specialized in cosmetic chemistry and then went on gradually to create a brand. I was first a case study in Harvard and then now a subject at Harvard. And every year in February they have an exam. And the name of the subject is Shehnaaz Hussain, Emerging Markets, on how I created a brand without publicity. All of you in marketing, and I think I'm very different to all of you because I'm sure you believe that advertising is very important, but I believe that the word of mouth sells. It takes time, but it will finally show results. I remember somebody wanted to pay me a huge, huge amount, maybe $500,000 to just buy my name and use my name And I said, why are you wasting time on me? I'm a woman, I'm moody. I might change my mind, I'm dangerous. I can do anything, anytime. You know, why don't you, in half the amount, create your own brand? And they said, we're not buying your name. We're not interested in your brand. We're buying time. 30 years of time, all the money in the world cannot buy. What I did was that maybe all of you can teach that in your school, the way I lectured in Harvard and MIT, that I used to fly into a country in the morning, speak on plant power, the dangers of chemicals, the power of herbs, and fly back. And with nothing to demand, nothing to say except educate yourself on the dangers of chemicals and power of herbs. The way drop by drop, a drop of water wears away a rock, in the same way I think the human race is using chemicals, not only for beauty, but for everything else, and heading towards sure and certain death. So I really think that all of us should work in marketing on educating your people, on going organic, going herbal, and not taking the chemical route. Thank you so much for being still, audience. That's my PR boy. You know, I was in New York and I held a press conference on Ayurveda and went on speaking on how great India is, how great the power of herbs is, and how good we are in herbs. And someone stood up and said that you have herbs, so do we. You have cosmetics, so do we. So how are you different from us? You seem to have a superiority complex for India. And I said that, well, you have herbs, so do we. You have cosmetics, so do we. But we are 3000 BC, 3000 years ahead of our knowledge. So as far as Ayurveda is concerned, we are superior. That is my concern for the Western cosmetic world. I say when I'm walking and I see a wall, I was saying this to somebody in the coffee area, and I see a wall, I don't turn my back and turn away. I make my door and walk through and let the world fall into place. That has been my constant concern, that I just go on until my journey in wiping out chemicals is complete. And very few of you will know how powerful Ayurveda is until you understand the power of Ayurveda. I don't want to spend more of my time because I've got another commitment. But you know, Barbara Cartlin, Princess Diana's grandmother, she rang me up. She said that my cousin has gone blind suddenly. He was a computer engineer. He grew blind. Suddenly, one morning, he got up and could see. And you know, that happened to my mother. My mother, one day walked in the room and she said, Shanaz, put on the light. And the chandelier was on. I realized my mother had gone blind. So I thought, that's tough. So I took her to every doctor in the world that I could, and they said that we have no cure, she's just blind, and that's it. So I rang up various marketing companies, do you have something for blindness? And they said, well, for this we have no cure because you don't know the reason why she went blind. So I got all my chemists together. We went back to Ayurveda, to 3,000 years of knowledge. After all, when the world had no chemicals, India always had herbs. Centuries later, chemicals came in. Your world also had herbs wherever you are, and so did India. So I started working on this, and I made a drop, which I gave to my mother. I said, Mommy, you know, this is all I can help you with. You use these drops, and I'm sure you will improve. And she went on using the drops because nobody else had any other cure. And about 6 months later, I was in UK for a press conference, and I got a call from her attendant that, ma'am, I took your mother for a walk and you can see the color of the flowers. And when my mother passed away, she was reading newspapers. So then Barbara Cartlin rang up and said that this cousin of mine has suddenly gone blind. His name is Michael. I can give you information on him after I'm gone. And he suddenly can't see. Can you help? And I gave him these same drops. And today he's gone back to work. And his mother wrote back, she's a real estate agent in London, that now Michael can see his baby frown. That means that Michael's got back his eyes. So none of you can understand the power of Ayurveda. It's got nothing to do with me at all. It's just a science, a history, and a very, very ancient civilization. Thank you for being with me today. Thank you for having me over. I would like to say that there's a magazine in the US called Success. And I got the award of the world's greatest woman entrepreneur, which will make all the women smile. But one thing very unusual, as the first woman to receive that award in 104 years. For 103 years, only men had got the award. I was the first woman to get the Success Award as the world's greatest woman entrepreneur. They must have done their homework. I didn't. Okay, thank you for being a lovely audience. Thank you for being with me today. And take care and keep smiling always, always. Thank you.
सो दोस्तों, थोड़ी सी जर्नी अपनी बताई शहनाज हुसैन जी ने. बिलीव मी, ये जितनी सिंपल, जितनी डाउन टू अर्थ दिखती हैं, जब मैं इनके घर गया तो मुझे इनकी जर्नी देखी थी. हमने 15 मिनट का अपॉइंटमेंट रखा था मैम शायद आपसे, और हम 2.5 घंटे बैठे थे और हम सिर्फ हर बात पे यही बोलते थे, ओह ऐसा हुआ, ऐसा हुआ, ऐसा हुआ. एंड शी इज राइट इन फ्रंट ऑफ अस. मुझे तो बिलीव भी नहीं हो रहा है. एंड दोस्तों, मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा एक बार गूगल पे जाके मैम की लाइफ हिस्ट्री देखिएगा. एक बार देखिएगा इन्होंने क्या क्या स्ट्रगल किया है. वो शहनाज हुसैन, आप खुद बोलना चाहते हैं? यस यस.
I just thought I'll just tell you something that I told them and it made them smile. Is that when I was going to school, I was in Iran, where my husband was posted. I used to write articles for them on beauty. And one day, I needed the money to pay my fees because I had no money. And I deposited money in the school before I went. And one day I got a letter from the editor saying, please,
Yes.
thank you, that dear Shehnaz, your writing is illegible. Either stop writing or start typing. So I said, oh my God, I've lost my job. So I started typing. But because I didn't know typing and I was into cosmetics, I used to type 10,000 words a week with one finger. And my finger became so sore that the flesh came out, used to bleed. So one thing I do every morning is get up, wipe my fingers with Dettol and change the Band-Aid and then start typing again. I know when you're in pain and this type of a trauma, you keep typing and after a little while it becomes numb with pain. The pain goes away and you just go on typing. But then it used to bleed. So then my husband sent me to the High Commissioner there and he sent me to a Russian doctor. And he said that, just see that, her fingers are bad. People wouldn't shake hands with me when I went parties. They'd say namaste because I thought I had got an infectious disease. Because I was, bandaged my finger. And when I went to the doctor, he saw my finger and said, what do you do? And I said, I type. And he said that, well, you can't type anymore because if you do, you'll have to cut off your fingers. So now look, this maybe answers the question that, all of you are thinking in your mind that what kind of a attitude she has. But I remember at that time, I looked at my fingers and I said that I can't stop typing because I need the money to pay for my schools before I go. And I have to keep typing. And he's saying, you have to stop typing. So then the doctor said, Russian, tough, very good, but abrupt. He said, what are you thinking? So, I thought in my mind that even if he cuts off my fingers, so much more will be left. So, I can still go on working, but I can't stop typing. So I looked up straight into his eyes and said, "Doctor," he said, "what are you thinking?" I said, "Doctor, how much will you cut?" He said, "What? You are prepared to cut off your fingers but not leave your job?" I said, "No, doctor, I can't." He said, "Then I'm sorry, I cannot help you." I ran up outside his office. I was crying. I put on my glasses. And in short, I was typing 2 years more. I paid for 8 schools in 9 countries and came back to India as the highest qualified cosmetician in the world at my age, because nobody started at 15, and then was sent the words and the information to the Guinness Book of Records of my qualification, without which I would not be where I am today. So that's just to show how obsessed I was with my career, that I was prepared to cut off my fingers but not stop studying or earning money to pay my fees. So anyway, you can go ahead with your marketing meeting. I'm sure you've got lots to say, but I think that there's no need to advertise. All of you in marketing, you must be having all your methods. But why should you advertise? If I say I'm good and I pay money to say I'm good, but tomorrow morning a bigger ad will be saying that you're good. And then next morning something else will say that this is the best. So who am I to pay money and tell the press that I'm the best? The talks that I gave, wherever I gave, in Harvard and MIT, I told the professor who came to invite me, I said that, "Why are you inviting me? I'm uneducated in marketing. You're getting an uneducated person on the rostrum to speak on something that I have no knowledge of." And he said, "Mr. Hussain," Princess used to say, he said that we say in Harvard, or teach in Harvard Marketing School, that when you launch any product, even for $10, you have to keep aside so much money for marketing. But you violate teach all the teachings in Harvard, because whatever we teach, you are the opposite. So that's the reason why I lectured in Harvard. And I think at some stage you should see that film of my MIT talk to give you an idea of the kind of work I put in to be where I am today. Thank you for being such a lovely audience. Thank you for being with me today. And thank you for the award. Very, very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
मैडम हमारे देश की आन बान शान है, बूढ़ों को जवान करती हैं और जो काले हैं उनको गोरा करती है। मैं मैडम का बहुत बड़ा फैन हूँ, आज मिलके मन बहुत प्रसन्न हुआ। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. So, friends, शहनाज हुसैन की लाइफ हिस्ट्री अगर आप देखेंगे कि कहाँ से शुरू होके और कहाँ तक ये आई हैं, तो वाकई इन्होंने भारत का नाम स्वर्णिम अक्षरों में लिखा है। पूरी दुनिया में लोग इनको जानते हैं। आयुर्वेद और हर्ब्स को इन्होंने वो पहचान दी है जो शायद 3000 साल पहले जब आयुर्वेद लिखा गया था, अगर वो हमारे ऋषि मुनि ऊपर से देखते होंगे तो आपको ब्लेसिंग ज़रूर देते होंगे। सो फ्रेंड्स, थैंक यू वेरी मच मैम फॉर बीइंग विद अस।
And I think सर की बात से मैं बिल्कुल सहमत हूँ। जैसे ही said that कालों को गोरा करते हैं, but I think उससे ज़्यादा important ये है because the kind of personality and demeanor she has, and she's such a beautiful person inside out. तो I think मन का जो कालापन है वो ये साफ करती हैं, because her life history shows us that she's a beautiful person and she's really worked hard for everything. तो इनके लिए सिर्फ एक लाइन है जो मैं कहना चाहूँगी, वो है कि कुछ किए बिना ही जय जयकार नहीं होती कोशिश करने वालों की। Thank you so much.
One learning objective I would like to showcase to all management aspirants, that what we can learn from Madam history, that she has done wonderful marketing approaches. She has pursued as per global positioning without any low level marketing approaches she has gone through. So we have to learn that how youngsters can be inspired by good ethical values based marketing, which she has been followed in her life. That's why she is standing here where she have to be. That is. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
I think all of you in marketing should also have a department for CSR, so that you can serve the underprivileged. I remember when I came back from London, I showed so many diplomas to my father and I said, "Are you happy?" He said, "No." I said, "Why?" He said, "For this world you're doing so much, but what about the life, in the life after death? That's something that none of you think about." And I started this school for the blind and for the deaf and dumb. And that is something which I think that every marketing department should have an area for CSR, so that some amount of your fabulous income should come towards the benefit of the underprivileged. It's a very sad thing that I asked one of the boys, I was taking him to Rashtrapati Bhavan to get a diploma from the president, and I said, "You're wearing a nice shirt." He said, "Yes, it's new." I said, "Very lovely." He said, "What is the color?" He said, "The color is," I said, "The color is blue." So he said, "What is blue?" I said, "The color of the sky." He said, "Madam, maine kabhi aasman nahi dekha." So that's very, very important to keep some part of the income aside for corporate social responsibility. I think that is very, very important in any marketing initiative. That is, I'm speaking from my heart, and up to you to make it a cause. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for being with us. We are really honored.
Just a request to Shehnaz ma'am, just in case time permits, can you please stay back with us to award the last set of awardees, the just 4 to 5. Can we have you around here? India Achiever Excellence Award, Excellence Community Development Program, CSR, Gaurav Gupta.
गौरव गुप्ता जी भाग कर आएंगे, बिकॉज अचीवर्स हमेशा भाग के आते हैं, चल कर नहीं आते हैं. मिस्टर गौरव गुप्ता स्पेन में है अभी और उनकी जगह पर ये अवार्ड ले रहे हैं मिस्टर गंजू. प्लीज सर, प्लीज कम ऑन द स्टेज. प्लीज वेलकम वेलकम.
House of Ayana, Tanya Sood.
एक बार जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए फ्रेंड्स. देखिए एनर्जी कम नहीं होनी चाहिए, ये दिल्ली है भाई, दिल्ली है. These are industry achievers. Tanya Sood.
Corporate Business Training and Development, Samrat Sanjay Singh.
सम्राट संजय सिंह. और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि सम्राट जी दौड़ते हुए आ रहे हैं जैसे राजा आते थे. ओके.
Strategic Management Excellence Award, Best in Strategic Repository, Brand Provoke, Vishal Sengar.
Vishal, Mr. Vishal. Vishal ji, you have to run.
Achiever Beauty, Best Professional Hair Care Brand, Verena Cosmetics Private Limited. And the award goes to Ajay Jalan.
Mr. Ajay.
Strategic Management Excellence Award, Youth Media Platform of the Year, DU Express, and the award goes to Shiva Malhotra. WMS India is proud to announce a Lifetime Achievement Award for the immeasurable contribution to the social and human welfare industry. And the award goes to MD Sahil Fashion Bazaar, Karol Bagh. The awardee is
Sahil Fashion. Yeah, Sahil Fashions.
The award goes to Sardar Amarjeet Singh, sir.
तालियां बनते हैं भाई.
And sir, we are deeply honored to have you with us today. I request Miss Laura Rees to do the felicitation. Along
सरदार अमरजीत सिंह जी अपनी सेवा भावना के लिए, अपने CSR के लिए जाने जाते हैं पूरे दिल्ली में.
Industry Achiever Excellence Award, Automotive, High-Tech Machinery, and the award goes to Girish Gupta.
Mr. Girish Gupta, are you here? Mr. Girish Gupta ji.
Excellence Award, Best Education Institute, Engineering, Alad Group, and the award goes to Dr. L.R. Yadav. Iconic Achiever, Emerging CEO of the Year, Mr. Kunal Gupta. India Achiever, Brand Management, Personal Branding, Miss Swati Mittal.
Swati ji, please come on the stage. जोरदार तालियां फ्रेंड्स, तालियां नहीं बज रही हैं.
Excellence Award Consultant, Mind Mapping, and the award goes to Dharmendra Rai.
Mr. Dharmendra.
Iconic achiever, emerging CEO of the year, Mr. Kunal Gupta.
Mr. Kunal Gupta, please come on the stage.
Mr. Dharmendra Rai, iconic achiever, emerging CEO of the year. Consultant mind mapping, Dharmendra Rai. Iconic achiever, emerging CEO of the year, Mr. Kunal Gupta. India Achiever Corporate Affairs Specialist, Ms. Babita Singh. India Achiever Entrepreneurs Corporate Affairs Specialist, Dr. Vinod K. Verma. Can I please call Dr. Yadav backstage? Dr. L.R. Yadav on backstage, please.
थैंक यू वेरी मच मैम, वी आर रियली ऑनर्ड कि आप इतना टाइम हमारे मंच पे रुके। हम दिल से आपका धन्यवाद करते हैं और उम्मीद करते हैं कि हमेशा आपका प्यार हमारे साथ बना रहेगा। थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू। प्लीज मैम, थैंक यू एवरीवन। Now it's a break for lunch. 30 minutes break for lunch. After 30 minutes, we'll meet together once again with fantastic speakers, panel discussions. बहुत कुछ होने वाला है after 30 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I was busy looking there, so I did not notice. I would like to call Mr. Salvador Lopez to please felicitate Professor Pradeep Mehra. Production house, please, music. I would like to invite Dr. Navneet Kukreja to please come on the stage and do the felicitations as well. A big round of applause for Professor Pradeep Mehra.
We've seen all these awardees awards, but the real, efforts goes behind the jury who has to select these nominations from hundreds of nominations who have, filed. I would not want you to stop, these, please, big hands for Professor Pradeep Mehra for all his efforts, please. Thank you.
I would request Dr. Navneet to please felicitate Mr. Salvador Lopez. And then we'll begin with the next session.
Mr. Salvador Lopez, professor at Essayed Business School. Can we have a big hand? So marketing is telling the world that you are a rock star. And we have a true rock star amongst us today, ladies and gentlemen, Salvador Lopez, a renowned marketing professor at Essayed Business School, who teaches his knowledge of marketing through his love for music. His music thinking for business people talks a transformative and high-impact experience that he has taught all over the world. He uses music as a thematic axis to talk about a number of business topics. A special respect for you, sir. You're a true rock star.
Hi. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. How are you? Let's say it again. Second chance. Hello, how are you? Great. I know. You are digesting now your meal, right? Okay. Let me start with music. Woohoo! That was rock and roll, you know. Well, thank you so much. It's my pleasure and my honor and my privilege being here. I'm Salva Lopez, Salva Rock. I'm from Barcelona in the Mediterranean Sea. You may know about the Football Club Barcelona, probably. You may heard about Messi, isn't it? Sure. So, yeah, I'm a musician. And I have a different structure mind because, you know, what you do every day defines your mind structure. So I'm also a marketing teacher, marketing man, and I try to gather both worlds. So today, I'm here to share with you not only the joy of music, but the wisdom of musicians. I love working with questions and answers, but if I had to choose, I would prefer to choose questions. This is my main strength, because a good question will bring you to an amazing trip, right? You know that if we always work on the same questions, we always get the same answers, and so on and on and on. So the key thing here is to innovate in finding new, inspiring questions. So, I have like three, well, I know your brain. I know how your brain works. I know your brain is tired, isn't it? You've been here the whole day, come on, confess. You've been here the whole day listening to very high-level ideas. You cannot retain each one of them because you're humans. We are humans, right? So I will try to concentrate, and now, on top of that, you have just had lunch. So that's more difficult for you and for me as well, but I have my guitar. So that's why I'm the after-lunch speaker, okay? So I love working with questions. I have 3 questions for you, because I will be concentrating my speech in 3 big topics, okay? But I have like a test question. The first one is, what do you think? Marketing is an art or a science? Science? Art? Science? Both? What about you guys? You at the very end? Art, science. Well, in my honest opinion, well, I'm an artist. You know, I'm an artist, so I see the art in everything. I think anything that's been done by a human, it's some kind of art. It's an artifact. I mean, something that is not natural, right? But yeah, I believe that marketing is kind of an art. Is an art plus strategy, right? That in the strategy relies the science. I mean, we have some formulas, right? All the amazing speakers before me and the ones that comes later will give you some formulas, okay? But I want to point out the fact that it's a lot about your own artistry. It's about your human sensibility. It's all about your creativity, right? And yeah, let me start by the first big topic, which is the value of emotions. Or we can change it by learning to see the emotions, the human emotions, as a true value. A value we can activate, we can play with, we can count on, right? So it's a value. Did you know that up to 95% of all human decisions, any kind of decisions, are taken in the realm of unconscious mind, then, you know, how many of you have children? How many of you have children? Children? I have two. Okay, you know that children, are they very rational? No, at all. They are purely emotional, right? Every human that appears in this beautiful planet comes with a lot of emotions, but no reasons. Raising your children means a lot about building their rationality, but in the end, 95% or even more of all human decisions are taken in the realm of unconscious mind, that's where emotions live. We take an overwhelming part of our decisions with our hearts, with our emotions, with our instinct, with our intuition, and then we try to build a rationale that justifies each one of the decisions, because we are adults and, you know, the society wants us to be rational. Okay, I have a theory. This is my theory, that adults are nothing else than kids big size. What do you think? So inside of every adult, inside of each one of you, there's a child, your inner child, still alive. And you know what? It's taking decisions every day. You. Hello, let's say hello to your inner child. Hey, hello, little child. Are you there? He's there. I love you. Perfect. So let me show you a social experiment which demonstrates the power of emotions to impact human behavior. This is an experiment made it's very famous in Europe. I don't know, maybe you know it, but who knows? This is a big planet. I don't know. I wanted to show you. So this is it. This is a normal thing to do in Oslo. This is in Northern Europe. And it's about getting out of the subway, right? So the vast majority of people use the mechanical stairs. But let's do something. Overnight, we transform the normal stairs in a piano that will sound when you step on. And next morning, we just observe what people do. Okay? Let's see what people do. Start playing. You know, dogs playing, four hands. You see people from all ages, both genders. In a while, you will see a very old man. He can barely walk, but he wants to experiment that. Look at that. Now pay attention to the old man, because he wants to feel that emotion too. Look at that, his way. Amazing. So as a result, 66% of people changed their behavior and started using the stairs because there was an emotion, a little tiny emotion available, and we all are human. We love feeling emotions. We can be rational, we can pretend to be rational, but we are emotional beings more than anything else. So let me show you some scientific evidence on emotions. These guys presented this study on emotions, like body maps of emotions, studying many people and trying to create these heat maps just to analyze scientifically what an emotion look like from an energetic point of view. So the darkest is the less energy, no energy. Black is no energy, and yellow is the maximum energy. So there are many, many different emotions. Let me concentrate in only 4. So this is happiness. Happiness is your body is full of emotions. It's full of energy. You are so happy. You need to hug others to share your energy because you're full of it. You need to get rid of it, otherwise you explode. But it's a human being. I mean, and you know, the vast majority of, well, your body is all of it full of energy, but it has an extraordinary concentration in your hearts and in your heads. You're smiling, you're shining, literally. Right? What about depression? This is depression. There's no energy. No energy. No energy in your heart. It's black. Okay? This is depression. This is anger. When you're angry, you have a lot of energy because you're furious. But you have no energy in your feet. You have energy in your upper side of the body and in your hands. That's why you need to hit things, break things, hit other people, because you're very angry. You have your hands full of energy. And you shout because you have a lot of energy, you know, in your head. This is shame. When you're ashamed, it's more like being depressed. Somehow you're very, you feel really upset with that. And you have some energy in your eyes because you don't like others to, you have the impression that everybody is looking at you. So your eyes are burning. That's why you look at, because it's very annoying, right? So these are only 4, but this tells us a lot of things about the role of emotions. Nobody defined this better than Dr. Donald Kahn, who said this wonderful statement. Emotion and reason are different. Reason leads to conclusions, but emotions lead to action. So if we want to bring people to action, you have to use emotions, right? We, as marketeers, we always learn about the call to action and the reason why and the reason to believe. All of that is related to emotions. There's no other better, more powerful source of action than emotions. Let me show you how certain brands are using certain kinds of action or of emotions. This is a very basic wheel of very basic 8 emotions. And that you can dig deeper if you search for Dr. Robert Plutchik. You will find more complex models. But how certain brands are using, for instance, anticipation. What's anticipation? Anticipation is the feeling of feeling yourself like having one step ahead. Having one of your foot is in the future. You're ahead of the rest. That's anticipation. So Apple, obviously, they are always, all the time claiming, this is the most advanced operating system in human history. And you feel, oh, come on, this is future. I mean, these people are like Star Trek. No. Who else? Well, Tesla is bringing you the future because they are inventing the autopilot cars. One day, my friends, in, I don't know, maybe 20, maybe 30, maybe 40 years ahead, we will look back to today and we will think, we were crazy to drive the cars ourselves. And that will happen, mark my words. So who's working with joy? Oh, these guys have been working with joy forever. Disney is welcome to joy. Smile. Who else? People like Coca-Cola. Who's been working with trust? Who would you say? Banks, for instance, banks, I don't know, do you know this one, ING? Any bank is working with the same thing, I mean, trust. I mean, it's your money, come on, it's your money. You need to trust, right? Who's working with fear? Whoa. Well, insurance, obviously, insurance, they're working with fear. This is a Spanish brand of home security systems, home security. But hey, come on, don't forget about these guys. I mean, scary movies. They built up an entire industry out of this emotion. Very successful. Then later on, someone mixed fear with rock and roll, and we got what? Heavy metal. Heavy metal, exactly, that's it. Okay, who's working with surprise? Kindle. You know, my kids don't want the chocolate. They want the surprise. I ate the chocolate. Because once they open the chocolate, that's all. Who's working with sadness? For instance, this is a European, very famous, top-level matchmaker site online. So all they're saying in their ads is, oh, you feel alone. You're too alone, so you don't deserve this. We can help you. So, meeting. and it's leading, right? So they're working with sadness. Who can be working with disgust? Can you imagine? Wait for the surprise. Greenpeace. Greenpeace is working with with disgust, sorry. Every picture they are advertising is a disgusting, polluted sea or killed animal, or just because they want to move you to action. They want to feel you like, oh my God, I'm offended. Is this really happening? Because it's really happening, right? But we don't know. So they're working with disgust. Who's working with anger? You'll be surprised. Twitter, I mean, you have a bad user experience or whatever, and you go to Twitter and you share it with the world, isn't it? So there, as you can see, there are many different business models that are based strictly on emotions. And now, because I was going to share with you the wisdom of musicians, let me tell you a story about a band that you may know. You know these guys? This is the first era of Coldplay. This picture means a lot because it's in black and white. They are all like, not smiling at all. Like, we are Coldplay. We are cold and we play, right? But we are cold, okay? That's it. And their music in that time was like introspective, sad. I mean, when you're feeling bad, you can listen to Fix You, and it helps you, right? But they decided at some point that they were working on the wrong emotion. They were famous at that time, and they wanted to make it better. So they chose a different emotion, and they copied something from here, from India. And this is the new Coldplay, right? The holy thing, they copied. So this is the new Coldplay. It's all about happiness. It's about color, colorful. Everybody's smiling. Have you ever seen a live concert by Coldplay? Any? I was in one of them. Who? What about you? I was in one of them. I never forget that. I mean, everybody, when the concert was over, everybody was, walking out the center, and everybody was singing. Everybody, all the crowd, alone. I mean, it was like, oh my God, this is something. And I was, my marketing brain was working. This is something, right? So, and wow, this is Coldplay, okay? But Coldplay, they're not working only with emotions. Because, you know what? They need to do something for the reasonable part of your brain, for your rationality. That's why they cooperate with Oxfam, or support the fair trade, or zero emissions, because it's better when something that brings you emotions that you like gives you reasons to believe and to explain your decisions to others. So when you say to your friends, hey, these guys are great, and you know what? They're supporting Oxfam, they're good people, good hearts. And everybody gets, oh, great musicians then. Because, well, this is one of my, my advice for you is it's better to fit both sides of the brain, rationality and emotionality. So working with emotions from a marketing point of view doesn't mean at all to forget the rationality or the reason why or reason to believe or give some tangible things to your customers. But here's the first question, the first takeaway question for you. By the way, I work with questions because I don't have your answers. You will find your answers. Each one of you will find a different one because each one of you is working in a different business, from a different perspective, different products or services. So I'm not an expert in you. I'm an expert in questions, right? And this is the first takeaway question for you. Which emotions is your brand attached to? Do you know exactly what people is purchasing when they purchase your products or your services? Because at the very end of the vast majority of purchasing decisions, there is an emotion there. I mean, deciding to hire this bank or this other is all about sleeping well or sleeping as a concerned man, right? So which emotion is at the end of your purchasing process? You will notice that. I don't know. Second big topic. Okay, we musicians, do you think we musicians, do we have customers or clients? What do you think? Do you think we have customers? Yes, but do we call them customers? No, we don't. We use a completely different word, and that word is fans. And you know that the words you're choosing to talk about reality determines your attitude towards that reality. It shapes reality. When we talk about fans, our attitude is we want to please them. We want to remain important for them. We want them to know our lyrics, to sing along with us. We want to be meaningful. We want to be healing to them, right? We don't want their money. I mean, yeah, we want their money, but that will come later. If we do a good job in healing, being meaningful, being pleasant, being all that stuff, they will buy tickets for our concerts. But that's a second thing, right? It's a secondary thing. So, do you have customers or do you have fans? What do you have? Do you have fans? Not every brand can have fans, but, well, let me tell you the difference. Customers and fans. Fans are special group of customers that feel something. They feel something. Normal customers can feel nothing, maybe. So customers complain, while fans forgive, because they feel something. They have an interest in a long-term relationship. They won't go away if you fail first time, or maybe 2 or 3 times. If you fail all the time, maybe they will go away, right? But their elasticity, their permission to your failure is much stronger. Right? Customers must be attracted or convinced, and you have to waste your money, or you have to invest your money grabbing more and more customers. But fans, they come on their own because someone tell them something about you, so they come on their own. They're interested. The big question with customers of today is, will they be our customers tomorrow? You know, my first specialty in marketing was marketing research. I was the guy designing all those satisfaction surveys. Have you heard about satisfaction surveys? Now they are online or on your phone. We got, I don't know, 80% of people very satisfied in my company. And then we slept very well. And next month, the competence maybe come out with a special offer, and half of our clients went away. And we said, but they were very satisfied. Yeah, but satisfaction doesn't correlate one-one with loyalty. There's something else. So fans can last forever. If you don't piss them off, they can last forever. And finally, fans create more fans because of this human phenomenon that I'm going to explain you right now, which I call emotional contagion. Means that when you feel a strong emotion, you are very happy, you have to share that with someone else. Or if you're very disappointed with something, you had a bad news or a very bad user experience or whatever, you have to share it with somebody else, because if you don't share strong emotions, you literally explode. Right? So we human beings, we are made to share our emotions, positive or negative. This is what we call emotional contagion. I could spend the whole afternoon talking about this, but I want to show you the best examples in the world, from the world of rock and roll, of what the hell is emotional contagion. Do you like AC/DC? Yes, how many? AC/DC. Okay, enjoy. And pay attention to the audience. We need high volume for this. High volume. Exactly.
Nobody gonna slow us down like a wheel. Gonna stand there. Nobody gonna mess me around. Hey, Satan, pay my dues. Pay a little rocking man. Good Lord, look at me. I'm on my way to the promised land. Come on. I'm on that highway.
to stop you now. Just for you to know, you can find the entire concert on YouTube. High quality, high definition. But now, did you see the people jumping? They were jumping and maybe they don't know who is him. They were, who are you? And you, who are you? I don't know. We don't care. I mean, this is a rock and roll concert. I mean, we cannot do this in an opera house, right? This is the reason why rock and roll was so successful since the late 60s, because, something in our brain needs no rules, need a place and a moment to just do this, okay? No rules. Let's gonna leave our emotions, go out and have fun for a while, because life is hard and we need this from time to time, right? And you know what? You may consider that we musicians, we are, I don't know, songwriters or performers. That's okay, but I think that we are emotions designers. We design emotions, literally. But hey, don't you think that you could be emotions designers as well? You are, because you're humans. And each human has this power, this superpower. We all have superpowers. This is our superpower. It's just designing the other's emotions, right? What do you do when someone introduces you to someone else you don't know? You smile. You're designing their emotions. You want to create a good impression because you don't know who's him. You don't know if he's going to kill you or he'll be, I don't know, your husband or who else, no? So intuitively, you want to create a good impression. Nobody has ever described this wisdom like this woman. She sadly passed away 4 to 5 years ago. And she said this wonderful quote: people will forget about physical things. They will forget about tangible things, about what you said, what you do, but they will never forget how you made them feel. You know why? Because emotions are kind of an human ink with which we humans, we print, literally, we print our memories. But hey, be aware of that. It's the same with positive memories or positive emotions and with negative emotions, so pay attention, okay? It's the same. So this is my second takeaway question for you. Does your brand has any fans? What percentage of fans? Did you know that the Harley-Davidson owners, Harley-Davidson motorbikes, you know that? 30% of all worldwide owners, they have the logo tattoo here or in the back. 30%. Would you like your customers, your clients, to have your logo tattooed in their skin? Would you like? Think about it. I can assure you that Mr. Harley-Davidson, he never dreamed about that. But when a customer really feels the emotion, sometimes they tattoo things. You can Google that. Google any, I don't know, cars, Honda, or Nissan, or Harley-Davidson, or whatever. You can find people with a tattoo. So it's not only about Harley-Davidson, right? People can tattoo very rare things, very weird things. Okay, now the third and last topic for you. What the hell can be this EMP? Well, this EMP for me is the emotional marketing plan. So you've been working all your lives as a marketeers in the classical marketing plan or the digital marketing plan now with, using Instagram. Years ago, nobody used anything online. Now everything online is at the very center of every marketing plan. But still, we're missing emotions. So here's the thing. The thing is, do you know this film, this movie? Jurassic Park. You remember this scene? They were in front of a T-Rex. And this man told his friend, don't move, because it cannot see us if we don't move. And now let me tell you something about your brains, because I told you at the beginning that I know your brain. So your brain, this is a little bit neuro thing, neuromarketing, neuroscience. Did you know that our brain has one of these parts which is the reptilian brain. Did you know that? At the very basement of our brain, there's one piece, which is the reptilian brain. It works exactly as a T-Rex. If you don't move, it won't see it. It won't see you, right? So it means that a moving object in front of a steady background is visible. If you stay, you won't be, right? So this is how do we musicians design emotions? Because we're emotions designers, right? So we have many different strategies to create emotions and to create our fans, right? Because at the end we want fans, right? We want to be meaningful and loved brands, okay? So one of the main ones, that I love the most is that we create contrast. Contrast, meaning a moving thing in front of a steady background. If we create contrast, we are visible, because from a marketing point of view, we want to be very visible, right? Laura was telling you before that how do you get to their brains? It's very difficult. Everybody's trying to do the same. So you need a kind of what was the visual hammer, right? Okay, so, it's the same reason. I mean, it's contrast is another hammer to get to their brains. So we use variations in rhythm, for instance, as a way of creating contrast. Let me make an example of this. If you were walking through the streets like this, now you have to look at me, you are not visible, because everybody walks like this, right? You're just one of the many. But if you were walking like this, everybody will be looking at you. You will be very visible because you had created a contrast. That's one of the things we do with music, creating contrast between parts. Next time you listen to a song, Western song, because I know Eastern songs may be different, I don't know, but Western songs are all about contrast. In different parts, you have the hook, where everybody sings the hook. That's where you create the contrast as well, and many different strategies, right? Or we build meanings. I mean, each one of the songs' lyrics are poetry. And every word can have multiple meanings. And that's nice because each one of the listeners can understand a different thing from the same lyrics. He can find his own meaning, the one he loves. Or we can create surprise, okay? And finally, that's what we do to engage and rock the audience. And now, how can you do, you marketeers, to design emotions? How can you do that? Because you're not musicians, but you're artists anyway. How can you do? Well, my advice is for you to decide beforehand how you want your customer to feel at every touch point. You're familiar with touch points, with customer journey maps. That's the old stuff, right? But still, it's an oldie but a goodie. It's still working. All you have to do is to pay attention to their emotions. Can you decide how do you want them to feel at every one of those important touch points? Because that would be closer to an emotional marketing plan. You can control customers' expectations from the beginning. I mean, expectations are key for satisfaction. You can do exactly the same good job, but they can be upset with you, very disappointed, or very satisfied. The only difference is their expectations. So work on their expectations, okay? If they get the right expectations, you will be succeeding. And, well, these are the old things. I mean, the wow factor, delighters. Probably an electric guitar in an event like this is a wow factor, isn't it? That's what I use it, okay? I play drums as well, but I cannot fly with my drum kit, so electric guitar is easier for me to carry. And what else? And, well, you can become a meaningful brand, meaning that they are concerned about certain things. Can you help them think or feel that they are changing something through your brand? Your brand is more powerful than any of those singular, unique customers. if you make them feel that they can change the world, through you, through your brand, that's important. That's important. You're familiar with this, customer journey, moments of truth, user buyer experience. It's all about this. The user experience, the buyer experience are special moments where you can design their emotions. Okay? And the moments of truth, of course, you know, there are special touch points when you are playing with fire, literally. This is the old stuff again. This is the, the customer journey maps. So my advice for you is picture your own and then identify which ones are the key points, and then design the emotions you want them to feel at each point. Digital, in the digital field, or in the physical field. This is one of my most beloved points for you, is anything you can do to make their life easier will create the most wonderful emotions in your customers. Can you make them feel like you're saving them? Because life is so complicated, so any brand who's simplifying my life is helping me a lot. I become a fan. It's what's happening with Amazon, for instance. Amazon, I'm living in Barcelona. If I need something, they just bring me home in 2 hours. It's like, oh, they saved my life. You know what? Just right before coming to this trip, I lost my glasses. I was going to be traveling 2 weeks. And last day, I was desperate in need for glasses, for new glasses. So I went to this place, and they promised to have your glasses in only 1 hour. And I was, oh my God, these are the ones. I went there, and you know what? They were lying. They only last 15 minutes for my glasses. So I was like, only 15 minutes? Oh yeah, because today we're really relaxed. In 15 minutes, I'm a fan. I am a fan. They saved my life. So this is the last question for you. The last takeaway question is, could you design an emotional marketing plan to rock your audience? Do you accept the challenge? Great. So, I have a bestseller book, but it's only in Spanish, so I'm not going to promote it. But I'm a musician. I have several records on Spotify. And, it's for free. You can search for me, and this is my music, if you're curious. And now, why don't we do something extraordinary together? Why don't we do something emotionally extraordinary together now? Would you like? Yeah? How many? Okay, let's do it. So, yeah, do you like a band called Queen? Sure. So you know this song? Great. Why don't we play together our own version of We Will Rock You, all together now? How do you feel about it? Okay, so stand up. Everybody standing up. Everybody standing up. All right. Yeah. So now let's divide the audience in two. Okay, let's draw an imaginary line here in between. Do you see it? Can you see the line? So there's a team here, and there's another team here. And exactly. And you are in the middle of nowhere. You, yeah. The white, you, yeah. Just hey. All right. Okay. Now we have a team here who is, I don't know. Choose a color. Color. Red. You're the red team. And another team. Choose a color. Green. Blue. Okay. So red and blue. Okay, so now let's start with the blue team, okay? You blue team, only you blue team. The red team, just think in your things, think in your topics. The blues, okay, you have to help me out with this thing that we need, which is body percussion. You have to do this. Follow me. Oh, you can do that. Perfect. That's better. Woo-hoo-hoo. Come on. Perfect. You're great. Thank you. Okay, you can take a rest now. You sound amazing. Amazing, right? Okay, now, the red team. Hello, red team. I need you to sing along with me. You know that? Do you want to? No, you're gonna switch the team. Do you want to switch the team? No? Okay. Now, in my many years of experience as a rock man in a, all you have to do to make it sound really great is to raise your hands while you sing. Because your body, the energy in your body works in a different condition, and it works, it shines. So let's make a try. Yes? All right. So I will sing and you answer me, right? Okay? It says, we will rock you. Oh, perfect, perfect. Perfect, we have all the pieces now. Okay, so I will be your Freddie Mercury, all right? I will be your Freddie Mercury and your Brian May. This song was written by Brian May, who was the guitar player, and it hides another lesson in marketing, which is it's time to do things with your customers, not only for your customers, right? This song was written to be played live with the audience, not for the audience. The audience is needed for it to exist, right? So now, I will be your Freddie Mercury. I have 3 lines, okay? You will start at my command. Don't run. You are an army. You're a machine. Boom, boom, ba. Boom, boom, ba, okay? Synchronization, listen to each other. Okay, you will start. I sing the first line. The chorus answers me. You know. You keep on going with your machine thing, then I sing second line, you answer me again. Okay? You keep on going, you're a machine, you're an army. Okay? I sing the third line, you answer me, and then I play a guitar solo. And it's over, okay? Are you with me? Perfect. Okay, sound check, sound check. Sound check, sound check. Okay, everybody. Are you ready? Body or the boy, make a big noise, playing in the streets, gonna be a big man someday. You got mud on your face, you big disgrace, kicking your mind all over the place. Body or the young man, hard man, shooting in the right, big as a beast someday. You got mud on your face, you big disgrace, waving your banner all over the place. Woo! Come on! Body or an old man, poor man, pleading with your eyes, gonna make you some peace someday. You got mud on your face, you big disgrace. Somebody better put you back into your place. Thank you very much. You rock. You rock. You rock. I'm listening to some cellulars.
मुझे लग रहा था इतने जबरदस्त ट्रेनर जब अपनी सीट पर बैठेंगे तो जबरदस्त हंगामा होगा, पर मुझे लग रहा है कि मैं गलत था। आप लोग खड़े होकर एक बार तालियां भी नहीं बजा पाए इनके लिए। ओ माय गॉड, ओ माय गॉड, दिस इज दिल्ली, आर यू हियर? दिल्ली, आर यू हियर? सो थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू सो मच, आप यहां पर आए। नाउ फ्रेंड्स, बड़ी अच्छी आवाज थी बट मैं समझ नहीं पाया। ओके, नाउ फ्रेंड्स, दिस इज द टाइम फॉर सीईओ ऑफ Kotler Impact. She is with us और मैं थोड़ा इनके बारे में बताना चाहूंगा। She is mentored and coached by Dean of Marketing, Professor Philip Kotler. She is founder of Socialpreneurship Marketing with Meaning, ranked top 10 socio-economic speakers in 2019, an economist by profession, a meticulous philanthropist. She led all across functional business operation, CSR expert. Let's welcome सादिया किब्रिया। एक बार जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए। और इनको फेलिसिटेट करने के लिए डॉक्टर अभिषेक कुकरेजा जी, सीईओ कोविल मेडी इंडिया स्ट्रेटेजिक एडवाइजर। मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा डॉक्टर अभिषेक कुकरेजा जी से।
No? It's on. Okay, great. So, my name already been told to you guys, and we've been working with Philip for more than a decade. You saw Philip's video where he was saying that companies and businesses need to change now. What they need to change, the brands, what they need to change. They need to change their focus from earning money for the shareholders to the stakeholders. Does everybody know what stakeholder mean? Okay, great. And your employees, your suppliers, everybody who is in that chain connected to you. So that's where last year we brought the concept of socialpreneurship, where we say that businesses have to come forward and must play their role for the society. We believe in better world, you know. And we launched this concept already in like 8 countries so far. And in this thing, we want to present you some real life examples, like why this is becoming the need. This is already happening, right? I'll say if you don't join the board, you will lose the game. And no business or no brand will like to lose the game. So moving forward, I'm going to show you some very interesting facts. So what happened in January, only if my clicker would work, yes. Okay. So what happened in January, Microsoft, what they announced that they are going to allocate 1 billion fund to save the earth, you know. Is it a bit slow or how does it work? Okay, I don't need the slides. I can even talk without slides as well because this topic is really close to my heart. So if you guys can run the slides for me, that's fine. Otherwise, I'll just continue. So the thing is that Microsoft said just in January this year that they will be launching this fund where Microsoft will be helping their suppliers, their customers, and everybody to save the earth, you know. They'll be working with any non-profit which will play its role. So that was a huge, and the interesting thing is that Microsoft said that by 2030, yeah, can you just bring the whole slide there? So they said that they are going to be carbon negative by 2030. And since their foundation in 1975, whatever carbon emission they have produced, they will be eliminating, offsetting that by 2050 as well. Now that's like a huge thing, right? What happens next? That right after a month of this announcement, Amazon owner Jeff Bezos, he says that he is going to launch Bezos Earth Fund, where he is going to work with every possible human being, individual, organization, or anybody who is there to help people. Now, again, he's like, he's into, and can you move to the next slide, because that got the image of his Instagram post where actually he announced that it happened just in February, Next slide, please. Now, the thing is that electrical vehicles, we all know about Tesla, electrical vehicles and all that. Now look at the demand, what happens. So 2018, I believe somewhere at the end of 2018, China announced their new energy vehicle mandate. You can bring down your slides is there, okay. So they said that 4.6 million electrical vehicles by 2020, and they're going to ban the traditional, engines and all that. Now what happens that within the 48 hours, GM Motors and Ford, they announced their plans, and they come up with 20 and 30 models. How quick the response was, like just imagine within 48 hours. Like wow, within 48 hours, right? The companies moved and the response was this much. Now what happens that they expected that by 2040, the electrical vehicles demand will be dominating the car sale. And another interesting fact which is expected if coronavirus, wipes out, that 13.7 million barrel of oil per day, its demand will go down. Look at the impact, Can you move to the next slide? So this is, okay, no, yes, that's one. So this is what happens that last year in November in LA, Ford launched its electrical vehicle Mustang Mach-E. Now another interesting fact is that even before the launch of this electrical vehicle, what Ford announced, that in North America, Ford will be launching the biggest network of charging stations. Another interesting fact about that, it will not only accommodate Ford electrical vehicles, but all the electrical vehicles, even Tesla. And I think if I remember the figures rightly, they said that they will be bringing 35,000 plugs with I think 14,000 charging stations, whereas the Tesla so far has only, I believe, I think 4,000 charging stations with 12,000 plugs, which only accommodate Tesla. Now look what Ford is thinking, right? It's not only thinking about Ford, it's thinking about, in general, about the betterment of the society, right? Accommodating every manufacturer who is going to bring electrical vehicle. Okay, this is Run Forever. Very interesting. As you can see, it's made of, it's run on solar panels. There are 1,100 business card size solar chips on this car. This is called Lightyear One. This is being launched by the cooperation of Sharp, Toyota, and NEDO. NEDO is their energy development organization. And they say if you run it 50 kilometers every day, you can actually run it forever. Like, wow. Like, the factor is there. Can you move to the next slide? Yeah, just click it again so we just see the number as well. So we all know, or who knows about it, Amazon acquired Whole Foods for this figure, $13.7 billion. Now, had you ever thought, like Amazon, an e-commerce giant, coming forward and is going to direct you how you're going to eat your, buy your organic food, your cereal, your kale and everything. Like one could never imagine the combination. This was like quite a surprise. Next slide. Okay, so I gave you some goody examples, like what's happening and all that. Now look at this Forever 21. Who knows Forever 21? Okay, Most of the young people know Forever 21. So Forever 21 is considered to be a pioneer when we talk about the fast fashion. You know, here you have a design on runway, and the very next days, Forever brings that design for the youngsters at a very cheap price, you know, like affordable price. But what started happening? In 2019, they filed the bankruptcy. They closed their stores in 40 countries, 350 stores all around the world. They closed their stores in China, in London, and all around North America. Do you know what is the reason? Can anybody share if ever, you know, you have tried Forever clothing? Can anybody tell? Okay. So what the youngster or their buyers said, that the clothes are of such a, okay, I don't want to sound rude, but it's such of poor quality that it ends up in the landfill. And they said that this is contributing to the bad environment. And that's where Forever 21 had to file bankruptcy. Now this is another scenario happening in the world. Can you move to the next slide? Okay, no, go back. So I'll, on my click, you know. So in 1995, 500 Fortune companies. Give me a number that how many exist today? Throw me a number, like quick. How many? Oh, that's very pessimistic actually. 61 companies. Like, oh my God, like 500 Fortune companies and only 61 exist now? Like, what's going wrong, you know? Something is definitely wrong. Click. Tiffany & Co., another click. So Tiffany, which is famous for its diamond rings, everybody loved to have, you know, oh, I got a Tiffany ring. So 16.2 billion purchased by LV. Tiffany said that their revenues are falling down. Why? You know what's the reason? They said people have stopped buying their rings. Is it like people are not getting engaged anymore or what? No, people are still getting engaged, but they are not buying their rings. Next one. Toys R Us, very famous brand for kids and babies, you know. They filed bankruptcy. What? Babies are not being born or what's happening? So they said, yes, that's the factor actually. They said that there are not being many babies and kids. That's where their sales are going down and they close the stores. So yeah, okay, just give me a second. So 2017, that's where they filed the bankruptcy and closed the stores. Next one. So Nike, what they have done, that they have reduced the number of their retailers from 14,000 to only 40. This is a big, sharp fall. Like not even 400, 40. Next one. Crate and Barrel, okay, now bring up everything. So Crate and Barrel also closed their lines for kids. Another one, I believe, Sears. Sears, the Kmart group, they also closed the stores, I think, around 150 or something. Nine West having very comfortable shoes for women. I'm wearing one of the pairs actually. So they are completely going online, closing their stores. Okay, next slide. So what is happening? Consumer is changing, the world is changing, and the consumer is changing. Okay, this one's much better. Next. Now, look at this graph. You know, I'm going to show you 3 graphs quickly, where we are going to talk about that how the population size, and especially the age groups are changing. So we always knew about boomers, Generation X, millennials, and then post-millennials. We call the later two Generation Y and Generation Z. And you see that Generation Z is, which is now we say 5 years to 25 years, and Generation Y 26 to 40 years. Now what is changing? Can you move to the next slide? Now look at this one, you know, just right, like I think somewhere, I think in the early 1990s, millennials, you know, they overtook baby boomers. And what happens later, if you go into 2018, Generation Z is actually taking over Generation Y. You know, by the end of 2020, sorry, no, we already achieved it. By 2019, Generation Z was estimated to be 2.5 billion and Generation Y at 2.4 billion. Next. Okay, this is a very interesting graph and it obviously brings good news to India. That, you know, what is being estimated actually now, that out of 10 millennials, 9 are actually in the emerging economies. And that's where you see India and China, you know. The thing is that what's happening in, yes, US in 2016, they hit the lowest birth rate, like 61 births per every 1,000 women. And then, you know, it's the worst actually in Europe, like in Italy, it's like, I think it's the lowest in Italy, like the percentage of millennials in their population is actually 16%, 16.8% something. So this is another scenario. Can you move to the next? So the thing is that what these generations, these young people, you know, what do they want? Next slide. So Generation Y, next. I'm going to show you this study. Can you bring down the graph? Now look at this. They say 92% of them will trust that company which is going to support any cause for humanity or do something for the environment. And when you keep on looking number, they'll be loyal, right? They'll be fans to those companies. And 73% of them are actually willing to pay more for that brand which is going to contribute some goodness to the humanity or the planet Earth. Next slide. We could talk about Generation Z. Now Generation Z is more interesting, right? Next slide. Yeah, just bring down the graph. So they say that 77% brands will be supported. Why? Because they will be promoting equality on social media. Social media is like our everyday thing, you know. We can't live without it. Businesses are relying on it, and that's where Generation Z expectations are. And then you see that communication, you know, like 66% of them, they say that so Generation Z, you know, it's famous for creating global communities. So any cause come up in any part of the world, Generation Z will get together and they will make a community around that cause. So it's no more geographical boundaries and stuff, you know. You can see the global audience now. And 61% of you know, they are willing to pay higher price for a sustainable brand, or in easy term we say for a green brand or for a green business, you know. Next slide. Next, yes. So we say, just bring down everything. So our consumer nowadays, they want to know if the product I'm going to buy, is that out of organic material? Is that recyclable? Is it a product of fair trade? How many of you know fair trade? Okay, fair trade is something where, yes, so when you are, when the developed countries are buying, let's assume they're buying something from the developing countries, right? They should be paying the right price of the product. Then living wage, I love the term, you know, and I love the concept, and I wish every country should have living wage. Living wage is something much more than the minimum wage. You know, even in North America it said, oh, the minimum wage is like $14 or something per hour, but that is not giving you the quality of life every human being deserves. And then we talk about carbon neutral and stuff. You guys know about carbon neutral or carbon emissions? Okay, so yeah. Next slide. So what happens, you know, let me tell you very quickly. So now Forever 21 was buying its wool from a farm in New Zealand, and one of the visitors there, they released a video on YouTube where they showed that the sheep were being butchered very brutally. So what they did, the PETA, the people who ethical treatment of animals, they did a protest on Oxford Street, and they demanded Forever 21 to stop buying from such a supplier. But Forever 21 did not listen. So that's where we say that you ignore your stakeholders, yes, you are forgotten, and never 21. Now, I want to show you another thing. Just follow the, yeah. So remember the slide where we said, it was second or third slide, that Jeff Bezos, he announced this fund. Now, do you know that after his announcement, his employees were angry? They did not like it. You know why? Number one, they wanted him to do more. His total worth is like 130 billion, and he allocated only 2 billion, which is 8%, I believe. So instead of appreciating him, he is expected to do more because he's one of the richest people. And you know, so far, what we, just do all the clicks. So far, the only contribution, right, he has made, other than the Amazon and stuff, you know, 2 billion he donated, like in 2018, to help some homeless people and establish some schools. And his employees and people were complaining that he did not even sign the giving pledge. Giving pledge means that all the rich person, they should donate half of their wealth, all their lifetime, during their lifetime, to help deserving people. So, see, now if you think, that's where the point is. If you think that you are just doing CSR or you are participating, that is not enough. Your brand, your business has to say that I am solution to the problems. As you know, Salva mentioned as well, that is your brand or your business is bringing smile to people. Like, consumer should become your fan, right? Whenever they're buying a product, they should know that yes, I'm emotionally connected because this is helping humanity, this is helping other people. Next slide. So now here's the challenge. As we said, that population trends are changing, you know. It's a changing behavior, how to survive profitably, sustainably in this environment. Can you move to next? And that's where we talk about socialpreneurship, where we say, okay, this is a very interesting quotation, you know, you can read it, that how David Packard, the co-founder of HP, he says that businesses exist because individuals get together to achieve those results which they cannot achieve in their individual capacity. And what is that? Make a contribution to society. This is the demand of today, and this will be the future. If businesses don't listen to it, they'll be out of it. Next slide. Okay, yeah, just move it, you know. So this is something we have to question ourselves, that is my brand, is my service or my business contributing anything to the society? I'm gonna, next slide, I'm gonna show you some examples, you know, and yeah, this is extremely important. Why? You know, when we say that we know that, you know, what I'm doing, how I'm doing, but why is extremely important, you know. You have to find out, if you are here, why are you here? Why do I exist? What is the purpose? Fahim mentioned it in the morning as well, the two important days in everybody's life. The day you are born, okay, you had no choice, but we have the choice to make a positive impact on earth, to other people's life. And the moment we know that why we are born, that's the point which is going to change your whole scenario. You know, you'll be passionate, the professionalism, it will be a good combination and a mix, you know. Yes, so we are going to talk about what we want. We want aspirational brands, meaningful brands, you know, where fans are created. Next slide. Okay, Tom's. It's a shoemaker, like a shoe seller. So what happens, its owner, you know, what he did, that he was traveling around the world and he saw that there are like many kids without shoes. So what he did, obviously he wanted to help. He created a profitable business of selling shoes. And you know what he did? He was making money. What he did, that whoever will buy one pair of shoe, I will donate one pair to somebody who doesn't have a shoe. Then he allocated, I think, yeah, $1, you spend $3, he said $1 for every $3, and so far he has donated 6.5 million. Yeah, the next. He has also restored the sites, 770 thousands, and then he has worked on providing safe water, drinkable water to many people around the world. Now think about it, right? He could just come and sell the shoes, but these are not ordinary shoe brand. This is a special shoe and people buy it with this emotional, like that, okay, yeah, I'm gonna wear the shoe because I'm gonna help somebody else, right? And he has contributed 93 million shoe pairs to the undeserving people. Like 93 million people are wearing shoes just because people bought their shoes, right? So, and another thing, he has promised his business, what he does, that they allocate 1/3, 1/3 of their annual profits. And move to the next slide, and there I'm going to show you, okay, they discovered the why. Their focus was, their why of doing business was, they wanted to improve lives. These are some other causes. They work with NGOs, around the world on physical safety, running bicycles and everything, and, bringing harmony in the community. Then mental health, again, working with a non-profit organization. Next slide, yeah. This is another where they work for the education and empowerment. Next example is basically of Patagonia. Can you do the clicks? So Patagonia is basically a clothing brand. It's an American clothing brand. And they discovered their why of doing business. They wanted to save our home planet. So all of their activities is a profitable business, but to save planet. And what they did, that they self-imposed their business with 1% earth tax. So whatever the income, whatever is coming to them, they are going to charge themselves with 1%, and that's where they're working with sport activists, they're working with individuals, and many, they have given grants to 1,500 people as well, like individual people as well, because they believe that individual powers can equally make difference. Next. Yeah, wild fish and waters, and the next slide. Okay, you just click and bring the. So the thing is that to start with, we should understand that where global forces are working. You can take it as a benchmark. You may feel these are actually the 17 Sustainable Development Goal SDGs developed by United Nations in 2015, and the aim is to achieve these goals by 2030. Now, you may feel, oh, the problem which is being faced by my community is actually not in this one. But just, take it as globally, this is a phenomena now. And what's happening, if you move to the next slide, yes, so we call them global goals as well. And look at the bullet points here. So if we achieve these goals by 2030, like how many 12 trillion in terms of market opportunities will be created, and 380 million jobs will be created just by helping, world. And in 2019, these 17 companies came forward. These all are private portfolios. They came forward, and they are called Business Avengers. This is called the Business Avenger campaign. And here, go back. So here what says that each of this company has taken one out of those SDGs. They're just going to work on one cause, work around it, motivate other people, fund whatever the activity is, and so see, it is not the government role even. In the previous slide, there was a point where customers believe, that brands can actually make much better impact than the governments. And remember that 2/3 of the customers, they say either will buy or boycott the product, because either it's bringing some good to the society or not any good to the society. Yeah, move. So what is the action plan? I don't have a long list, just one thing. You're a company, or you plan to launch your individual brand, or you're bringing a new brand or anything, just focus on one cause. You can take, one cause from those 17, or create your own, or, pick one from your community and work on it. Like, the ideal situation should be that when people are buying your product and service, They think about that solution you're giving to the society. This is how your brand should connect with your fans, you know. It should bring smile. That's the most, like, people should feel happy connected to your brand. So, I was like in last year when we launched the concept, somebody came to me and they were like, oh, you know what, if I'm going to invest my business money onto some causes and all that, my profits will come down and all that. And that's where I thought I should include this slide. So socialpreneurship is profitability with the meaning. We have facts and figures, that's where, so obviously you have fans, you have more profitability, right? As Salva said, your fans will forgive you for your mistakes even. 73% millennials are ready to pay higher for your product. Meaningful brands get 18% higher return on investment. And then Unilever Sustainable brand, if you look at them, they grew 46% faster than the rest. So, next one. We call socialpreneurship is the renaissance of modern business. It's the rebirth of modern business. So how we're going to do? Are you ready to be the next socialpreneur? Is your brand ready? Nobody's ready? Okay, yes, right, that's what I wanted to hear, you know. I am literally consuming my energy, passion and everything to create more socialpreneur. That's what is the need of the time, you know. So, you can connect with us if you are ready. You can connect with us through LinkedIn. My LinkedIn is there as well. We can work on it together, you know. We would love to work on it with you. And, you know, it's a little motivation that with whomsoever we'll work, we will share your journey and your success story in the next WMS, which will happen in India, and in every WMS happening in 2021, maybe more than 30 countries. And we'll also share the story in our journal, which is called Mind Your Marketing. Because we will never stop, next slide, which is last, we believe in better world through marketing. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kibriya. That was really very insightful, and that was an amazing experience and amazing presentation, I must say. And really, I mean, talking about Forever 21 actually gave a heartbreak to most of the female fan following, because most of us were a huge fan of the brand. But nonetheless, we have many more brands, and yes, CSR, that is contributing to the planet and for a cause, will definitely take us way ahead. All right, so next up, we have a very eminent speaker. He's the MD of Fujifilm India Private Limited. He has been leading Fujifilm India since December 2017, following his assignments in Fujifilm Hong Kong as an MD and Fujifilm China as a person in charge of optical device and electronic imaging products division. Can we have Mr. Haruto Iwata on stage, please? And to felicitate him, I'd like to call upon Dr. Navneet Kukreja. Dr. Navneet, can we have you on stage?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Haruto Iwata. I'm Managing Director of Fujifilm India. First of all, I want to take this as an opportunity to extend my heartfelt greetings to WMS team who are providing this knowledgeable platform. And we, Fujifilm, as a global partner, is pleased to be part of the World Marketing Summit by Professor Philip Kotler of the Kellogg School of Management at Northwestern University. Fujifilm Group's core management principle focuses on contributing to the resolution of social issues through our business activities. Thus, we are glad that our policy coincides with the vision of World Marketing Summit. When the summit was held in Tokyo in 2017, Fujifilm Holdings CEO, Mr. Shigetaka Komori, together with Professor Kotler, shared the same view that marketing is not simply a sales promotion tool. Rather, it is a business strategy to fulfill their social responsibility. This again coincides with our effort to contribute to resolving social issues through the creation of new value. And we are proud to take this forward in India. Okay, before to start my presentation, I would like to share the Fujifilm journey small video. Please show.
After revolutionizing photography with the world's first 400 ISO film, never stop. After digitizing to advance X-ray technology, never stop. After developing the world's first digital camera or pioneering high-functioning film for LCD, never stop. After evolving film technologies to create porous yeast filters designed to stabilize the quality of beer, or using our antioxidant knowledge that prevents film from aging to help advance skincare, never stop. And we will never stop. We'll never stop advancing our industrial radiography with non-destructive testing systems to help in aeronautic and automotive safety. We'll never stop creating intelligent workplaces with AI-powered solutions. And in the future, when you see us continue building on our history of innovations designed to help doctors quickly diagnose diseases, or leveraging our nanotechnology drug delivery expertise to help in the fight against cancer, or applying our scientific expertise to advance cell production to open up new possibilities in regenerative medicine, never stop. And we'll never stop improving the future by building on more than 80 years of experience, from our research, core technologies, and innovations to help create value for everyone. Never stop. Fujifilm, value from innovation.
Thank you. This movie is our branding slogan, Never Stops Movie. Today, I'd like to introduce about our innovation of crisis. This is a story our CEO, Mr. Komori, wrote regarding about our big reforms of our business. Okay. Firstly, I would like to introduce Fujifilm. Fujifilm was originally founded in 1934 as a motion picture and photographic film manufacturer. The Fujifilm Group now is a global company with 80,000 members of staff in worldwide, with 290 considered subsidiaries. The corporate net sales for fiscal year 2018 was $23 billion US. This is our major business segment. First one is imaging solution, or a photographic related business. Operations which accounts for 16% of our total sales. And second one is healthcare and material solutions, which include healthcare, medical, graphic arts system, and display material. And third one is we have document solutions segment. This business consists largely of the office and industrially related products. Next. This chart shows our business development and its history. Fuji Photo Film Corporated Limited was established with its aim of realizing domestic production of motion picture films. Soon after the establishment, we began domestic product of X-ray film for medical. In the late 1950s, utilizing technology accumulated with photography, pursued diversification of our business with videotape and tack film. Tack film is a protective film for polarizer used in LCD display materials, which later show rapid growth. And in 1962, we established Fuji Xerox as a joint venture with Xerox Corporation. In 1980s, we challenged to actively promote digitalization in 3 segments: photography, medical, and graphic arts business. Fujifilm developed the world's first full digital camera, DS1P, in 1988, and launched the world's first digital medical image diagnosis system, Fuji Computed Radiography, in 1983. Fujifilm invented and delivered the product by successfully taking on the key technologies of the digital era. Next. Second foundation. In year 2000, when color film demand reached its peak, Mr. Komori became the president of Fujifilm in 2003 and appointed 2000, and in 2003 he appointed as a CEO. He initiated a radical reform of the company, especially in February 2004, Fujifilm announced Vision 75. This is a mid-term management planning. The plan was a blueprint for implementing fundamental reforms with the vision of not just to survive, but to thrive as a top enterprise with sales of 2 or 3 trillion Japanese yen a year. This Vision 75 considered of 3 policies. First one, implementing structural reform. 2, building new growth strategy. And 3, enhancing consolidated management. These 3 goals could only be achieved with employees who were highly motivated and possessed superior skill. Next. This chart shows the global demand trend of color photo film dramatically dropped. The peak was at year 2000. Global demand of color film entered a rapid downward spiral after 2000. As a result, within just 10 years, global demand for color film decreased to 1/10, only 10%, compared to year 2000. Our main business almost disappeared, vanished. This is how the battle began. Fujifilm's task was to save the company. However, today, Fujifilm is engaged in such a wide variety of innovations and businesses. It is difficult to summarize, but you can say one thing with certainty. This Fujifilm company is technology-oriented. Okay, next, enhanced development of digital technology. By the beginning of the 1980s, the first signs of digitalization had begun to appear in Fujifilm's principal imaging field: photography, printing, and medical. In 1981, Fujifilm developed the first digital method for diagnostic X-ray imaging using a special photosensitive plate in the plate of X-ray film. This led to the invention of Fuji computed radiography, now called FCR, in 1983. In printing field, an Israel company in 1979 announced a computer-based device for a plate making an information processing called a response system. And Fujifilm developed computer-to-plate CTP plate setter. And in photography field, Eastman Kodak developed the prototype model of the capturing images using CCD sensor. And in 1981, Sony produced Mavica, electric steel camera which record image on floppy disk. But Fujifilm that developed the world's first full digital camera, DS1P, in 1988. We considered the wave of digitalization as an opportunity, which means this is a not crisis, as an opportunity. We focused on develop original digital technology, extend the life of photosensitive materials, and develop new businesses. In developing new business, like inkjet, optical disc, and pharmaceuticals, most of these new business ended in failure. But this was mainly because the highly profitable core business of photographic film was growing. Fujifilm selected the business areas that would become core of our future growth strategy. We spent considerable time evaluating each technology and each product strategy. Finally, we choose 6 businesses: digital imaging, optical devices, highly functional materials, graphic system, document solution, and healthcare business. Especially healthcare, it would be a mistake to underestimate the importance of healthcare at that time. But by covering prevention, diagnosis, and treatment, Fujifilm has set its sights of becoming a comprehensive healthcare company. Structural reform of imaging solutions segment. Firstly, I will touch on structural reform. Despite the shrinkage of the photography market, we firmly believe that photography is indispensable to humankind because of its ability to express the full spectrum of emotions. On the day, Konica Minolta, which is our competitor, had announced its complete withdrawal from the camera and photographic film business. We, Fujifilm, sent out a press release that Fujifilm will continue our photographic film business and strive our further enhancement of the culture of photography. But, however, in order to this business to continue our photographic business, we had to downsize our imaging business to the size of the market and ensure stable earning level. The total cost of the restructuring came to over 200 billion Japanese yen, which are almost near to 1.8 billion US dollars. We completed these reforms within 1 year and a half. And next, secondly, we growth strategies as conducting with only structural reforms will lead us to downward spiral. We considered thoroughly the area for growth where we could utilize proprietary technological assets and management resources. This matrix shows how Fujifilm analyzes its own technologies. The vertical axis shows the technology and the horizontal axis the market. We did a stock taking of technologies and sort them out into this quadrant. In each area we considered, first one, what we can do with our existing technologies in existing market. And second one, what we can do with new technologies in the existent market. This is, for instance, high functional digital cameras. And the third one, what we can do by applying existing technologies to the new market, which is something like films for LCD. And last one, what we can do in the new market by our new technologies. That is, for example, pharmacy products. When choosing the priority business field, we made it sure, first one, the market has to be growing, and second one, we can utilize our technology. And third one, we can be continuously competitive in the area. Next. Concentrating management resources. Fujifilm is concentrating management resources in 6 priority business fields. Each priority business field provides us with the opportunity to differentiate our products based on our proprietary technologies. At the same time, each field is further characterized by its significant scale and growth potential, and represents a market in which we enjoy competitive advantage and high market share. New growth strategies. How Fujifilm did it by doing, 1, aggressive capital investment, 2, reconstructing R&D structure, third one, creation of new business. First one, aggressive capital investment. For capital investment, we have concentrated our investment to prioritize selected business areas, as mentioned earlier. For example, optical films for flat panel display materials. We have built a new production factory in Kyushu, southern part of Japan, in 2006. Decision was made in 2004. The factory operation started in 2006. In the display materials business alone, we have invested around 360 billion yen since year 2000. It's almost $3 billion US. And photographic film is made of a fine-tuned combination of various basic technologies. This is a cross-section of photographic film. The thickness of the photosensitive layers is about 20 micron, and it has around 20 coated layers. Each layer has a separate function, such as capture light, produce color, and sharpen images, etc. And we can say that the technology of photographic film is to control over 100 of highly functional ingredients, a propriety. In addition, we improved the functionality of its base film to produce tack film, which is used for liquid crystal display. R&D reconstruction. The Fujifilm Group has an extensive portfolio of exceptional technologies in fields such as chemistry, electronics, mechatronics, optics, software, and production technologies. To fully utilize these various technologies, we reconstructed R&D structures and established advanced research laboratories as a core R&D facility in 2006. The concept of the Advanced Research Lab is intellectual fusion, innovation, and value creation. Based on the concept, we brought together all in one place the researchers specialized in various technologies to create new technologies for Fujifilm's future growth. The investment was 46 billion yen, 383 million US dollars. And last one, creation of new business. Fujifilm's Asterisk series is a comprehensive anti-aging skincare brand developed by using its broad spectrum of core technologies accumulated over many years of research and development of photosensitive materials. This is using collagen technologies. 70% of skin consists of collagen. In fact, the main component of photographic films is collagen also. This collagen is gelatin. And antioxidation, cause of skin or a body, aging deeply involved with oxidation. And it is also common with fading color of photographies. In Fujifilm, we accumulated over 200,000 of compounds library, and around 4,000 of them are related to antioxidation. And nanotechnology. Technologies to support high performance of photographic films are use of highly functional materials plus extremely refined nanotechnology. Our own proprietary nanotechnology are being used in skincare products and medical drugs. Next, creation of new business, strategic M&A. Our new growth strategic general synergies with proprietary technology and assets. I would like to share with you Fujifilm's current challenges and targets. Building a strong business portfolio for growth, aligning vision for Fujifilm Sustainable Value Plan 2030. Next. Towards future growth. Finally, I would like to share with you Fujifilm's current challenges and targets. Please, next. Building a strong business portfolio for growth, aligning business vision for fulfilling Sustainable Value Plan 2030. And next, company to create change. I think this is the most core point in my presentation. Fujifilm's strategy is to now be in a company that creates change. We don't want to be in a company that responds to change, but one that can predict and create change. We believe there are 3 stages for the company's evolution process. During their initial stage, companies tend to respond to change in the business environment. They are generally considered as good company. But better companies not only respond to such changes, but also forecast changes in the future and act proactively. But the best companies are those that can create changes by themselves. We Fujifilm aim to become a company that makes a positive impact on industry and society by creating change and new value. We want a game changer. And let's move to Fujifilm India. This is a brief about Fujifilm India. We started our operations in February 2008 in India. We are currently headquartered in Gurgaon and are present across 6 divisions. Fujifilm India, this business, we are currently present in India. We have photo imaging, digital camera, medical, graphic arts, recording media, and industry product divisions. And Fujifilm India have grown to achieve double-digit growth in our revenue in span of 6 years. Fujifilm is pioneer in digital diagnostic imaging and is expanding into the area of preventive healthcare and treatment. At Fujifilm, we are continuously innovating, creating new technologies, products, and services for creating and impact in healthcare industry. Resolving cancer cases through innovation. We have done innovations to enhance the accuracy of breast cancer diagnosis. Through our product and service, we contribute to the early detection and treatment of breast cancer. Our revolutionary techniques and wealth of experience have enabled high precision and high resolution mammography. Thereby, through this advancement in healthcare sector too. Next. Further outreach, India KOLs meet and workshop. In the medical sector, we keep collaborating with hospitals, medical institutes, and various key opinion leaders by passing. We progressively conduct various workshops to educate people about our innovations. Through this insightful workshop, we aim to enhance the quality of life of Indian people's life. And next. Fujifilm has joined hands with various government institutions to eradicate TB. Through these initiatives, we aim to together end TB in India. In India, every year around 2.8 million people develop this disease, with nearly 40% of them being infectious. The government's intent to make a healthy India by expanding its horizon and supporting to eradicate TB by 2025 is a commendable initiative that will yield positive and long-term impact. And we are working around the same by joining hands with various government institutions to cure TB. We seek to contribute to the advancement of society, as well as improved health and environment protection in society. Thereby, through workshops, exhibitions, launches, and other important events, we impart knowledge about our services and innovations. To enhance the quality of life, we do activities like screening through mobile vans, conducting free breast cancer awareness and screening camp. Taking the awareness message, early detection saves lives, we Fujifilm have done lots of screening with India Cancer Society. Fujifilm has also collaborated with important healthcare facilities for spreading cancer detection awareness on a larger scale. Through our partnership with healthcare providers and through our association with Pink Ribbon campaign, we are hoping to encourage women to be fearless in their approach to their breast health. Next. We have been continuously educating people about the benefit of early detection through awareness message across esteemed publication. And finally, I would like to explain our Never Stop campaign. Never Stop, Fujifilm's global branding campaign, was launched in India in last year, November. A 360-degree corporate branding campaign which gives right to all the business officers of Fujifilm India. The campaign focuses on how Fujifilm will never stop driving value from innovation for a better tomorrow. Okay, finally, please see our India Never Stop campaign movie.
Never stop believing in love. Never stop believing in hope. Never stop believing in trust. Never stop believing in faith. Never stop believing in care. Never stop innovating, changing, challenging, believing in a better tomorrow. Never stop believing in smiles. Never stop. Fujifilm. Value from innovation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to again express my gratitude to all, keeping true to our corporate slogan, and we are glad to constantly resolve the social issues through our aim to create a new value from innovation. I think it is important to prepare ourselves for the changing times and to move forward together as a team. Together, everyone achieves more. Never stop changing. Never stop challenging. Never stop innovating and bring value from innovation. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, sir. And next up, we have a very eminent speaker amongst us, ladies and gentlemen, Saurav Jain, who's the Vice President of Paytm. Saurav Jain also manages relationship with various industry bodies, including NASSCOM, CII, FICCI, PhD, CCI. Can I now request Dr. N.P. Gandhi, Chief Country Advisor, WMS India, to kindly felicitate Mr. Saurav Jain. on, everyone. Can we show some energy?
Good evening. So, when I came to today's conference, so I have come to a marketing conference, and I think that today we have to combine social entrepreneurship with marketing. And I believe that marketing में सबसे अच्छी चीज़ क्या होती है? जब आपको पैसे ना लगाने पड़े और marketing हो जाए. Because generally क्या होता है कि we always believe marketing takes the most money in any venture. Because 30-40% budget of any venture is just marketing. So आज मैं आपको formula बताता हूँ जो Paytm ने use करा to become a household brand. Within last 10 years, I think Paytm is one of the biggest brands in India. जो एक ज़माने में Coca-Cola का brand होता था, वो आज Paytm का brand है. And how we achieve that is what I would be telling. So basically, to become a good marketing company, first you have to think about the problem of the customer. So सबसे पहले आपको customer की problem को समझना है. And how will you understand the problem of the customer? Only through empathy. So मैं आपको एक example बताता हूँ. हमारे founder हैं विजय शेखर शर्मा. तो एक बार I was sitting with him and he was talking to a manager and he was telling कि कैसे product बनाओ जो अपने आप बिके. तो he was telling एक product बना रहे हैं. तो he was telling about that product. मैं आपको वो exact चीज़ बताता हूँ जो उन्होंने बताया. तो he said सोचो कि ये product हिंदुस्तान का एक आम आदमी यूज़ कर रहा है. Then while talking he said सोचो ये आम आदमी गोरखपुर में बैठा है. सोचो गोरखपुर में मामा जी बैठे हैं. अब क्या उनको वो प्रोडक्ट समझ आ रहा है? जस्ट थिंक, वो एम्पथी बहुत ज़रूरी है. वाई? क्रेडिट कार्ड्स हैव बीन देयर फॉर लास्ट 30 ईयर्स. क्या कोई रिक्शा वाला ठेले वाला क्रेडिट कार्ड यूज़ करता है? बट एवरीबडी यूजेस पेटीएम. एवरीबडी सेज डिमोनेटाइजेशन पेटीएम के लिए हुई थी. डिमोनेटाइजेशन सबके लिए हुई थी, बट पेटीएम के अंदर वो एम्पथी थी जो वी कुड यूज कैपिटलाइज दैट डिमोनेटाइजेशन. हुई तो सबके लिए थी, एसबीआई के लिए भी हुई थी, मूवी क्विक के लिए भी हुई थी. The thing was we could empathize with that rickshaw wala, with that thele wala. I will tell you few instances कि वो empathy is very important for marketing because अगर आपको बिना पैसे के marketing करनी है, although we spend lot of money, we sponsor cricket matches, but it's not just sponsoring cricket matches. It's about the empathy. Why rickshaw wala, thele wala is able to use Paytm. आप किसी से बात कर लो, कोई भी अनपढ़ आदमी भी Paytm use कर लेता है. You don't require a degree, but Microsoft Office का पहले क्या होता था? NIT में कोर्स होता था to use Microsoft Office. कितना डिफरेंस है? हम कहाँ से कहाँ आ गए हैं? So just think. So Vijay was telling कि he was saying कि सोचो गोरखपुर में मामा जी यूज़ कर रहे हैं ये ऐप और क्या मामा जी को सारे फीचर समझ आ रहे हैं? Just think. You have to empathize. हमारे साथ बहुत बार क्या होता है कि आप बोल रहे हो, आपका ब्रांड कुछ बोल रहा है, बट समझ किसी को कुछ नहीं आ रहा है. होता है या नहीं होता है? तो क्या वो करेंगे तो फिर आपको ऑब्वियसली पुश करना पड़ेगा. पुश करने के लिए ऑब्वियसली पैसे खर्चने पड़ेंगे. तो यू नीड अ ब्रांड विच इज अंडरस्टैंडेबल बाय द यूजर, विच हेल्प्स द यूजर, विच सॉल्व्स द प्रॉब्लम ऑफ द यूजर. तो एक और इशू आता है. आई गो टू मेनी कॉन्फ्रेंसेस, पीपल आस्क कौन सी प्रॉब्लम चूज करें. लाइक पेटीएम चोज द प्रॉब्लम ऑफ फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन. आई स्टिल रिमेंबर 2012 में मैं बैठा हुआ था विजय के साथ एंड ही वॉज माई फ्रेंड. तो आई वॉज सिटिंग विद हिम. He said, I was running a mobile education company, mobile games company. तो he said, तुम्हें 10 रुपए लेने होते हैं तो ये एयरटेल वाले 70% तुम्हारे से ले जाते हैं. And why you have to pay them 70%? I said, because 10 रुपए कैसे कलेक्ट करें? तो he said, देखो मैं ये चीज़ बना रहा हूँ पेटीएम, जो तुम्हारे को 2% कमीशन लेगी और तुम्हारे को वो 70% नहीं देना पड़ेगा और ये चीज़ बनेगी और ये एक दिन 10,000 करोड़ का ब्रांड होगा. एंड आई वॉज सिटिंग 400-500 करोड़ की कंपनी थी पेटीएम. उस समय 197 कम्युनिकेशन थी पेरेंट कंपनी. एंड आई वॉज थिंकिंग इन माई माइंड कि क्या विजय मुकेश अंबानी की तरह नहीं सोच रहे. बट दैट इज द विजन ऑफ अ फाउंडर कि कर लो दुनिया मुट्ठी में. अगर आप कुछ बड़ा सोचोगे तो बड़ा होएगा. एंड यू हैव टू बी कॉन्फिडेंट. ही वॉज सो कॉन्फिडेंट कि वो होगा. और आज मैं आपको बताऊं, वी आर 1 लाख करोड़ रुपी ब्रांड. वी आर वैल्यूड मोर देन $16 billion.
एंड आज अगर कल अखबार में 10,000 करोड़ हमारी वैल्यूएशन छप जाए तो हम तो आई डोंट नो क्या करेंगे, डूब जाएंगे. सो व्हाट आई एम सेइंग इज उस जमाने में 10,000 करोड़ 3 साल में ज्यादा लगता था, आज हमें 10,000 करोड़ कम लगता है. एवरीथिंग इज रिलेटिव. बट उसके लिए आपको आम आदमी को समझना पड़ेगा. व्हेन आई वाज रनिंग बिल्ड फॉर इंडिया, आई एम रनिंग अ इनिशिएटिव कॉल्ड बिल्ड फॉर इंडिया इन पेटीएम. सो विजय एक दिन मेरे को बोले कि तुम बहुत जगह जाते हो बोलने के लिए, स्पीचेस देने के लिए, आम आदमी से बात करो और समझो इज ही हैप्पी विद पेटीएम और ही और शी इज अनहैप्पी विद पेटीएम. तो आई थॉट सीईओ हैं ऐसे ही कह रहे होंगे. फिर एक महीने बाद उन्होंने पूछा यार तुमने एक महीने में कुछ बताया ही नहीं. तो आई रियलाइज ही इज वेरी सीरियस. तो ही गेव मी वन एग्जाम्पल दैट डे. ही सेड ही वेंट टू जयपुर. ही आस्क्ड अ ढाबा वाला, भैया पेटीएम यूज करते हो? ढाबा वाला बोला नहीं सर मैं पेटीएम यूज नहीं करता. अब कितने सीईओ हैं हु विल डू दिस? एंड ढाबा वाले ने कहा पेटीएम नहीं यूज करता. ही टोल्ड 2-3 प्रॉब्लम्स. विजय केम बैक एंड ही इंकॉर्पोरेटेड दोस 2-3 फीचर्स इन पेटीएम जो ढाबे वाले को प्रॉब्लम थी. एंड दिस इज व्हाट यू रिक्वायर इन अ ब्रांड. यू रिक्वायर एम्पैथी. You require understanding the customer. You require understanding of the pain point. If you don't understand the pain point, तो आपका brand सिर्फ पैसे खर्चता रहेगा. We have lot of brands जो सिर्फ पैसे खर्चना जानते हैं, but people don't remember those brands. But you have lot of brands who are not spending that money, but people remember. उसके अलावा we were not a very known brand on the day of demonetization. We did lot of steps to make people understand. Why? Because as a startup we knew that we are right now scaling and we have to have a field force which will go. So I still remember मेरे cousin है who runs a petrol pump in Haryana. He said पेटीएम वाले आए डिमोनेटाइजेशन से पहले, सबने मना कर दिया अरे क्या जरूरत है पेटीएम की. डिमोनेटाइजेशन के बाद सब फोन कर रहे थे कि पेटीएम लगा दो, बिना उसके एक महीने कैसे लेंगे पैसे. सो यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड द पेन. एक और चीज़ जो लोग कहते हैं कि सरकारी पॉलिसी आपको हेल्प करती है नहीं. सी आप सरकार के इतने सारे प्रोग्राम्स है, डिजिटल इंडिया है, स्वच्छ भारत है, कुछ भी है. ट्राई टू क्रिएट सम प्रोडक्ट और अ ब्रांड अराउंड दोज इनिशिएटिव्स. आप स्वच्छ भारत का ब्रांड बनाओगे, सरकार की सारी पॉलिसी आपको हेल्प करेंगी. आप डिजिटल इंडिया को प्रमोट करोगे, सरकार की सारी पॉलिसी आपको हेल्प करेंगी. तो यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड कि हवा किस तरफ बह रही है. हवा अगर ये बह रही है कि सरकार आज चाहती है स्वच्छ भारत हो, सरकार चाहती है डिजिटल इंडिया हो, तो फिर आप डिजिटल करो, ऑब्वियसली ऑफलाइन मत करो चीजें. यू रिक्वायर लास्ट माइल. मैं जब स्कूल में था, आई स्टिल रिमेंबर वी यूज्ड टू रीड, देश के अंदर कुछ ऐसा होना चाहिए कि लास्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी हो बैंक्स की. किसी ने करा नहीं, बट नाउ वी आर एबल टू डू दिस. इवन पीपल इन विलेजेस आर यूजिंग पेटीएम बैंक. पेटीएम बैंक अकाउंट खोलने में क्या है, सिर्फ पेटीएम डाउनलोड करो, केवाईसी कराओ और पेटीएम बैंक अकाउंट खुल जाता है. एंड इंटरेस्टिंगली हमारी सैलरी भी पेटीएम में आती है. तो जस्ट थिंक इट्स अ रियल बैंक अकाउंट. इट्स नॉट 2,000-1,000 के लिए नहीं है. जब मैंने पहली बार अपने कज़न को बताया, मैंने कहा हमारी सैलरी पेटीएम में आती है. इसे भैया लाखों रुपए भी पेटीएम में आते हैं. मैं तो सोचा 1,000-500 रुपए के लिए होता है पेटीएम. तो व्हाट आई एम टेलिंग इज सिर्फ टेक्नोलॉजी इज नॉट इम्पॉर्टेंट, सिर्फ ब्रांडिंग इज नॉट इम्पॉर्टेंट. यू हैव टू जस्ट थिंक अबाउट द कस्टमर. यू हैव टू एम्पथाइज विद द कस्टमर. अगर आप सूटेड बूटेड रहोगे और आप सोचोगे ये रिक्शा ठेले वाला क्या मेरा प्रोडक्ट यूज करेगा, तो रिक्शा ठेले वाला आपका प्रोडक्ट यूज नहीं करेगा. But we think 500 million Indians would use our product, and that's why we create these products for 500 million Indians. मैं एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल आपको बताता हूँ. I have a friend who runs a media company. जब मैं पहली बार उनके ऑफिस गया, कई साल पहले की बात बता रहा हूँ, तो मैंने उनको बताया, मैंने कहा तुम्हारी जो मैगजीन्स हैं वो लोग इस चीज़ के लिए पढ़ते हैं, करंट अफेयर्स के लिए नहीं पढ़ते. They were not knowing. बट हमारे यहाँ पेटीएम में क्या होता है, all the designers they are going meeting ये रिक्शा वाले ठेले वालों से. they designers बड़े बड़े designers जाके मिलते हैं and they understand the pain points. So there is a term called design thinking. I would recommend you to all read about design thinking, because design thinking जब मैंने पढ़ी तो मुझे पता चला इंडिया में प्रॉब्लम क्या है. प्रॉब्लम जीएसटी में नहीं है, प्रॉब्लम पॉलिसीज में नहीं है, प्रॉब्लम गवर्नमेंट जो करती है उसमें नहीं है. प्रॉब्लम है कि हमारे आईएएस ऑफिसर्स ने डिजाइन थिंकिंग नहीं पढ़ी है. जीएसटी की साइट घटिया है, जीएसटी नहीं घटिया है. जीएसटी इज अ वेरी गुड लॉ. पॉइंट इज डिजाइन थिंकिंग किसी ने नहीं पढ़ी है. सो स्टैनफोर्ड के डी स्कूल में सिखाते हैं डिजाइन थिंकिंग, बट यू कैन रीड ऑन योर ओन. अनदर थिंग विच आई विल टेल ऑल दी एंटरप्रेन्योर्स एंड स्पेशली ऑल दी प्रोफेशनल्स एंड एंटरप्रेन्योर्स वुड बी सेल्फ स्टडी बहुत करो. दीज डेज आपको हार्वर्ड स्टैनफोर्ड में जाने की जरूरत नहीं है, सब कुछ इंटरनेट पे अवेलेबल है. So I realized this 5 years ago. I started reading books. I have read more than 186 books related to startup marketing, etc. Seth Godin ki books are very good. I would recommend you to read books by Seth Godin. There is a very good book called Purple Cow, especially for small businesses. अगर आपका business Purple Cow नहीं है तो नहीं चलेगा. तो Paytm was Purple Cow on the day of demonetization. I was Purple Cow when Vijay recruited me. तो point is आपको Purple Cow बनना जरूरी है. Purple Cow का concept would be the last concept I would be sharing. It's very easy. आज के सोशल मीडिया के ज़माने में आपको अलग चमकना बहुत ज़रूरी है. हर आदमी गाय बनना चाहता है, सफ़ेद गाय हर आदमी बनना चाहता है, सब सफ़ेद गाय का घी खाना चाहते हैं, दूध पीना चाहते हैं. पर एट द एंड ऑफ द डे क्या होता है, सबको काली भैंस का ही सामान मिलता है. अब व्हाट हैपेंस, अगर आपको डिफ्रेंशिएट करना है तो यू हैव टू बिकम पर्पल काउ. सो दिस इज अ बुक बाय सेठ गोडिन. तो ही सेज पर्पल काउ आपने देखी, आप यमुना एक्सप्रेसवे पे जा रहे हो, आपने एक पर्पल काउ दूर देखी, आप रुकोगे, सेल्फी लोगे, सोशल मीडिया पे डालोगे. मार्केटिंग किसकी हो रही है? काउ की. ये अरविंद केजरीवाल, इनके साथ क्या हुआ? ये एक ज़माने में पर्पल काउ थे. 2012 में जब अन्ना आंदोलन हुआ तो हम लोगों ने इनको प्रमोट किया. आज सीएम ये बन गए हैं. प्रमोट किसने किया? हम लोगों ने किया या नहीं किया? उस समय आप सब ने किया, नहीं किया? मैं आपको एक एग्जांपल ये दे रहा हूँ कि ये पर्पल काउ बनना बहुत ज़रूरी है. आज विजय हैं, मैं हूँ, हम हर जगह हमें लोग बुला रहे हैं. वाई? बिकॉज वी हैव बिकम पर्पल काउ. आज जो पेटीएम कर पा रहा है वो बड़े बड़े ब्रांड्स नहीं कर पा रहे. कोटक महिंद्रा वाले, आई वॉज इन अ कॉन्फ्रेंस, उदय कोटक खड़े थे, बोले हमने पेमेंट स्पेस को छोड़ दिया है, वी नो वी कैन नॉट विन दैट स्पेस. जबकि आज से 10 साल पहले मैं सोचता था पेमेंट्स कौन जीतेगा. सुनील भारती मित्तल इंटरव्यू देते थे, वो कहते थे वी वुड बी इनटू पेमेंट्स. तो व्हाट आई एम सेइंग इज सिर्फ आपको कस्टमर से एम्पथाइज करना. डोंट थिंक अबाउट कॉम्पिटिशन, डोंट थिंक अबाउट मनी, जस्ट एम्पथाइज विद द कस्टमर. ट्राई टू बिकम अ पर्पल काउ. और पर्पल काउ बनने के लिए बड़ा आसान है. भगवान ने हर एक को अलग पैदा किया है. विजय हिंदी स्पीकिंग स्कूल से आए थे, 12th तक हिंदी मीडियम में पढ़ा, तो ये बहुत बड़ा डिसएडवांटेज थी, उन्हें देश में समझ आया. बट आज वो हमारी एडवांटेज है. वन डे वन पर्सन आज मी, सर गूगल आ गया है, फेसबुक आ गया है, अमेजन आ गया, सबके पे आ गए हैं ना, फिर भी पेटीएम से पे क्यों करते हैं लोग? तो मैंने कहा जेफ बेजोस, लैरी पेज जिस दिन रिक्शा वाले ठेले वाले से हिंदी में बात करना सीख जाएंगे उस दिन पेटीएम हार जाएगी. मैं 100% मानता हूँ. पर जिस दिन तक वो नहीं करते ये चीज़, गूगल आ जाए, गूगल का बाप आ जाए, नहीं हरा सकता मैं. This is what I am saying. So पर्पल काउ बनना जरूरी है, एम्पैथी जरूरी है. And I would say build for India because your country needs you, because we need entrepreneurs to build solutions to millions of problems in India. And I believe people like you would be solving these problems. And one day we would have a nation which is ahead of अमेरिका. तो विजय का ये कहना है, बहुत दिन हमने गोरों की चाकरी कर ली, इवन आउटसोर्सिंग भी कहीं ना कहीं गोरों की चाकरी ही है. एक दिन हमारे ब्रांड ऐसे होंगे जो देश को जाके आगे बढ़ाएंगे और वर्ल्ड को जीतेंगे. तो आज हमने पेपे नाम से याहू जापान के साथ टाई अप करी है. आज तक क्या होता था, होंडा जब आता है इंडिया, या जैसे अभी फ्यूजी के बैठे थे, तो हमेशा टेक्नोलॉजी जापान वाले इंडिया लेके आते हैं. इंडिया वाले हमेशा मार्केटिंग करते हैं इंडिया में. हमने क्या करा, हम जापान को टेक्नोलॉजी दे रहे हैं, मार्केटिंग याहू जापान कर रही है. सो दैट इज द चेंज नाउ विच इज हैपनिंग, एंड दिस इज व्हाट वी रिक्वायर. सो देश हमारा पीछे नहीं रहेगा. आप लोगों को मार्केटिंग सीखनी है. ऑब्वियसली फिलिप्स कॉटलर की बुक सबसे पहली बुक होती है जो मार्केटिंग के लिए सीखते हैं. सो विद दैट आई वुड लाइक टू से कि हम बिल्ड फॉर इंडिया बिकॉज आवर कंट्री नीड्स मोर मार्केटर्स लाइक यू.
Thank you so much, Saurabh. And next we have a very brief presentation about Tax India Online. Let's have a look at the LED screen.
ये सिलसिला शुरू होता है उस रात से.
The stroke of the midnight hour, when the world sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom.
हर दिल में नई आशा, हर आंखों में नई चमक. और एक नए भारत का सपना लिए हम एक नए सवेरे की तरफ बढ़ चले. हमारे सामने नई मुश्किलें भी थीं, कुछ दुश्वारियां भी। पर हम कहां हार मानने वालों में से थे, जहां एक तरफ हमने शिक्षा के लिए स्कूल बनाए, तो इलाज के लिए अस्पताल, नदियों ने रोका तो पुल बनाए, बाढ़ ने रोका तो बांध, और अंधेरे ने रोका तो पावर प्लांट बनाए, कच्ची सड़कों को पक्का किया और फर्राटे से गाड़ियां दौड़ाई। हमने जमीन से आसमान तक का सफर तय किया और हजारों लाखों मीलों लंबी छलांग लगाकर अंतरिक्ष को छुआ। ऐसा नहीं है कि वक्त ने हमारे जज्बों को आजमाया नहीं। हम गिरे, हम उठे और हमने कंधों से कंधा मिलाकर फिर से अपने हौसलों को एक नई उड़ान दी, नए भारत को एक नई दिशा और एक नई पहचान दी। हमने जवान बनकर देश के लिए बलिदान दिया, तो एक मां बनकर उस शहादत को सलाम किया। ये पुल, ये बांध, ये स्वास्थ्य और शिक्षा, ये सेना, ये शौर्य और देश का निर्माण कहां मुमकिन था आपके दिए टैक्स के बिना। TIOL देश के निर्माण में टैक्स भरने वाले हर भारतीय को सलाम करता है। TIOL, हम जज्बा हैं भारत का।
So next we have a very eminent speaker. He's a marketing professor from Lübeck University of Applied Sciences, Germany. He's a top digital marketing guru in the world. He has co-authored Marketing Management with Professor Philip Kotler. A corporate trainee, coached international companies like Google, Coca-Cola, McDonald's, Procter & Gamble, Adidas, and so forth. Please put your hands together for none other than Mark Oliver Opresnik. And to felicitate him, can I please request Dr. Navneet Kukreja to be on stage.
To the middle. But the mic is on already, so that works. Yeah. Oh, thank you very much, Dr. Navneet.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
It's my pleasure, sir.
Dhyanbad.
Thank you, sir.
Dhyanbad. Thank you very much. Can we turn on the computer? So, Namaste. I'm very glad to be here for the very first time in India. So I'm very delighted. Thank you. So, we don't need any kind of introduction. I'm focusing, I was pursuing Laura's advice, so I was focusing not on marketing in general, but on digital marketing, and in particular social media marketing. And I'm honored and privileged to be co-author to Professor Kotler, not only to marketing introduction, but also to social media marketing, which I wrote together with my friend also, Professor Sven Hollinson. It's actually the best-selling digital marketing book in the world. It has been ranked as among the top 10 books right now on all marketing in the world. It's translated in multiple languages. And we have a special promotion right now just for the WMS until the end of this week. It's 50% off, and you can get it on Indian Amazon as well if you just scan the QR code. I'm also happy to be in touch via social media. I'm a digital guy, so I try, although I'm already 50, I try to stay tuned with the youth. You can see here, that is my youngest follower in the world. She's only 3 years old. And I was greeted with so much hospitality and warmth. People always ask me, how do you sense India? So, because I'm the first time here, and I was overwhelmed by the hospitality, friendliness, warmth of its people, and I also delighted to got the opportunity to see some of your culture. So first of all, I want to like to thank the organizers for making this all possible. Dr. Navneet, Lalit, my friend Yogesh, Hatiri, thanks very much for making this all happen, for getting us here. So I want to start. That's her. Isn't she cute? So that is the future, right? The children are our future. And we also, like I said, we also had the opportunity to experience some of your culture. That is, so if I ever fail as a marketing professor, in the future, I can become a baker at some temple because they taught us how to make bread. So I love that. Thanks very much for taking us there. What are our challenges in this digital world? So we are coined, or US military forces coined that term, VUCA. You heard about that. We are living in a VUCA world. Volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity. And these call for a new kind of entrepreneurial activity, which is vision. We need a vision where to go, right? What is the higher meaning of my company, of my product, of my corporation? We need not only to understand the customer, but we need to understand the wider environment. We call that, we need to have a more encompassing focus, what we call a stakeholder value management perspective. Not only shareholder, everybody's talking about shareholder, but we need to look at everybody, stakeholder, also Greenpeace, political parties, the broader society, and so on and so forth. We need to be clear about that. We need to have a clear focus, and probably also most importantly, we need to stay agile. There's a quote from the famous NHL player, Wayne Gretzky, and he's one of the old stars of American sports, and he was being asked, what made you a successful sports player, a professional? And he said, I don't skate where the puck is, but I skate where the puck is going to be. And that is agility, because we work with a lot of companies, and those companies are often saying, oh, that is interesting what you're telling us, Mark, but we've been doing this for 120 years now. I say, wow, 120 years, wow, that's cool. Your company has a long tradition. And what about your customers? Yeah, we've been knowing our customers for 120 years already. And I say, how old is he now, or she? 120? No, it's still the same kind of target group, but times change, we know that. So Laura talked about that. We're living in a world where products are soon becoming commodities. All products, they are more and more alike, because what is successful, it is being copied in an ever shorter period amount of time. We were working with Apple, for example, Google, Amazon, Facebook, Microsoft, etc. And now, when Apple came out with the iPad, it was copied within weeks by Samsung, and they made the Galaxy Tab. And Apple said, oh, you copied our product. And they took them to court, and they were proven right. And then Samsung was prevented from selling the Galaxy Tab. But they changed it. They changed the design slightly. They made it a bit thicker and a bit more round at the corners. And another 2 weeks later, they were about to sell. So it just took 8 weeks for Samsung to make the product. And if you look at the quality of the product, and Laura was talking about that, it is all compatible. They're all rated good. So there's no quality superiority of one competitor over another. So how can you be different in a world where everything is more alike, where everything is more the same, where products are becoming commodities? The problem, and I talked a little bit about that, is, and we have an image here of innovation theory, and the first phase is called the penguin phase. So penguins are standing on an ice shelf, right? This is a synonym for companies. And they're all hungry. They want to get good food, right? They want to get the best fish. But they're a bit anxious, because if a company jumps into the water, the penguin, he may be killed by an orca. He doesn't really know whether there are orcas around, right? So they're hesitant. But one is courageous enough. He jumps into the water first. What are the others doing? They're watching him. The first phase we call the penguin phase. In the second phase, we call the fast-selling item phase. So if the first penguin jumps into the water, is not being killed, what do the others do? They're following him behind, right? Follow the leader. We know that. And this happens in an ever shorter period amount of time. So how can we be different? We can only be different by focusing on two things. One, building strong brands. Laura talked about that. Because the brand is something what cannot copy easily. Stephen Brechtman, he was the head of home division at Microsoft. He said, nobody can be cooler than Apple. So you can copy a lot of design of Apple and a lot of the functions. When Siri was being introduced 2011, it was copied by Samsung with Bixby, and you have Cortana with Microsoft, right? So the advantage is gone. How do you build an advantage which is sustainable? Because that is interesting. Not an advantage, not being different, not the USP thing that marketing is talking about, right? Because you want to have a sustainable one. And that is the brand and relationship. If you establish a relationship with a customer, right? What is the challenge of traditional marketing communication in today's world? It is that we are bombarded with information all over. If we just try to look what's written here in the middle, finish fast, this sentence here, and count how many times the letter F is written in the sentence. Please try. You look very intelligent, quick guy, and 3, yes. 3? 5? Oh, that's strange. Is he wrong? 3. 5. 5. 6. Oh my God, what's in your drink? 6. What is correct? So many bright, intelligent people in the room, but we cannot agree on one number. It's only a sentence, right? Actually, it's 3. You think it's 3, and then you miss 3 times the off. If you add 3 times the off, you arrive at 6. 6 is correct, right? And that is not a stupid little exercise. That is coming from Professor of Cognitive Psychology at Stanford Elite University. And selection is very selective, right? It's very difficult to be heard in today's world. They said I should cut it a little bit shorter because we're already short on time. But that is the issue. Only 1 to 2% of all information is actually perceived by the customer. So how do you stand out of the clutter? We can do that via utilizing successfully social media marketing. That is the answer. And that is the answer also not only to B2B companies, but also the answer if you want to market a country or if you want to market B2B company as well. So that is applicable for all. Why? Because in the past, customer was like dogs. They were trained to domesticate it. So as long as you show a commercial over and over again to the customer will finally buy. But nowadays, customers are more independent. They're more autonomous. They're more like, that is an image that has been coined by the founder of an advertising agency. They're more digital, they're mobile, they're always on. They want to participate in decision-making, so it's more democratic process. In the past, communication was more like a monologue. So companies were talking to customers and they had some effect for some sales increase. That is what my colleague here is looking at and analyzing, Dominique. Today, it's more communication among equals, and tomorrow, and already some part of it today, customers are no longer customers, but they are what we call prosumers. They are in power. They're more powerful than ever before. They're more powerful than the company itself. Thank you. We're in high-tech India, right? So everything should be working. Everything is working. They are good working around. So de-Solomo trend. We have a de-Solomo trend, which means customers are digital, they're social, and all business is local. You know that, right? Even if you talk about global brands, such as Laura was doing, we call that in management, we have to have a local approach. So think globally, but act locally in order to better address the consumers. And customers are more mobile than ever before. So a lot of business is done on the mobile. That is what we are seeing, for example, just looking at Facebook numbers. I love this metaphor. That is a brilliant metaphor. A colleague of mine was inventing that. In the past, companies were playing bowling with the customers. So they were throwing a message towards an audience, and they hope for some effect, like they were doing a radio commercial, TV commercial, and they hope for some sales increase. But this is no longer valid because the customers are like cats. They want to participate in decision making, and also they want a dialogue. So we are playing pinball with the consumer, and we have to do that, right? What is that? We're kicking in the ball, the pinball, right? And it's going to one bumper, which is one customer, and one customer is passing on the ball to another one. Like I said, have you seen this kind of stuff from this kind of company, this kind of commercial or product or whatever? And what does it mean? You also lose control over your communication, because you cannot influence what one customer is telling another customer, right? And then often people say, oh, that is a bit too risky. I like social media, but isn't it a bit risky because you lose control? But that is what my Google friends are always saying. One vice president at Google, he said, you cannot un-Google yourself. I like that. What does he mean by that? Because even if a company decides not to be on social media, so not to have Facebook or Instagram or whatever, doesn't mean that there's no talk in internet forums or on Facebook about your company, right? But mostly you're not aware of that. So this is what we call the social media blind spot. I'll show a little video later on. We have to skip that because I'm pushed to finish a bit more quickly. In the past, it was like that. We were around the fireplace, basically, around the television, all looking into the same direction. But in today's world, it's more like that. We have this multi-screen usage of the consumers. Here you can see numbers for Germany. Already in 2016, all the digital, including internet mobile, surpassed traditional advertisement, which we call ATL, above-the-line communication. So already that happened if you put all the digital together. So we have a whole universe of options in the digital arena. And don't be on every platform. You cannot do that, of course. So pick out the most important ones. But it is very, very important to be able to do digital marketing. I think that is becoming more and more important as more and more is becoming digital. We're talking about the Internet of everything. Who's she? Madonna, of course, we know. How many times has the YouTube channel of Madonna been accessed the last 4 years? Have a guess? I don't know. Oh, I was too quick. 370 million times. Now, but interesting question, who's him? Anybody knows him, by the way? Yeah, you know him. Cool. Wow. What's that? Yeah, who's him? Okay, it's written on the t-shirt.
Yeah, he does the videos where he gives reviews of toys.
Of toys. Actually, he's the richest kid in the world, on the planet. His video channel has been accessed more than 1 billion times. He's born 2005, and he's testing toys. He's more influential to the perception of Mattel, Barbie, and Toys R Us than all those companies put together, right? Why is that? It is because he's perceived as being more authentic. And this is what we call an influencer, of course. And influencer marketing is important in every industry, no matter what you do. You say, oh, YouTube, it's only for watching cat videos. No, it's not. I'll show you some examples. First, I want to tell a story. I'm a great storyteller. Recently, so already 2 years ago, we had a female friend visiting our house with her daughter. And the daughter, Sophie, she was 11 years old, and she was about to turn 12, and said, what do you wish for your birthday? 11-year-old. And she said, a Michael Kors handbag. I said, my God, you're 11. What made you go for a Michael Kors handbag? Oh, come on, tell me. I'm in marketing, so have you seen TV commercial about Michael Kors or whatever, right? And she's looking at me like that, and I'm saying, Mark, nobody's watching TV. I say, oh my God, I know your mom watches TV. I'm not allowed to call her Sunday afternoon or evening or because she's watching TV. Yeah, but none of the people in my class. And I say, okay, I don't know what young girls are reading nowadays, so probably Miss Vogue or something like that, Cosmopolitan, Miss Cosmopolitan, looking like that. Nobody's reading. I said, I hope you do read school books, do you? All right. And she said, yeah, school books read, but no magazine, nothing at all, right? And I say, so why are you going for Michael Kors? And she said, oh, that was just posted last week, so 4 days ago, by Selena Gomez as the must-have accessory of the week. And therefore I need to have it. And she was spending all her money she was getting from the birthday on the Michael Kors handbag. So we have a significant paradigm shift when it comes to communication. We're working with a lot of luxury brands and advertising agencies, and that is an initiative that has been done with Dior and the saddlebag. So they were calling, on one day, they were calling all of their influencers and also normal people to share their experience with the saddlebag. And what happened was, on that very first day, there was an increase of nearly 1,000% in search, but also more than 100% also in sales. So we are living in a different world. I'm a great fan of James Bond. Are you as well? You like James Bond? Have you seen No Time to Die? Oh, you see No Time to Die? Have you seen the new one? No, it's not out yet. No, it's not out, so you haven't seen it. However, his sweater that Daniel is wearing, this army sweater coming from NPL, is sold out already. How's that possible? It's sold out before the movie is even out. Wow. Because that's a friend of mine, David Zaritsky. He runs a YouTube channel, which is called The Bond Experience, and he's the biggest influencer when it comes to James Bond. Not only to James Bond movies, but also what James Bond, what kind of watch he's wearing, shoes he's wearing, etc., etc. So he's presenting that on his YouTube channel. And all the brands that are appearing, product placement-wise, in the James Bond are sending him his products, like Evan is getting all the toys from Mattel, etc., to make them appear in the James Bond experience videos. So that is a new kind of communication. Why is that this is successful? It is simply because, I mentioned that before, because it is more authentic, right? It is more authentic. You can focus on some kind of brand or some kind of niche or whatever, but what is really decisive in the end, what is really the most important thing is, how's it perceived, what you're saying? And it is much more authentic if you have many, many, many people sharing the same kind of view about your brand, about your company. Here you can see that. Recommendation by friends, online consumer reviews have a much stronger impact on the selection and the final buy of customers than any other normal communication. What we want to do is we help companies to increase their earned media. So owned media is what you own, your Facebook page, your YouTube channel, the things you pay for, right? And paid media here, it's also what I mentioned that, the banner posts, so for example, promoted tweets, etc., etc. But what is most powerful is if you manage to inspire people, share content about your brand. How do you do that? How are you different? Basically, 3 elements, 3 dimensions we have. One and foremost, stories. Storytelling. So we call that content marketing. Content marketing is key. Don't talk about your product. Talk about a wider content, a wider context that is interesting and appealing to your target customer and target audience. Look at the website of Red Bull. Red Bull is still market leader. Laura showed that. Although you have many, many, many brands copying the recipe, copying the taste, copying the cans, etc., etc. Why is that? Go to the Red Bull homepage and look what they are doing. They don't have all the cans there and say, oh, buy Red Bull, blah, blah, blah. But they have, oh, these are the best barbecue recipes for summer. This is the best playlist on the Netflix. Or this is the best songs on Spotify when you're driving a convertible. Or this is the best, I don't know, skiing territory in the world, etc., etc. So they have a lot of content that transcends their own product and service, right? That is very important. The value that your company is offering shall ideally transcend your own company. Spread, and you need to, the story and the content you're sharing must be worth spreadable, right? So people need to be inclined to pass it on because it's so appealing and so interesting. And I brought a couple of examples for that. So that is basically the radar which you have. Let's look at the first one. Emotional content, purchase-oriented content. So celebrity endorsement, community, events, ratings. Go to the next one. Here's interactive demos. Can be also very, very powerful. This one here is what you call all this education, right? You do some articles, white paper, etc. All this can produce content as well. And you can also, of course, entertain and can be a mix of all of that. I'll give you one example, one classic example, probably you're aware of that. This guy here, he's the founder of Blendtec. It's just they're just doing home stuff, right, for the kitchen. And he's become very, very famous. He even has merchandising articles, right? And he started some while ago, and he was doing just product demonstration, but he wanted to show one feature of his product, which is robustness. So you can see, as of March 2018, the Blendtec series of videos he's on YouTube assembled more than 285 million views. Let's look at one example. Louder, please.
Will it blend? That is the question. I love my new iPad. It does a ton of cool things. But will it blend? That is the question. Doesn't quite fit in the jar, but I can take care of that. No! I knew I could get the iPad in a Blendtec Total Blender. I think I'll press the iBlend button. Oh, pad smoke. Don't breathe this. Ah, that was one tough pad.
Yes, it blends. That's fantastic. It's a fantastic story about this guy. An engineer who had this idea of just taking out one product feature, and he's always having these videos, will it blend? And sometimes he's blending Justin Bieber, DVDs and iPads and iPhones and Galaxy tabs and whatever. So, but I mentioned that as well. Go further. No, back. This one. That is what we've been doing with Google India. Google is popular everywhere. But what we wanted to think about is how can we transcend just the simple servers of Google? Right? So, because the explicit benefit of your product is completely irrelevant. Nobody's interested in that. What do you mean by that, right? If you have toothpaste, for example, classic example, and you say, it cleans the teeth. Wow, how interesting is that? No, right? That's the explicit benefit. But if you say, even if you're a heavy smoker, it cleans the teeth in such a way that they look brand new and you're more attractive to women. Wow. That is what we call an implicit benefit, right? So the explicit value of a product is not interesting. The more you appeal and communicate the implicit, underlying higher value, the more attractive your brand also is being perceived. In this masterpiece of storytelling, a granddaughter in India decides to surprise her grandfather on his birthday by reuniting him with his old childhood friend. Let's look at the video.
ये मैं, ये यूसुफ लंगोटिया यार सी मेरा। लाहौर में हमारे घर के सामने एक बड़ा बाग था। उस बाग का गेट बाबा आदम के ज़माने। रोज शाम को हमने वहाँ पतंगे उड़ानी और उसके बाद जाके यूसुफ के दुकान से झझरिया चुरा के खानी।
झझरिया
मेरा साहब नमस्ते।
नमस्ते, मेरी पोती मुंबई वाली।
और बेटे क्या हाल चाल है?
बचपन की तंग गली फिर से कूदे फांदे, छोटी छोटी मीठी चोरी गांठ लेके बांधे।
हेलो अस्सलाम वालेकुम।
फाजिल स्वीट्स?
हाँ जी। दादाजान, दिल्ली से किसी की कॉल है।
हेलो,
यूसुफ अंकल?
कौन?
जी मैं सुमन बोल रही हूँ दिल्ली से, आपके बचपन के दोस्त बलदेव जी की पोती। याद है बचपन में आप दोनों झझरिया चुरा के खाते थे?
बचपन की तंग गली फिर से कूदे फांदे, छोटी छोटी मीठी चोरी गांठ लेके बांधे। एक पतंग सा उड़ता था परिंदों की तरह, परिंदों की तरह, परिंदों की तरह। एक दौर था मन मन मोर था, एक दौर था मन मन मोर था।
पार्टीशन के वक्त हम रातों रात हिंदुस्तान आ गए।
दादू?
यूसुफ दी बड़ी याद आती है।
कागजों की कश्तियों में डूबा रहता था, झांकती खिड़कियों में उलझा रहता था। वो भी क्या दौर था, मन पे न जोर था। एक दौर था मन मन मोर था, एक दौर था मन मन मोर था।
भैया थोड़ा जल्दी।
हाँ जी, कौन? हैप्पी बर्थडे यारा। यूसुफ वो यूसुफ, वो मेरे बल्लू, यूसुफ है यार।
That is powerful storytelling, right? Within just 2 views, the video gathered more than 2 million views. And but most importantly, Laura is saying the brand needs to stand for something. Because I'm always saying, what is a brand? People ask me for brand, but I'm not quoting Professor Kotler or what we've written in our book, right? But a brand is a collection of perceptions in the hearts and in the minds of the customer. A brand is a collection of perceptions in the hearts and minds of the customer. And this is unimitable, by the way, right? If you occupy a position in the mind of the customer, this cannot be imitated. Every other stuff, every functional thing of being different can be copied, right? Think about Siri, think about the iPad, think about whatever you want to think about. Even in the pharmaceutical industry, you can easily copy products. But you cannot copy this, this kind of stuff. Going ahead. So, also, that's a famous example. It's coming from Volvo Trucks. We used to work with them. And Volvo is a business-to-business company. And Volvo has been proving that also YouTube and social media campaigns do work to get in the head of the consumer in a meaningful way, in a sustainable kind of way. I'm sure you all know this epic split of Jean-Claude Van Damme, the action hero, between two Volvo trucks going backwards. Probably, I'm not going to show this. This is one of the most shared videos of all time, more than 90 million downloads. But I'm just showing you one of the CEO of Volvo. And he was doing that, the Claes Nielsen, he's called. And it gathered more than 3 million views. And it's a very short one. Let's look at that.
Hello.
Louder.
My name is Claes Nilsson, president of Volvo Trucks. I've learned that when you want to make a YouTube hit, you need a hook at the beginning of the film. And here it is. This is a hook from the new Volvo FMX. Made of cast iron, and it holds up to 32 tons. That's far more than this, so you don't need to worry. In fact, you don't need to worry about anything. The new Volvo FMX is the most robust truck we've ever made.
How cool is that? How cool is that? It's, if you just have a product flyer saying, oh, we have very robust hook or truck or whatever, nobody's really interested in that. But if you put it in some interesting story, that is phenomenal. And then you have a deep, sustainable impact and effect. This even works for entire nations and countries. We also used to work for government of Seychelles to position Seychelles in the world. So tourism marketing. And I would like to show one funny video which has been issued by the government of the Netherlands. They liaised with a comedian, and after Trump got elected in the United States of America, he had this claim of America first, America first, America first. And the Netherlands had the brilliant idea of capitalizing on that, and we call that real-time marketing. If you pick up actual trends and you respond to that, and you take it accordingly, you have a nice video, storytelling, funny one, entertaining one, you can be very, very successful. We got more than 27 million views within just 1 week.
Vrijdag was het zover. De 45ste president van de Verenigde Staten werd beëdigd in Washington D.C. Donald J. Trump. Hij had een duidelijke boodschap voor de rest van de wereld. Ik neuk jullie allemaal de moeder. Nou ja, hij zei het in iets andere woorden.
From this day forward, it's going to be only America first. America first.
Ja, en omdat wij ook wel inzien dat we hem beter te vriend kunnen houden, stellen wij ons landje even aan hem voor op een manier die hem wellicht het meest zal aanspreken.
This is a message from the government of the Netherlands.
Dear Mr. President, welcome to this introduction video about the Netherlands. It's gonna be a great video. It's gonna be absolutely fantastic. Our founding father was William of Orange, who fought against the Spanish, total scumbags. They fought against us for 80 years, but they couldn't beat us. Couldn't do it. Total losers. They're all dead now, by the way.
Can we do it a little bit louder?
Dutch. It's the best language in Europe. We've got all the best words. All the other languages failed. Danish, total disaster. German is not even a real language. It's fake. It's a fake language. We've got Pony Park Slagharen, which has got to be the best pony park in the world. It's true. They're the best ponies. They are. You can ride them. You can date them. You can grab them by the pony. This is the Afsluitdijk. It's a great, great wall that we built to protect us from all the water from Mexico. We built an entire ocean, okay? An entire ocean between us and Mexico. Nobody builds oceans better than we do. This ocean, it is so big, you can even see it from the moon. And we made the Mexicans pay for it. It's true. You've got the Trump Towers. We've got Lee Towers. We've got Maduro Dam, which is the greatest miniature town in the world. It's great. Well, it's tiny, but it's great. And the squares, they're so small, you don't even need many people to fill them. It's great. This is Gerry Eickhoff. In December, we've got this scandalous tradition of Black Pete. It's the most offensive, the most racist thing you've ever seen. You'll love it. It's great. We also have a disabled politician for you to make fun of. Her name is Jette Kleinsma. She's from the Ministry of Silly Walks. You can do a great impersonation of her. Can't wait to see it. People tell us, very important people, they tell us we've got the best tax evasion system God ever created. It's just unbelievable. You should tell your sons to put all their businesses here. You'll pay no taxes at all. Zero. It's ridiculous. And last but not least, we've got a great dependency on the United States. It's huge. If you screw NATO, you're gonna make our problems great again. They're gonna be huge. They're gonna be enormous. It's true. Please don't. We totally understand. It's going to be America first. But can we just say the Netherlands second? Is that okay? Thank you for watching and best wishes. We've got the best wishes in the Netherlands. They're great. It's true.
And we're looking at numbers, serious numbers. Tourism to Netherlands increased double-digit. So more than 10% was the increase in tourism industry of New Zealand. Better than every brochure, any kind of flyer, so most impactful. What are the takeaways, basically? We're living in a digital world, we all know that. And probably you know from your textbooks, also of my co-authored ones with Professor Kotler, that there is an AIDA rule. The AIDA rule was invented in 1898, which says attention, interest, desire, action. But it's more like one of my clients, Adidas, Azidas. So we have the attention of of course you need the attention that somebody's aware of the product. And then, but what happens is next is not that they're interested in some concrete kind of product or service, but they search the internet. And also in B2B, not only when it comes to cat food or something like that. Then this interest, desire, action, and some of it, they share that, right? So in the old world, we have this classic sequence. There's a stimulus, there's the moment of truth. So we call that first moment of truth. If a customer is experiencing actually your product, and the second moment of truth here at their homes. But now we have the zero moment of truth, which is there's a stimulus, there's an intention, and then people are watching on the internet, okay, what is written about the brand, what is written about the products, right, of the company. That is what we call the zero moment of truth. And that is what you need to manage. You need to get to the 10%, not to the 70%. 70% of the people are just reading, 20% are reacting, but 10% are posting actively. These are what we call the KOLs, right? The key opinion leaders. We need to liaise with them to build strong brands. And this is the new entrepreneurial guidance for this century. First, before we plan any kind of action, we need to listen. Not only to the customer, but we need to listen to the noise that is happening, to all the information online, right? People are often unaware that their brand is being talked about. We were once consulting a company which is selling fire helmets, and I said, do you know how many firefighter forums there are in Australia? And they said, no, we don't know. But there were over 30 firefighter forums. Not Facebook, I'm not talking about, I'm talking about specific forums where B2B people, right, decision makers of companies, of fire stations, are talking about fire helmets. And there was a negative criticism about this brand. It was shared 70,000 times. You say, what are you doing about it? And they said, oh, this is completely new to us. So this is what I call the social media blind spot, or the blind spot that we have all too often in digital. So we need to listen first, learn, and then act, and also enter communication with the customer, and control is there. That is, for example, a blind spot that is very, very funny. So it's one thing what customers are perceiving. That is the decisive thing. That is what matters in the end. It's not what companies are saying. On the left-hand side, you read the CVP, the customer value proposition of the FedEx, right? Safety will be the first consideration in all of our operations. But now, look at what I call the moment of truth, this little video here. And the video is called FedEx Guy Delivering My Computer. It's video, there's no sound to it, we can see it. Obviously a FedEx van, a FedEx employee is dressed like that. And this is how computer monitors are delivered by FedEx, right next to your door. Wow, that's fantastic. Now, what is interesting about the video is that we go back to the video here. One moment, I click here. Yeah, you can see that here, or probably you cannot see. It's watched close to 9 million times. But FedEx was not aware of that. Harvard Business School estimated the loss of value to FedEx to be greater than $1 billion US. So, going ahead, I'm finishing in a couple of slides. So here are my takeaways. Boom. So, first, social media and digital marketing have changed the paradigm of communication once and forever. So, stop playing bowling with your customers. Play pinball with the customer. Although you may lose a little bit of control, always remember you cannot un-Google yourself. Second, customer, in particular key opinion leaders, they dominate the communication. We're not having customers anymore, we're having prosumers. The customer is more powerful than ever before. Third, dialogue-oriented communication is paramount. So not this monologue thing like we've done in the past. And you need to tailor the message to the specific audience you're talking to. Think about this global approach. And now, the last thing is, mind the guiding principles of entrepreneurial activity, which is listen, learn, act, and control. The great Mahatma Gandhi said, live as if you were to die tomorrow, learn as if you were to live forever. I think these are very wise words by the great Mahatma Gandhi, yes. And I want to finish using one last example coming from India. A very powerful example. Actually, it made it to the top of all times. It is also a company who does excellent storytelling, Korean company Samsung, advertising its Bixby voice assistant campaign, right? And I'm not reading all the text here, better watch the video. But it has more than 200 million views, and it is one of the most watched commercials on YouTube. It's not really commercial. Why is it not really commercial? Because they were applying these principles. It's more content, it's more storytelling. Look at that.
My mom is the best mom. She loves me a lot, and I love her a lot too. She teaches me so many things. And reads me lots of stories.
He tied them to the chain on the chariot and pulled them.
My mama is my best friend. Bye, Mama.
Tara, don't forget your umbrella. It's going to rain today.
Thank you, Mama. Mama is not feeling good these days. She can't speak to me anymore. But she still reads me stories.
I shall bite you with my white teeth, replied the mouse.
And helps me with my homework. Hi, Mama. How many sides are in a hexagon?
Tara, a hexagon has 6 sides.
She left her voice everywhere I am. Hi, Mama. How do we make halwa?
Now, add some almonds and cashews.
Hi, Mama. Start the washing machine. Hi, Mama. Can I watch my cartoons?
Yes, Tara. Good night, Tara.
I love my mama very much because she's always there for me, even when she can't.
Hi, Tara. I love you, Tara. I love you so much.
This is mind-blowing.
Hi, Tara.
Is it going to rain today?
Yes, Tara. Don't forget your umbrella.
Thank you, Mama.
Love you, Tara.
तुझको देखूं तू खड़ी है ना
You cannot really call it a commercial, right? So it's so heart-moving. I think it's better than 90% of what Hollywood was doing last year. Not Bollywood, but Hollywood. So sorry for the American people. And I want to end here. Thanks very much for your attention. Please feel free to be connected. That's my picture from the people who were putting me on the turban, so it was very nice. So my last words would be, Jago, India, Jago! Thank you very much. Love you.
Amazing.
Take care.
Amazing, Mark. Actually, we want to listen you throughout the night, but yes, we are really helpless because we have less time. And amazing, amazing words. And friends, are you enjoying? Yes. Are you getting late? Are you getting late? No. जिनको जल्दी थी वो चले गए और जो सीखना चाहते थे वो बैठे हैं. And learners never check time. When it is learning time, they never check time. Are you with me? Yes. Are you with me? Yes. Fantastic.
Superb. So now that we have reached the last leg of the session, trust me, this is the last leg, and we will have a panel discussion followed by the Kotler Awards, that is a few in number. But before that, we have very special guests, so let's felicitate them. Can I please call upon Mr. Anirudh Singh, Chief Human Resources Officer, GHCL Limited. And to felicitate him, can I please call upon Ms. Sadia Kibriya. Next, I'd like to call upon Dr. Vinod K. Verma, Vice President, Aditya Birla Group. Mr. Navratan, owner of Bikanerwala, and Mr. Akshay Goyal, Chief Business Catalyst, Global Culture Exchange Forum. Mr. Vikas Vats, President HR Association of India. Mr. Vikas Vats. I'd like Mr. Vikas Vats to kindly stay back. He has a small presentation to make.
Hi, good evening everybody. So how many of you are sleepy? तो I asked मुझको सबसे लास्ट में क्यों भेज रहे हो? They told क्योंकि सर आप सबको जगा दोगे. But I think I'm about to sleep. So what if, can we do a deal? Can we negotiate that instead of 15 minutes I have been given, I take just 4 to 5 minutes, come directly to the most important slide which is useful to all of us. That will work? You will clap for that? Give me a demo. I don't think I need to speak now. You have made the video recording? Okay. Where is my presentation? Let me do it very, very fast. So, we have heard a lot about marketing. I would like to talk about marketeers. Because whatever eminent speakers have told, to achieve that, to do that, we need to have some fundamental skills. I would just talk about 4 skills we need to have to accomplish whatever we have been told. Just 4 skills as a marketeer. And when I say marketeer, I don't mean that in a company or organization, we are always marketing. We are marketing to our senior, our company, to myself, to maybe my family, to the neighbors, the friends. I'm marketing myself as a brand. Even if I'm an employee, I'm marketing myself as a brand. Every employee is a product. You are a brand and you are selling yourself in the market. You are selling yourself to your management, your seniors, your interviewers, your competitors if you want to switch a job. So as a marketer, what are the 4 most important skills? So I'll try to reach there as soon as possible. Everything else I skip as we had the deal, and don't forget the clap, please. Next, please. Yeah, now it should work. Future skills for marketers in the era of digital, AI, and ML. What happens on the internet in 60 seconds? Maybe most of us know almost 4 million searches, 2.1 million snap created, 180 smart chip created, 1 million views on Twitch, and so many things. This is what happens on internet in 60 seconds. Global AI market, 2016, 1.4 billion, 2025, 60 billion. Maybe we are very soon going to see virus attacks based on AI. Maybe Corona is one of them, not the bigger one. The division of labor between humans, machine, and AI is shifting quickly. By 2025, it is expected to shift 48% humans and 52% rest. So what do you do as human? What do we do? 5,000 years of change and human progress. Fire, almost 500 years. Wheel, another 1,500. Steam engine, another 2,000. Electricity. Now we are at the convergence of cyber, physical, and biospace, and after that, everything changes. The rules change. The growth is exponential. And due to that, we cannot predict. We cannot predict what would happen in the future. So if we cannot predict, whatever strategies we are making, they are based on the knowledge we have till now. Nobody knows what will happen in the future. So whatever you have been taught is based on the past, and now the game has changed. Nobody can guarantee this will work. So what to do? For that, I will give you 4 simple skills. And this is not only for marketers, this will be applicable to everybody, all employees, all entrepreneurs, everybody. The industrial revolution multiplied our physical capacity, digital, the mental capacity, and the social capacity. Now, if you see, okay, I'll skip this. Price for 1 GB data, 1960, 10 million. 2010, 9 cents, 2015, free. Geo. So here we are. Now we are in the future. Number of years it took to each product to gain 50 million users. Airlines, 68 years. Pokemon, 19 days. Here we are. This is future. We are in the future. Now if somebody tells you what to do, nobody can guarantee. So what to do? We become one with the technology. How? We become agile. How? Skills. So 4 skills as I told you. Then I say bye and you keep your promise. You need to launch Me 2.0. I'm not talking about any app, rather I'm talking about operating system. Whatever you learn, may not suffice in next 3 to 5 years. The shelf life of knowledge, technologies, services is mitigating tremendously. Whatever, these skills are like apps. Now in future, you continuously will have to install, uninstall new apps. And for that, you require right operating system. So I would give you 4 operating system level skills. If you possess those skills, not only you will survive in the VUCA world, you will thrive in the VUCA world. 4 skills, last slide. 1, innovate and improvise. So this is from Yajurveda. If you have to summarize Yajurveda in one sentence, this is called Mahavakya. I'll say, Aham Brahmosmi. I am the creator, I am the Brahma, I am the greatest creator. I have to create, recreate, always. Whether, as we have discussed, single brand, multi-brand, or the spider brand, if I can create, I can survive. In last 15 years, almost 50% of the Fortune 500 companies have gone out of the list. We have the examples of whatever was shown, Nokia and others, because they could not innovate. Innovate and improvise, first skill. So I think Brahmosmi, this should be enough for all of us Indians here, right? I need to understand I am the greatest creator, and I can create whatever I can imagine, as the Einstein said. Second, Tattvam-asi, Tattvam-asi, wo tum hi ho, that is you. Samveda. I will describe Samveda in one sentence, Tattvam-asi. So once I know I can create, now my mission is to empower others by awakening them as the ultimate creators. When I say others, this means my clients and employees. So we talked about that my clients are not the problem, my competitors are. I would also add, employees are the biggest. If I can empower my employees, they will help me in the first level. Then I can create. So if I treat my employees the way I want to treat my customers, then they will treat my customers the way it should be, and I need not worry about competitors, right? So with customers or employees, say, educate them. You need not be good at data analytics, but your decision should be data-driven. Educate them, empower them, and give them experiences. So on experiences, we have discussed a lot. I will skip that. Though being a psychologist, I had a lot on that with flashable memory and everything, so I'll skip that. Third skill. Prajnanam Brahma. This is Rig Veda. The knowledge is Brahma. The knowledge creates. If I have knowledge, then I can create. I need to learn, unlearn, and relearn continuously. Lifelong learning. And I tell you, if you invest in yourself, that would be the best investment you will ever make. And if you don't, nobody else will. So invest in yourself. You have to invest 4 things into you: time, energy, effort, and money. Also the money. And time is very important. I don't believe in time management. Nobody can manage time. The speed of time is constant, 60 minutes per hour. The quantum of time is constant, 24 hours in a day. Anybody who have achieved, anybody in the world has achieved within these 60 minutes. I don't believe in time management. I never speak on time management. I have spoken over 17,000 hours, never on time management. I speak on time intelligence. You have to be time intelligent and use your time properly to continuously learn, unlearn, and relearn, so that whatever is the shelf life of technology and knowledge, you can cope. So time intelligence I have taken from, may I ask questions? So I have got some gifts for you. So somebody can answer, I'll give you some gift. If you have heard Vinash Kale Viprit Buddhi, Kal is Samay, time, Buddhi is intelligence, time intelligence. So this sentence is from where? Vinash Kale Viprit Buddhi. This comes from Ramayana. This is about, किसके बारे में है? No, this is about Ram. न निर्मितः के न दृष्टपूर्व न श्रुते हेममय कुरंग तथापि तृष्ण रघुनंदनस्य विनाश काले विपरीत बुद्धि. सोने का मेरे किससे पहले न बनाया न देखा न सुना, फिर भी राम पीछे हो लिए बिकॉज विनाश काले विपरीत बुद्धि. हाउ यू डू? इवन महाभारत में है, कोई बोले थे महाभारत समय करोति बलाबलम प्राणी गंति शरीर नाम. If you don't use time properly, you might be Bhim, but washing utensil might be Arjun, but right? So how you use your time intelligence, that would be the skill, operating level skills, where your time is going. Who will survive, who will fail, who will be dead, everything will happen within 24 hours. Last, I am Atma Brahma, Atharvaveda, or you can call emotional intelligence and spirituality quotient. You need to be transparent, truthful, and turn your any guesses? Turn your customers into brand ambassadors. Turn your customers into brand ambassadors. You can do it when you are transparent, truthful, then you turn your customers into brand ambassadors. So, when we talk about VUCA world, we talk about V, volatility. Now, volatility, there is no volatility inside me, outside me. When I know I am the Brahma, I can create whatever I can imagine. Uncertainty, there is no uncertainty because I know I am the Brahma, Tattvamasi, you are also the same. There is no uncertainty in my mind. Complex, there is no complexity because knowledge can remove any uncertainty. Ambiguity, of course, not there. I am Atma Brahma. There is no ambiguity. I know. I'll take from Gita. There is a shlok in Gita related to Atma. Can anybody tell anything about it? The most famous shlok from Gita about Atma. Nainam chiddanti shastrani nainam dahti pavka ne chainam kaledentapo ne shoshati marute. So there is no ambiguity. And these four sentences are called, okay, now which is the state? So you deserve one gift, question for another one. And I think I'll take 30 seconds more. Which is the state of the world which is most volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous? As per Hindu history, Indian history, which is the state? Which is the state? Tandava, when Shiva does Tandava. And these are the four sentences from four Vedas as their summaries told by Lord Shiva himself. So when these can take care of even Tandava, what about VUCA or no VUCA? So we need to be right with our operating system. We need to understand, innovate, that I have to innovate and improvise, empower my customers and employees. Invest in yourself, keep learning, lifelong learning, learn, unlearn, relearn, and be transparent, truthful. That is the key for future. Thank you very much. Keep your promise. This was me, Vikas.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vats. And next up, time for the panel discussion. So I'd like to call upon stage Dr. Jitendra Das, Director, Ford School of Management, Dr. Fahim Kebria, CMO, Kotler Impact Inc., Mr. Anuj Pandey, GM, Tech Mahindra, Ms. Laura Rees, President Rees & Rees US, Mark Oliver Opresnik, Jitendra Chawla, CEO, SEM Biz, Mr. Vikas Vats, President HR AI, Ms. Sadia Kebria, CEO, World Marketing Summit Group, Mr. Indrajit Ghosh, Chairman, MSME CII, and Ekta Sibal, International Speaker on Spirituality and Meditation. And in the meanwhile, I'd like to felicitate a few of our awardees as well. And also our moderator for the panel discussion, Mr. Kunal Gupta. Can we have you on stage, sir?
So, जब तक पैनल डिस्कशन के लिए सभी लोग अरेंज हो रहे हैं, तब तक हम दो अवार्ड्स अनाउंस करने जा रहे हैं. and the India Achiever Excellence in Digital Marketing Demand Creation, I would like to invite Ajish Venu Gopalan. Please come on the stage. Ajish, एक बार तालियां होनी चाहिए भाई साहब.
And to felicitate him, can I please call upon Miss Laura Rees? And next up, Industry Achiever Personal Care, Best Beauty Accessories and Styling Appliances, Mr. Sheetal Kurana and Miss Nidhi Vora, GM Sales, Marketing, Vega. Kindly be on standby. India Achiever Excellence Award, Emerging Entrepreneur in Digital Marketing, Harpreet Kaur. Kindly be on standby. And Ms. Harpreet Kaur, Emerging Entrepreneur in Digital Marketing. India Achiever Entrepreneurs Electronics. The award goes to Yogesh Bhatia.
Now friends, we are moving toward the panel discussion, and the topic of this panel discussion is New Decade Marketing and Globalizing Your Business. बहुत ही मजेदार होने वाला है. So I think मजा आ रहा है या नहीं आ रहा है? Yes नहीं, आपने तो नहीं में yes बोल दिया. ये तो आप बोलिए आ रहा है या नहीं आ रहा है? आ रहा है या नहीं आ रहा है? Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to have you around here, and it's a huge gratitude for me to be here moderating a very esteemed panel. So I will. I think saving time, I will just directly move on to some very important and pertinent questions for a very, very complex topic, the new decade marketing and globalizing your business. How in today's world are we going to keep our brands relevant in the age of disruptive technologies? How do we innovate and how do we stay relevant and how do we position ourselves as a brand in the next 10 years to come? So I'll start with Dr. Fahim. What specifically do you think is going to win in the next decade? What are going to be the major drivers?
Marketing.
Marketing. The new decade marketing.
The modern marketing, which has slightly changed. Marketing was always there, you know. Marketing is there from the day one. But since we are in a different era, this 21st century, fifth industrial revolution, marketing 5.0, so there are so many challenges on the map, and still I firmly believe marketing will be there. Marketing will win. New marketing, I would say, as Philip Kotler said in his talk, that new marketing will win, because we have to follow. Customer is very smart these days. They're very intelligent. They are very knowledgeable. The journey mapping is absolutely different these days than the many years back, you know. So this is the reason why we are coming up with a new theory, a new book of Philip, which is a game changer, that what with the modern marketing, how it will win, and how everybody who is in any sector of life, any profession of they will win if they know a bit of marketing, and especially the bit of marketing from the horse mouth. And this is also our objective. And then if we all work hard on that, I believe we'll create a better world.
Wonderful, thank you. Laura, I have a question for you. What all in marketing technology is disrupting both the product as well as the marketing paradigms currently, and what all are going to be the impact areas for the next 10 years that you see?
Can you repeat the first part? I didn't catch that.
What all in marketing technologies, the marketing tech, the marketing automation is disrupting the product and the marketing paradigms of today and tomorrow?
I mean, lots of things. I'm not a technology expert, but I mean, there's disruption all the time. I mean, we wrote a book called Origin of Brands, meaning life always changes, it gets more complicated. I mean, actually back in the mid, 20th century, they thought, the computer was just going to be the computer, and that was going to be it, that there wasn't ever going to, every generation feels like we've reached the limit, right? But there's always more, there's always changing, and now we have so many computers down to the small computer in the palm of your hand, which is good and bad. It's bad for current companies that are likely to be, become obsolete or be seen as obsolete or out of date or out of touch. But it's also an opportunity for new companies and new entrepreneurs, but also for companies to say, hey, let a brand die and start a new one. I mean, that was the important example for Kodak. But companies, and the problem is that companies so fall in love with their brands. And they think that the consumer falls in love with their brands when they don't. They fall in love with that category or that technology, whether it's traditional photography that then got replaced by digital photography, which in some eventually will be replaced by something else. And you can't necessarily change who you are. You can't change the mind of the consumer. But you can launch new brands, and if you don't, but I guarantee you there is an entrepreneur out there, more than likely probably from India here, that's going to go out there and put something that's going to be a big success.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Sadia, I have a question for you. How is it that you're going to drive loyalty from the customers in the next decade?
See, I already gave a solution, and I talked about socialpreneurship, where I say, right, that if you bring such a product, such a service, you want loyalty from the customers, you need to bring that solution to which your customer feels attached emotionally. And every now and then we see that this problem is happening, that problem is happening. Yesterday I was just looking at Financial Times, and I found the central banks are now talking to one another, and they say that they are going to invest in green businesses, green solutions, because whenever there are problems like some earthquake or anything like that, or the floods, even the coronavirus right now, they have to pay, they face loss in terms of insurances and stuff, So they say that they are going to promote green businesses. So you talked about that, the loyalty and stuff. So that's, I believe, that's the solution. We need to convert our customers into fans by connecting to their emotions. That's my 2 cents.
Mr. Indrajit Ghosh, how is India, and specifically the MSME of India, how is it as government are we preparing the MSMEs for the next 10 years to come? With the ever-changing paradigms, with new tools and technologies coming in and putting a lot of MSMEs out of market. We had this whole debate about Amazon and how, Amazon is disrupting the Indian market. So how would you like to share about the next 10 years in India?
Yeah, we can say, MSME is the backbone of the industry, particularly, if you want to achieve 5 trillion economy, starting from the MSME. And Government of India is also changing a lot of rules, because in MSME structure, we have certain, problems to understand even the MSME registered customers, they are also not very much educated to follow whatever the schemes Government of India is giving, to avail that, to for funding also government is doing, but a lot of people doesn't know. So awareness is creating by the government, and MSME basically, whenever you are starting a company, it is started only MSME only, under the MSME, small and medium. Then it will becoming big times to come. But there are lots of measures, main points, which government is changing in the coming 3-4 months time. We will get it. There are a lot of incentives is coming up. Then they are giving, trying to give some subsidies also in certain sectors to grow. And one single window. What we have also requested to the PMO and the government, make a one single window so that in any MSME, anybody wants to start a factory, or everything should be done within 7 days time, single window. Because today if you want to start a window, there are different types of laws, different types of departments, you have to run around here and there. Second thing, we have also requested to make one single rule and regulations for the entire country. Because environment, government of India is different rules. Commerce and industries, they have different rules, so the industries are a little bit confused. So we have also requested to make a separate, one single rule so that everybody can follow, all the companies into the one fold. So that is also there. Plus, in MSME, there is a portal is also coming up, like Alibaba, to help each other and to know, what is the developments are going on. And a lot of awareness program we are also doing in district, state to state, to encourage the MSME, companies, industries, to come forward and, take the benefit of the government and grow fast. Because these are the main, corporate levels, yes, fine, they are also supporting to the government, but, MSME is a very vast field and vast, what you can say, subjects, all different pharma, marketing, in all types of products. So it is a very big industry. So we are constantly touch our chamber also, as well as FICCI, CII and other chambers are also working together to give a good shape to the MSME industry in the coming future. And within this 2020, there will be a lot of changes, which will be helpful.
So there's a lot of talk in the Indian market with Niti Aayog talking about Industry 4.0. So how is the MSME getting benefits of the Industry 4.0? And by when are we looking for the launch of Industry 4.0 benefits in India?
The government is working on that direction only, and we are coming up with a program for the MSME entire to achieve 4.0. There are some rules and regulations, everything is changing, and it would, the MSME organizations will get massive help in the coming 1 or 2 years time, which government is very serious, and they will get the facilities very soon.
Okay. So Mark, I have a question for you. So how is growth hacking impacting the traditional marketing strategies, and how are the company's global marketing strategies getting impacted as a result of that? Growth hacking.
Let's press that one. I think that is becoming in general more of an issue in today's world. In particular, if you look at the big companies, the GAFA companies, Google, Amazon, Facebook, and Apple, and all the data we have and they're collecting, right? So all issues related to that, growth hacking is one, but also data security in general, also with big data, will be increasingly under the supervision of some authorities. So for example, coming from Europe, you know that Marie Vestager, for example, from the European Commission, she was penalizing Google and other companies for not operating fairly in the market economy. So what I'm saying, my point is here, that also the consumer will be very, very much aware in the future, or more and more increasingly aware of, and the companies as well, what the data is good for, so that companies using it in an appropriate way.
Okay. Jitendra, in the wake of a lot of these digital changes, can you just share about some use cases of how artificial intelligence is impacting marketing and the digital models of companies?
Yeah. Good evening. First of all, thanks to the audience. You are very sincere and dedicated. Maybe this marketing session would be a success for you. Now, a decade marketing in the next 5 years, where the industry we are seeing it, everything digital knows. Digital knows how customer is behaving, customer interest. And nowadays, everything for everyone customized. So, all things are artificial intelligence. Nowadays, when technology has come, it has a cost cutting also. Now, chatbot has come. So nowadays, anything you want to question, everything on chatbot. And the next decade, artificial intelligence would be a great opportunity for the digital platform also. And one thing I want to add also, digital has make the marketing easy. As now we have customers' behavior, customers' interest, very 99% everything knows. Like Google is doing advertising on TV. आपको टाइप नहीं करना, आप जस्ट बोलिए, वो बोलना भी नहीं है, वो अपने आप आपको दिखा देता है. तो दैट दे नोज हाउ यू बिहेव ऑन इंटरेस्ट. So it will be a beneficial for entrepreneurs to do the marketing in a right sense to the niche also. Thanks.
Anuj, how do you think the customer experience is going to be impacted as a result of that? How do you fundamentally educate the customer, empower the customer? What's the customer experience going to be in line with what Jitendra said?
Sure, Kunal. So, as the earlier speaker was rightly saying, things are becoming much more easier, becoming more digital marketing oriented primarily because you have much more data from a customer point of view, because the more and more data that you have, you're able to understand the customer and hence be able to curate a customer experience which is in line with what the customer is really expecting. So, in order to answer your question, typically if I were to look at customer experience, what has changed from a customer perspective? Customers have become much more vocal in terms of the way that they are able to put across their viewpoints. They're much more connected as well. And at the same time, as and when they're connected, you're also seeing the explosion of channels coming into the being there. So with more and more channels coming into the being, you're obviously saying you're moving from a multi-channel world to an omni-channel world. So the way that you're going to perceive your experience is going to be a seamless, consistent experience across all channels. And that's what we're moving into. And the more thing that you drive that omni-channel experience, you would need that data to drive that experience there. So I'll give you an example. I think the industry has moved from a targeting or a segmentation perspective to a micro-targeting segmentation as well, which is to say that every interaction that you're having in a digital world is data for you, and how do you utilize that interaction to bring about an experience is what will define the existence of your marketing strategy and how you're able to compete in the market there.
I have a follow-up question on this. We talk a lot about data, and you emphasize data about 4 times in your sentence as well. There's a huge data explosion happening. There's too much of personalization of, everybody's interest. What's the next 10 years going to have about data? Data is already an abused word right now in today's times. What do you think about how is data going to be structured? What are the next paradigms for the next 10 years?
So I'll put it this way. There was a good presentation, and one point really stuck to me was the fact that it's not the data which is going to be driving growth from now on, because you have enough data already available. What's going to drive the growth is basically how you use that data. And the AI engine and the intelligence engine that you bring in along with it, which is the machine learning and the AI part of it, is how are you able to contextualize real-time information in a more prescriptive way. So right now what's happening is you're moving from a reactive to a predictive to a prescriptive model there. So we're still at a stage where we're still exploring predictive models. The more and more we get into the cycle of intelligence and learning and relearning, we'll go into the prescriptive side of things, which will make it much more impressive from a perspective of making it very specific to each interaction that the customer is going into. And that's where data, I wouldn't say data, but actually the AI engine which comes along with the data, which is going to be helpful for it.
Okay, fair enough. Dr. Das, how is today's education going to stay relevant in the light of these changing technologies for the next 10 years? We already have a problem in India wherein we are already taught about, what has happened. A lot of times the current education is already missing out what is supposed to happen and what is job relevant skill for the students. So how do you think today's education is going to stay relevant?
We have had a day-long conference on this theme. Speaker. But I'll try to answer this in a couple of minutes. Did you hear what I said earlier? Okay. So education is important for us, and I'll begin with a little, I shouldn't say joke, but something I read a few days back. It said, one of the president of a country telling his audience that how do I convince the young generation that education is the route to success when there are so many rich criminals in my country. So that's where we stand today. Law and order has to be in place. The education system, the way it is in the US, is way different than the way we have in our country. We have 10+2+3 system, which has not been actually implemented. I graduated when I did my higher secondary. This was 11th class. A lot of you would be from that, higher secondary system. Later on, it was changed to 10+2 system and +3 system. So there has to be some philosophy behind why the education system was changed to 10+2 or +3. Nobody knows that, and it has not been implemented. So that apart, there's a long drawn-out discussion on that. I don't know to put in my time into this. But as far as technology is concerned, and I've been a professor of marketing, that's why I'm here. I've been a professor of marketing at IIM Lucknow earlier, currently at Ford School director. So technology has a very strong bearing on the learning of a student, and especially in a professional institutes like MBA program or a PGDM program, what would a student do once they graduate? So when we teach our student any subject for that matter, it has to have the flavor of what is happening in the industry today, what is happening in the society today. And when you're talking of MBA student, a PGDM student, they have to be, in the current times, industry ready. In earlier days, most of the companies would recruit graduates or postgraduates and put them into a training program for 2 years. Today, no training program, they are recruited and they're on the job. So our education, the curriculum that is designed and that is delivered has to be in sync with what is required by the industry. So we are constantly innovating and upgrading ourselves in terms of how do we teach our students. The pedagogy has to be in sync with what is required by the industry. And the biggest problem, which is almost come in, is what we call information overflow. So for example, a professor is taking a class and this person may be using some content or some slide. While the student is sitting in the class, he is Googling, and this guy discovers a set of slides which is being used is already available somewhere on the net. And so this person is not really looking forward to information which is available on the Google and the professor is sharing in the class. So that becomes a no-no. So you have a problem. So this becomes a problem for the teacher. So how do you teach a student where the content or the information is not being sought? It is already available. So the pedagogy has to change, and the technology comes in a big way as to how we can integrate this technology in terms of the learning, which is in sync with what is required for the student. And we have already planned a 3-day conference on this particular theme. In a few minutes, I think this is the best I can do.
Sir, but is there anything that is being sought towards changing the content? You talked about pedagogy, but is there any way that, given the fact that the teacher also has a limitations in terms of what has to be given to students, but when you say industry ready, is there something that some of the institutions are doing or anybody is doing right now to upgrade the content?
It is done all the time. If you don't do it, you lose out in a competitive world. See, the recruiters should not recruit your student and you're edged out of the market, So the content has to be enriched. The question is not of delivering content to the student in the current times. It is available. You Google any subject matter, there are different sites within Google where you could get any content that a student is seeking. That's why we have had these placards on doctors' rooms that don't share your knowledge about the symptoms that you have when you're coming and meeting me, because I'm going to tell you what is required to be done, so don't tell me that. There are doctors who put it up there. So you have a symptom, you go to the Google and ask for a solution, you get the solution. So the problem is not of delivering a content. The problem is how do we make a student who's ready to start working in the industry. So for example, I can give you one little example how I have done it in our institute. I've asked the faculty that we are familiar with traditional examination system where you have the question paper and a 2-hour or 3-hour exam and students write the answer. And the person who is able to respond properly, you get good marks, right? This is how we have gone through our evaluation system. So in that kind of system, what is being tested? And this I have told my niece and nephew who are in the 11th, 12th board exam these days. So what is being tested? The test is your ability to recall the answers of those questions, right? That's the only test that is being done. So if you might have read, you might have understood, but if you're not able to recall, you will not be able to write it and you won't get marks, right? So I have told our faculty, like imagine a situation, and of course, we are familiar with what you call open book exam, and as a student in University of Toronto, I am fortunate to have experienced take-home exam, 48-hour exam. So give you a date and time, and within 48 hours you submit. So 48 hours of time given by the professor, you take the question paper answer sheet, and you do whatever is required and you come back. So that's a different kind of exam. So I've asked our faculty that imagine we have this exam in Ford School of Management, and we tell a student that this is open resource exam. That means you can have your mobile phone, you can have your PPT that have been shared in the classrooms, and all resources are available to you, right? And then you ask questions. So what would you ask them? You cannot ask something which is already available on as a content in the book or in your slides or anywhere. So the level of question that you must ask has to be much, much different level. So in the computer science, we always talk of data, information, knowledge. This is high. Lowest is data. Organized data is information. Information with a lot of some logic and inferences is knowledge. And after knowledge is what we call wisdom. And we know what is the meaning of wisdom when we talk of Indian system. So when you have exam where the contents are freely available to our students, and of course we are familiar with Google Glass, even if you prevent a student from access, the person uses a Google Glass and you ask any question, this guy can Google without anybody noticing and gets to know all the answers and can respond. The Google gives you a question and a model answer for that. So you can search all those things and reproduce. So given that knowledge to a teacher that the content is readily available, so what would be your role as a teacher? What would you like to teach such that you ask those kinds of questions in an exam where the contents are freely available? So now imagine yourself as a teacher that you asked me, so I am speaking.
No, I would love to hear from you all day.
You as a teacher, imagine how would you like to teach a student such that in the exam you are asking something and the content is available, right? So entire pedagogy has to change, not only the content enrichment, but the way you are teaching. So we are talking of flipping the class, we are talking of live project for students, we are talking of internship, which means short duration, the student internship in corporates to experience it. A lot of things are being done and we are trying to do it. So we are into an era where the contents are available, and you need to train our student that assuming the contents are there, how do you identify a problem? How do you identify a solution to a problem? What are the ways and methods to look into this? And design thinking is one of the ways that we are trying to move into, where you look at any of the issue from a strategic perspective. The design thinking is more strategic in nature at the root level. And that's how you move up in terms of trying to figure out a solution. This is how the world is likely to change.
Got it, sir. Got it.
Sorry.
Anuj, give me about a minute. I'll just give you concluding remarks. I need to go to Ekta. She's been waiting for a while.
Just 1 minute. Sure. I just wanted to add to this point of what you were saying is today content in any case is available. I think what differentiates is how are you able to make collaborative efforts to drive that engagement in terms of learning and relearning, because you continuously have to learn and relearn.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Fantastic, fantastic. Ekta, now coming towards spirituality and some sustainable development, I had a couple of questions for you, but since we're running out of time, I'll just quickly summarize them.
Sure.
So much of consumerism happening around us. So how do we ensure sustainable development, which is going to happen for the next decade to come?
Okay, so today, you know, when I was listening to all the speakers who were talking, they were talking about marketing, innovation, they were talking about business transformation, digital transformation. And if you look at it, who's at the center point of all this? It's the people. And when we talk about people, people are very complex beings. You know, we talk about their emotions. In fact, emotion was also touched upon as a point in the entire talk. However, when we talk about emotions, when we talk about the pain points of people, it's important to note that when we are talking about sustainable development, it's the growth of a person's mind which plays a very important role. So let me just share some facts with you. Now, WHO has termed stress as an epidemic, as a worldwide epidemic, which is not a good thing to hear. Another fact is that, again, WHO has estimated that India will have economic losses of around $1.03 trillion between 2012 to 2030, which is like a very, very big amount. Now, why are we talking about these things? Because the reason that these economic losses will happen is because of mental well-being. And I'm sure all of you know that President Trump was here, and there was an MOU, 3 MOUs which were signed, out of which the first MOU that was signed was on mental well-being. So when you talk about consumerism, when you talk about anything that can have an impact on a person's mind, I think it needs a lot of attention. So while we are talking about innovation, while we are talking about marketing, a person who's on the other side, or even the person who's creating all that, is equally responsible for having a mind which is positive, which is strong. And that's the line of work that I work in, which is all about holistic transformation. Now, of course, I do it through spirituality, through meditation, and also through inner self-transformation is what I promote. Like, when you have a mind which is strong enough, you can easily convert and develop so many new things which you may not be even aware of. So having said that, I definitely feel for sustainable development, it's not the responsibility of only individuals. It is also the responsibility of corporates, it's the responsibility of organizations to create awareness about mental well-being, to create activities which talk about mental well-being, also to have some kind of solutions which are driven by corporate wellness. Sure. And when you talk about corporate wellness, you're already incorporating all the things that the people who are involved in the organization need.
Great.
So,
something about community and overall everybody working towards the
yeah,
same
so
aim.
basically wellness, mental wellness, physical wellness also, and at the same time emotional wellness.
Fantastic. I think I'll pick up one word and summarize the entire discussion here with the word called mental growth that we used.
Absolutely.
I think every decade has brought about new challenges, new paradigms, new shifts. From one decade getting us towards computers to another decade, another couple of decades getting us more closer toward mobiles and AI. So let's see what the next 10 years have in store for us. But thank you so much. It was a wonderful panel discussion. Thank you so much, all of you, for all your insights. We could have just gone all day, but I wish everybody the best, and thank you so much for everybody. Thank you.
Can I request all the panel members to kindly be seated? And we have a celebrity amongst us here right now, and that is ललित आप इंट्रोड्यूस करेंगे या मैं करूं?
अभी अभी हमें पता चला हमारे बीच में अमिताभ बच्चन आ चुके हैं.
हाँ.
So please give him a big hand. He is a good friend of us. Now please, Mr. Arora. रिश्ते में ये हमारे भाई लगते हैं, पर मिले आज ही हम. So Mr. Arora, please.
सबसे पहले मैं आप लोगों को माइक दीजिए. नमस्कार, आदाब, सत श्री अकाल. कौन बनेगा करोड़पति से मैं अमिताभ बच्चन बोल रहा हूँ और यहाँ पर आए सभी अतिथिगण का बहुत बहुत स्वागत करता हूँ. अब हम वापस आ गए हैं अवार्ड सेरेमनी पे, कोटलर अवार्ड सेरेमनी पे. इंडियन अचीवर इंजीनियरिंग एंटरप्रेन्योर इन ट्रैवल एंड टूरिज्म गौरव विशिष्ट.
And to felicitate all the Kotler awardees, can I please request Miss Laura Rees to felicitate these awardees?
Excellence in Marketing Management, Parul Mehta.
Parul Mehta.
Excellence Award, Academics in Sandeep Pakaparne.
Mr. Sandeep Pachpande to be on standby. From ASM Group of Institute.
And the next excellent award, Best in Substantial Business and Practices, Abhishek Agarwal.
From Grosera Ceramics Private Limited. And the Entrepreneurs Academic Specialist Award goes to Dr. Rajiv Gupta.
Dr. Rajiv Gupta.
Friends, please तालियां कम नहीं होनी चाहिए. I think next session में awards उन्हीं को मिलेंगे जो आज दिल से तालियां बजाएंगे. Please be with us.
And the next award, excellent award, Consultant Financial Coach, Arpit Arora.
Kindly be on standby. Excellence Award, Entrepreneur, Innovative Travel, Women, goes to Pooja Malhotra. Excellence Award, Best in Sustainable Business Practices, Mr. Abhishek Agarwal.
And the next award is Excellence Award, Tech Expert, Sanjeev Jain.
From CEO at Itbox. And the next Excellence Award, a commendation, Arul Ranjan, PSG Institute of Management, Coimbatore.
And the next award, Excellence Award, Consultant Youth, Educationist, Shirish Gupta.
Kindly be on standby, whoever's name we are calling out.
And the next Excellence Award, Strategic Manager, goes to Sanjeev Kumar Gaur, Apollo Hospital Enterprise Limited. And the next award, the Excellence Award, Consultant, Corporate Training, Dr. P.C. Srivastava.
Kindly be on standby.
दोस्तों तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए प्लीज। जब पूरा दिन एनर्जी रखी तो लास्ट टाइम तक एनर्जी रहनी चाहिए, और यही तो हम इंडियंस की खासियत है। हमारा जोश, हमारा एक्साइटमेंट, यही तो हमारी खासियत है। और पूरे वर्ल्ड से जो लोग आए हैं वो कम से कम अपने देश में जाकर ये ना बोले कि यार दिल्ली वाले लोग लास्ट में थक गए थे। प्लीज बी विद अस फॉर नेक्स्ट 15 मिनट्स।
और भाई बच्चन साहब को देख के तो वैसे ही तालियां बजनी शुरू हो जाते हैं। आए And the next award, Excellence Award, Business Development and Digital Growth, goes to Ashish Gupta.
Ashish Gupta, kindly be on standby.
And the next award for Digital Transformation and Strategies goes to Ayush Mathur.
And the next Excellence Award, Academician, goes to Priyanka Saxena. Priyanka, kindly be on standby.
And the next award, Enterprise Quality Insurance Services, goes to J.P. Srivastava.
From ELI Technical Economic Services India Private Limited. Excellence Award Consultant Youth Educationist goes to
Suresh Gupta.
Mr. J.P. Srivastava.
Mr. J.P. Srivastava.
Priyanka Saxena. Excellence Award, Academician. And Excellence Award, Business Development, Digital Growth, Ashish Gupta. Excellence Award, Business Development, Digital Growth, Ashish Gupta.
Mr. Ayush Gupta.
Digital Transformation and Strategies, Ayush Mathur.
next award goes to Best Responsible Leadership for Sohail Chadha.
Sohail Chadha. From its education group, come running up. And now, India Achiever Excellence Award, Inspirational Speaker of the Year. Any guesses who this person is? Can we say a little louder, please? आपके अपने Mr. Lalit Arora. Can we make some noise for Lalit?
Lalit Arora.
Excellence Award. Excellence Award, Best in Sustainable Business Practices, goes to Mr. Abhishek Agarwal from Glosera Ceramics Private Limited. Mr. Abhishek Agarwal.
Mr. Abhishek Agarwal.
Are you around here? Thank you, Miss Laura Rees.
Thanks a lot.
Can I now call upon stage? I think there was one award winner who was left. Mr. Shirish Gupta, Consultant Youth Educationist. Mr. Shirish Gupta. Can I now call upon Dr. N.P. Gandhi, Chief Country Advisor, WMS India, to felicitate our jury members. Miss Ekta Sibal, International Speaker on Spirituality and Meditation. Can we all make some noise? So this being the last slot for the day, Mr. Indrajit Ghosh, Chairman, MSME CII. Mr. Ghosh is a mechanical engineer from Havra, West Bengal, and an MBA from IMT Ghaziabad. He has an expertise in plastics, packaging, recycling, and waste management. Mr. Anuj Pandey, GM Tech Mahindra. Dr. Jitendra Das, Director, Ford School of Management. Mr. Kunal Gupta. Mr. Kunal Gupta.
Mr. Kunal Gupta.
CEO of Magic Solutions. Mrs. Deepa Watts, Founder, Director, Psyche Panacea. Professor Lokesh Jindal. And Mr. Jitendra Chawla, CEO, SME Biz.
Mr. Jitendra Chawla.
And Mr. Mukesh Narang.
Mr. Mukesh Narang.
Mr. Indrajit Ghosh, Chairman, MSME CII. Mr. Indrajit is also a mechanical engineer from Havra, West Bengal, and an MBA from IMT Ghaziabad. He has a marketing experience in plastics, packaging, recycling, and waste management. Miss Amanpreet Kaur. And now, Dr. N.P. Gandhi. Thank you so much, Laura Rees. And I'd
Thank you so much.
request Can I now request WMS India to give the vote of thanks?
WMS इंडिया, जो भी कोर कमेटी के लोग हैं जिन्होंने जी जान लगा दी है पिछले 6 महीने में इस प्रोग्राम को सक्सेसफुल बनाने में, मैं नाम नहीं लूंगा, लेकिन प्लीज खुद ब खुद अपनी जिम्मेदारी समझ के स्टेज पे आ जाएं। WMS इंडिया कोर टीम।
Can I request Miss Ishmeet Kaur to kindly take over and do the vote of thanks?
Before we proceed for the vote of thanks, I would like to thank our celebrity anchor, our very own Mr. Amitabh Bachchan, our Mr. Arora. I'd request Ms. Laura Rees to felicitate Mr. Arora. So. No, I just please move for the felicitation and then I'll have to give a vote of thanks. Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm representing WMS India team right now while I'm thanking each one of you who has taken out time and come here and attended this event. This mega event of marketing, it's just the launch event, I reiterate, and we have so many things in pipeline like Kotler Business School, Kotler Business Programs. We just had this vision of bringing everyone on a common platform so that we can take this vision of leveraging marketing for social entrepreneurship, for of teaching millennials about how you can leverage marketing for corporate social responsibilities. And I am sure we've done the task well. I am sure you've taken some food for thought from all the speaker sessions. Thank you so much once again for coming, and my heartiest thank you and gratitude to all the speakers who've joined us from all over the globe. Thank you so much for coming here, especially Ms. Sadia and Mr. Fahim for taking out so much of time from your busy routine to come here and help us launch WMS India. Thank you guys. Thank you everyone. हेलो सर आप प्लीज आ जाइए.
और दोस्तों हमारे बीच में जो सुबह से है, कहते हैं कि घर वाले हमेशा भूल जाते हैं. सो आई वुड लाइक टू फेलिसिटेट Swati Kumar. She was a wonderful MC for today. Please give her a big hand, Swati Kumar.
हेलो हेलो चलिए जाते जाते मैं आप लोगों के सामने एक डायलॉग पेश करता हूं फिल्म दीवार से. आज खुश तो बहुत होगे तुम, देखो जो आज तक तुम्हारे मंदिर की सीढ़ियां नहीं चढ़ा, जिसने आज तक तुम्हारे सामने सर नहीं झुकाया, वो आज तुम्हारे सामने सर झुकाए खड़ा है. लेकिन तुम जानते हो कि जिस वक्त मैं यहां खड़ा हूं, वो औरत जिसके माथे से तुम्हारी चौखट का पत्थर घिस गया, वो औरत जिस पर जुल्म बढ़े तो उसकी पूजा बढ़ी, वो औरत जिंदगी भर तुम्हारे मंदिर में दीप जलाती रही, वो औरत आज जिंदगी और मौत के सरहद पे खड़ी है. ये तुम्हारी हार है. हाँ, ये तुम्हारी हार है. कौन सा पाप, कौन सा जुर्म किया है उसने, कौन से जुर्म की सजा दी जा रही है उसे? क्या उसका जुर्म ये है कि वो मेरी माँ है? क्या उसका जुर्म ये है कि उसने मुझे जन्म दिया है? क्या उसका जुर्म ये है कि मैं उसको प्यार करता हूं? कौन से जुर्म की सजा दी जा रही है उसे? हम घर से बेघर हो गए, मेरा बाप जीते जी मर गया, मेरी माँ सुहागन होते हुए विधवा पड़ी रही. मैंने तुमसे आज तक कुछ नहीं मांगा, लेकिन आज मांगता हूं. मेरे गुनाहों की सजा मेरी माँ को मत दो, जो चाहे कर लो. मेरी माँ मुझे वापस दे दो, मेरी माँ मुझे वापस दे दो. थैंक यू.
So दोस्तों, with this note, thank you very much. आप लोग आए और हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि हम आगे इससे और बेहतरीन प्रोग्राम्स करते रहेंगे. आप लोगों का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. ध्यान से जाइएगा. ड्राइव सेफ. थैंक यू वेरी मच.